Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely splendid start to your weekend. We have 5 days. 5 long, hard, girthy days to get through. But then, it is gameplay time, my lads. It is gameplay time. This upcoming week is going to be a very large week for the boys. We may hear back on house stuff by the end of the week with an update. Actually, we're likely to. We got Scars coming on Thursday at 1 p.m. EST. Servers are supposed to be up from everything I can gather so far. Oh my god, what a glorious time. What a glorious fucking time to be alive. Sad it's only a 10-day test. I agree, but I also think that it may be for the best where they are then, where they are then going to be able to focus test, gather data, and then just work on shit without more stuff popping up in the meantime, so they can take out all of the high priority, like, targets, so to say. And instead of trying to just, you know, keep up with an ongoing list of things, make sure that the most prevalent things that pop up during that test are taken care of, run it back with that batch taken care of, and see what the impact of it is. Because at the end of the day, there is always going to be a, you know, a follow-through impact as well. So, I think they've definitely not got an easy route ahead of them. Are we still in the beast burst? Oh, brother, that beast is gonna fucking burst. Oh my god, the beast is bursting. Holy shit. 5 more days, the beast will burst all over 100,000 plus players. Holy socks, good morning. Also, another day, another Leon first in chat. Nin, Doss, Leon, Ragnosh. Who else out there? Noob. Noob. Hello, Noob. Good day, boys. Hoofsy. What up, my friend? Mike, my lurkers, Wordsmith. What up, my goats? What y'all up to on this fine day? Hello, Noob. Bro, I don't know what to do with my fucking hands. I genuinely don't. Crystal, is this the fucking cat game that you linked? Tell me this isn't the cat game that you linked. This is the cat game that you linked. Yo, hold on. Mostly negative. Oh no, what is going on here? Oh, that does not look good. Buy it for $40. What the fuck? What are these stills? Is it like cat MMO? Like everybody's a cat? What? Crystalla is a dark fantasy ARPG featuring challenging combat, fluid parkour, and deep exploration. Master the ancient magic of the 6 crystals with a KRI because they're fucking quirky. So instead of just calling it Crystalla, like CRY, like a normal fucking person, they tried to redefine crystals. Uncover the source of a mysterious curse in a thrilling, story-driven adventure. Astral Clock Tower Studios. So, this is just like... cat ARPG? Unleash your arcane power. What? Step into the role of a feline warrior destined to uncover the source of a deadly curse threatening your world. Cats versus rats. It's all just cats versus rats? What is this combat? Oh god, the screen shake. Wait, like high key that combat doesn't look the worst. Like, I have seen worse games. I have 1000% seen worse combat systems than this. It doesn't? I know, like it really doesn't seem the worst. But it's also like, I don't know, it's like $40. Why is it mostly negative? There's a dodge. Looks like there's a parry. It's like a Souls-like. Wait a minute. There's parkour. $40 for 4 days. Wait, $40 for 4 days? Is it not like fully out yet? What's the demo? Is the demo free? Cause this is like, this is interesting. Also, Grenade. Good morning, my boy. Yeah, this looks buns. Demo looks free. Like, not in a sense of the combat, but like, I don't know what there is. Okay, hold on. Let's see what's up. Not recommended. Unfortunately, not ready for release yet. 0.6 hours at review time, 1.5 hours on record. Even having broken default keyboard controls that I needed to change so they would be recognized when the menu did not horribly break. Known about this game for years. And finally decided to give beta a try, and I must say I'm thoroughly satisfied and impressed with the love put into the game. Can't recommend this game right now because there are way too many bugs. I would hold up until some updates come through. Oh god, 21.9 hours on record. Max is gaming. Holy shit. I really want to like this game, as it ticks off quite a few things that interest me. Anthro characters. Okay, this motherfucker's a furry. 80s dark fantasy that gives me Labyrinth and Dark Crystal vibes. Charming voice work and characters, and of course, Soulsborne gameplay. Unfortunately, these check marks were not enough for me to continue fueling my desire to keep pushing through the game. Combat's very clunky, tracking is almost non-existent, while locking on is practically a crime for a Soulsborne-inspired game. No directional aiming for your weapons during wind-up attacks means often missing basic attacks. Oh no. Tooltips are sometimes outright wrong, with one telling me to perform a special weapon attack by simply pressing the attack button instead of holding the spell button first. One tooltip popped up during a quest completion, and I couldn't even leave the screen at all despite trying every button on my controller and keyboard, causing me to Alt F4. Oh no. There's also big frame drops in certain areas of the first level. UI not properly updating to reflect new items. I'll wait for future updates before giving another attempt at the game, but as of right now, during its 1.0 release, I sadly cannot recommend the game. Alright, well, sounds like it's quite buggy right now, so hopefully they get some feedback on the bugs. And maybe make combat a little less clunky. What the hell? Dude, it's literally just like, it's literally cat character creation screen. What? Fur pattern and fur color. Bro, this, I swear to God, they're about to have this at FurryCon or whatever the fuck it is, because I know there's a FurryCon out there. I know they got cons. They are deadass about to have this at FurryCon for demo, and it is going to be the singular most popular demo that's out there. I swear to God. I don't know if they got the new hentai tentacle fuck simulator, but maybe. Maybe. We'll have to see. Do you think they'd give me tickets to go out as a creator and cover it? Chat, we gotta go undercover. We're documenting. We're documenting. It's not weird if I'm doing research. Hoping I can get it. Want to check out the Druid and Battle Mage? Bro, Druid healing seems intriguing. Because the tree heal almost seems like it's going to be a Sacred Ground type beat like New World. Where you put the tree down and then everybody has to play around the tree. And there's effectively this giant wombo combo going into it. I really like the fact that it seems to be a lot of like area control abilities. At least from my standpoint, I like fighting over space. Very, 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 very much. And I feel like that's also part of what makes Melee incredibly viable. And if you don't have any battles over space, and it is all just open world, kill each other, you just can't play Melee on the same level. Range just is better. You need Melee still. Otherwise, your range is going to get picked off, but you're already in the furry convention? I'm not yet, but like, I've been thinking about adding another convention next year and seeing what we can do. I was going to check out... It's the one in Atlanta. DreamHack? I think it's DreamHack, the one in Atlanta. They invited me as a content creator type shit, but I don't think I can go this year. So we might try to swing it next year, because that's in May. Which, going to a convention in the middle of trying to close on a house is probably not the smartest idea. Probably would not make the universe the most happy. We must show humility during this time. So, undercover, listen. DreamHack's sick. DreamHack's the BYOC one, right? The bring your own computer? I believe that was the one. It's DreamHack Atlanta, yeah? Because that was the one that I got invited out to. So, like, I got invited and it was a +1 ticket, too. So, Carla and I didn't have to pay tickets. But also, if I go out to a convention, like, I'm traveling from Maine. So I'm not really about to, like, pull up with a PC, fly with my PC type shit, and then, like, unpack it at DreamHack and bring it around in a wagon. I would just do stuff adjacent to the DreamHack venue, but I also don't necessarily know what there is to do in the area. I feel like it'd be a different vibe than, like, TwitchCon would be. I have a laptop for that. Yeah, it seems like it's a different type of con, because, like, TwitchCon is all about, like, the communities and stuff like that, and then I'm pretty sure DreamHack's big thing is, like, the lands themselves. I'm 99% certain that it's the lands as the emphasized part of DreamHack, which, like, awesome, but I feel like it'd be a little bit more coordination required. I think it'd be fun to go out some year when we have an MMO that we're playing consistently and then have everybody land for like a day out there or whatever. But I'd rather go out and have a con where I'm able to see and meet people that are active in communities, whether that's my own or others. I'd like to explore the area. Like, TwitchCon is just a different vibe. I think TwitchCon is very fun. It's like this weekend-long party and commiseration of just meeting a bunch of people that you haven't met before, making friends, avoiding people that you fucking hate, because apparently every streamer has drama with people. That's always a thing every year. There'll be, like, one streamer that sees another streamer, and they're like, naughty. I cannot see that person. I have beef with them. Oh my god, it's like high school, it stomps. Holy shit, you're so correct. Dude, it's honestly wild. Never been to TwitchCon, can't really say. Wordsmith, you should come to TwitchCon this year, dude. We have a large group pulling up for TwitchCon. As of right now, we're thinking it's going to be like the 12 to 15 ballpark, but we're trying to pump those numbers up to 20 plus. We're trying. So TwitchCon's in November this year in San Diego. Beautiful time to go out to San Diego. Speaking of which, Stompington. We got housing situated. We got good housing. You should message Carla, because housing about to be OD affordable for what we're getting this year. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. If someone doesn't know someone, every content creator knows someone in the circle. Oh god. Yeah, you know, like the 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon or whatever, where it's like you know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows Kevin Bacon. Just at least, right? In the content world, there is this weirdly interconnected chain and this interwoven web where if you are social at all and you have a group of people at all, you could immediately just know by proxy everybody that there is at that venue. Every single person. I saw that place blocked out 12th to 14th. Dab. Yeah, we're balling. Carla and Steez have been talking about it, so they're getting that all planned out. So, hit Carla up. I don't know if you've hit her up yet, but I think they worked out pricing and everything. So, getting that situated, oh my god, it's beautiful for what the price is. Brother, like, for that price, oh my god, I'd just stay there. I'd live there. It's crazy how many know. Yeah, it increases every year as well, realistically. Like, every year that you go out, the connections are made. 3 days, not 5 then? I think we still might be getting there on the 11th. So, I think they're just trying to figure out the dates and stuff, because we would be getting there the 11th, and then we'd be leaving on the Monday, I believe. So, it'd be like, get there on the 11th so we have an extra day. Because, let me check calendar. Hold on. We're getting there Wednesday. We're doing an extra day. Hold on. Calendar. April, May, June, July, August, September. Toto! Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. November. So what are the dates on TwitchCon? It is the 13th, 14th, and 15th, right? Something like that. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. So we'll get there the 11th. And then we'll be there, I believe, the 12th, 13th. Because con starts on the 13th. So you'll want to get there and grab your badge on the 12th. So we want to get there and have an extra day to just like de-stress, I believe. 14th, 15th. So 15th is Sunday. So that's the last night of the con. And then the 16th, we wouldn't need like an Airbnb or anything. And then we would just leave on the 16th. As far as I know. So Carlo will probably have the block out like adjusted, but that's probably just for the weekend itself for now, just while they work everything out. But yeah, we're all set up for that. So I do believe we're gonna be there on the 11th. We're gonna be flying into Phoenix, and then when we get into Phoenix, we're gonna be saying what up to Carla's family for a day or so, and then we're gonna GTA one of their cars, and then we're gonna drive from Phoenix up to San Diego for TwitchCon, so we'll have a car there. And then I believe Hoofsy is also planning on renting a Tessie or something when he gets out there. So we'll have a very loud Mustang, and then we'll have a very quiet EV as the two whips so far. We might need a third if anybody's local. Make sure to smoke all our brother's weed first. Her brother might come, which would be fucking hilarious, honestly. He's so fucking funny. Like, Carla has this, like, back and forth because it's her brother. But objectively, he's so fucking hilarious. He's such a goofball. It like, Stomps, you and him would never stop talking back and forth to each other. It would be this, like, this endless interaction loop. It'd be like a Wumbo combo in a Magic the Gathering deck where it's an infinite combo. Podcast... Not even, you guys would be saying nothing of substance, but you guys would end up talking for like an hour and a half. I know both of you. And it would be like the most like go nowhere conversation, but you guys would just be making random noises, laughing and dapping each other up. I don't understand it, but definitely that type. Yep. I can see it right now, Strat. Also, hope you're having a good day, brother. Never gonna switch on, mostly due to the way they treat Amaru. Yeah, I mean, Twitch has made some questionable decisions with it, I will say. I think that was a very, like, very bad situation all the way around. It exposed a lot of security shit with TwitchCon, which I myself have been to the last two TwitchCons, and the security at the con itself has effectively been that like, one gif of the old dude where he's, like, patting people down, but he's just like... and then just not even patting them down. Like, I smuggle all of my friends into the partner lounge that aren't partners to get like free Red Bull and free food and shit, because we'll just walk up to the security and I'll be like, yeah, these guys are with me. I just walked in. Yeah, I don't even think you guys needed me with you. If you just walked forward like you cared, I don't even think you had to scan in. But I had a group of like fucking 10 people with me, and I go up to the security people and I'm just like, yeah, they're with me. And then we just have a good day. And then we just go down. Before we left, I shouldn't say this because I'm gonna get a 3-day, but like we probably came up on like $100 worth of Red Bull and filled our entire luggage with Red Bull. Remember the robot? Yeah. The little droid was dope as shit. But let me tell you what, the Red Bull cooler was the best thing. The best thing. We came up on so much fucking Red Bull. Oh my god. Oh my god. Because they have these coolers that they keep stocked. Y'all took so many? Yeah, we took so many, they were free. What do you mean? Red Bull sponsored the event. Red Bull wants to see interest in their product. And if I care enough to take a lot of Red Bulls, then that shows them that I really appreciate their product, and someday they may look to sponsor me as a result of me coming up on every single one of their Red Bulls in the cooler. Free Red Bull, special Red Bull. Yeah, they had normal Red Bull. They had sugar-free Red Bull. They had some watermelon Red Bulls if you got it at the right time with some different flavors. Like, it was stocked up Red Bull coolers literally all the time. They had rotating buffets that came in where they had, like, different bagel bars and, like, cookie bars. And it was a nacho bar one time. Like, dude, it was insane. It was insane. That shit was so sick. Oh my god. Now, I will say, Twitch on their end of things, that's one of many controversies with Twitch. One of many controversies is their lack of security around it. But I also think that's unfortunately something with every con and every major public gathering at this point, where there are so many situations where security just doesn't respond to something no matter what it is in a timely manner. And it's like, why the fuck are you being paid to be security if you don't have response protocol for these things, like, down to the muscle memory? Like, how does that line up? So I've always been a little, like, weary even myself around cons. But I also think that's part of why going with a group of people that you trust is a very important thing, right? So when you're looking at going to the events and the parties, we have an entire group of people at all points in time that are a combination of out on the dance floor shaking ass, back at our booth drinking and chilling, outside smoking, and we have multiple different groups all along the way. So when our people are dancing, we also have people that are back at the booth that are watching drinks that we all trust. And then if anybody wants to pop out and smoke, then you have somebody to go out and smoke with, and then you always have people to come back in with and hang out. We have so many people at this point that it makes the experience very fun. And we have so many people that are in our, like, adjacency as well that are just, you know, friends of the community or friends of the community, where everybody just kind of links up. You'll see people that are large streamers just walking around with groups of their community members. You'll see people from businesses in the industry walking around, hanging out. You'll see all the Gamer Subs people out there. You'll see fucking pretty much everything. You'll see Gamer Subs, G Fuel, Red Bull be out there sponsoring some shit. There's always an ungodly amount. Yo, Miscreant, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Go to the DJ group very well now. Are you going to be able to breakdance this year? Because I feel like that's the ultimate question. How would it be for a shy motherfucker? Fun if you have a group to go with. My first year that I went, it was obviously my first con. It was my first time flying, and, like, Stomps was there. We went through, basically, like, I went out with a group of my friends that I knew through New World, but I wasn't an established large content creator out there at the time, right? So I was going with a bunch of people that I knew, but I wasn't like the outgoing social butterfly. We had another person in the group, Archie, who's a great friend of ours, who was very established. You know, he knew a lot of people. He was great at making connections. And then Stomps is just, Stomps talks to everybody. So I went out my first year and I was extremely nervous. I didn't really talk to anybody, like, you know, day one type shit. And through the days, I just got more and more comfortable going up to people and making conversation. And honestly, as a shy motherfucker, like, I said my first year that I went out, I did really well with the veil of the internet and, like, with the, you know, with the camera separating me and you guys. And that used to be my level of comfort with it. When I went out to TwitchCon, that veil kind of got, like, broken down, and I was forced to actually interact with people in a real sense. So, you know, people that I didn't have any interaction with, people that I had met a lot, right? There was a lot of, like, you know, there was a lot of I have to be on the spot interacting with people, and it helped me, genuinely. So I would say for somebody that's shy, as long as you have a group to go out with that you are looking forward to, you know, even meeting a couple people from, right? Basically, like, Archie was so busy doing his networking stuff because he takes it really seriously, or took it when he was streaming. He's now doing architecture stuff. But when he was streaming, he took the networking and the connection side very seriously. And for him, it was like business, 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 business. For me, I like getting fucked up the whole weekend and then trying to market as much as I can while fucked up. I consider it marketing on hard mode. So, like, if I can stand straight up being like 10 drinks in and a few Bolskis in and I can shake somebody's hand in the industry and walk away confident with my chest out and probably stumbling a little, I consider it a good day. You only smoke early? I drank a lot less this last year. Year one, I drank a lot. Year one, I was drinking the entire weekend. You don't drink enough till the right time? Yeah, I was a lot less drunk this year during the day. That was more like a nighttime and party thing. And also, alcohol is expensive. So, like, here's my thing. I don't want to buy alcohol, and weed in San Diego is expensive as fuck. And both years that have gone, other people have had the weed so far. So I'm just like, I might as well. And then when the drinks come out, it's events with drink tickets, or, you know, people are shaking ass and buying and stuff. It's fun. It's fun. I'm not shy. I just hate everyone, and I had really fun last year. Really had fun last year. Yeah. Also, you lost to the world today. Yeah, that was a scary one. I won't lie. Other people had the weed. Day drinking dehydrates you too much. Yeah, the day for me was smoke a couple bull skis throughout the day, and then we had food, we had hydration and event itself, which was usually some energy drinks to get through the day. And then as we got out of the actual event cycle for the day, it became Dusty versus the drink. Now, I also would not get alcohol like going out to a bar or anything. We went to, it was at Cielo. It was like a rooftop rave at Cielo. And Strag, Stomps, did you spend $30 on a drink too? It was two people. Was it you two? I think me and Strag, the only two that got drunk. I just don't get like slurry when I'm drunk. Not like slur in a bad way, but like that. Like, I don't really get like sloshed. I don't know. I drank a good amount, especially at the block party. The block party, I got fed drinks like it was a tank prio. Holy. I become silly. Pull up. I spent 100 at that roof, if not more. Yeah, Streg came back and told me that he spent $30 on a drink. And I was immediately like, oh, yeah, no, that's not good. I don't drink anymore. Yeah, listen. I will happily drink on your behalf. $30. Yes. Free to enter event at a rooftop bar. And the bartenders are slinging $30 out. I got trashed on food so much that I literally couldn't breathe because I had too much food. Yeah, the block party is, in my opinion, the peak culture event for TwitchCon. So for the block party, they shut down the entire Gaslamp district, all the businesses and restaurants, and they come out and they cook on the street, like not literally on the street, but they have grills and shit out, and they're providing food like fresh cooked for everybody, keeping it all stocked up, serving you and everything. It's fucking awesome. It's like catered by all of the different restaurants and shit. And then they also have drink tickets, so when you get into the block party, your wristband will have drink tabs on it, so you get free drinks. I will take all those if y'all don't drink. I'm gonna go. I have to see if I have to see when the project is coming up. I mean, brother, it's fun as fuck if you can swing it, honestly. And we are trying to figure out how many people are going to be going, so we can try to help with accommodations. Because last year, Streg may or may not have set the example, staying at the Hard Rock Hotel and spending a lot more money than people would like to admit on that stay. He spent about $3,000 for the weekend. And just for perspective, we are planning on spending about $250 for the weekend. And that was for lodging alone. So, like, he had a nice hotel room, and I met Cypher PK in the bathroom because he mistaken me for soda poppins while I was taking a piss. But I will say, 3K is not the play. You could always just go to the bathroom at the Hard Rock for free and then just meet all the streamers that go in there. Imagine just networking in the bathroom. Like, you just sit there washing your hands just all the time in the sink, and then you see a famous streamer and you're like, oh, hey, wait, I know you. And you just keep washing your hands, dry them off. They walk out, you turn around, start washing your hands again, waiting for the next streamer to come in. So stack up. The legendary Stregma moment. That was where Streg's alcohol won. 3K is not even my play. I don't think 3K on a weekend is anybody's play. I'll be honest. That shit's insane. When he told us how much he spent, I was like, Streg, what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck? And he was like, I wanted a place to stay. Oh, I wanted a place to stay. Almost 1K per day is wild. Yes. Also, Carlo Hoofsy said that the Airbnb was blocked off for the weekend. I don't know when we were planning on going down or what, but we may wanna make sure that we're good for the 11th or whatever that we were trying to do. I assume most of it was a hotel. Well, that was all the hotel. Like, that was what he spent on the hotel, was the 3,000. That was outside of food and drinks and everything like that. Yeah, he spent 3K on the hotel, and then he had tickets and flight and everything on top of that. Brother, it was insane. Summer, what up? Any ETA when it goes live? The 30th at 1 p.m. EST is when it's set to go live right now. I believe that's like 7 p.m. their time. So hopefully servers don't have an absolute fucking meltdown. Nice 6 days, leaving Monday. So that's right. Okay, cool. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. There's a countdown on Scar's head that does seem to indicate that it would be 1 p.m. EST. Thought they meant TwitchCon tickets. Oh, yeah, TwitchCon tickets are not there yet. But in terms of Scars going live, if we're talking about Scars, there is a playtest beginning countdown, which leads me to believe that this is 1 p.m. EST on Thursday, based on my math so far. Which also makes sense because that's when they usually do their dev streams. Now, I'm hoping that they hit us with a dev stream tomorrow. If our God King Venny comes through and hits us with a dev stream, and we have more information to break down, I will squeal. If we get codes soon, keys going out, I will squeal. I am sitting here waiting for this thing to move, and I am effectively holding an op on mid on this game right now. I'm just waiting for the slightest pixel to come through and poof, I'm in. I'm in. And as soon as there's movement, brother, we are going to get there. I combed through pretty much every video today to try to figure out what the fuck is going on with everything, right? What we haven't found yet, what we haven't come across. So I feel like the only video on Venny's side that we haven't watched is this. And then when we look at the actual Scars of Honor YouTube, we've also covered a lot of what they actually have here. Now, this is a 4-month-old gameplay showcase, so we could theoretically check this out, but we know most of what's going to come from there. So at this point in time, like, I feel like we already have most of the information that we're going to have pre-playtest pending another dev stream. Pending another dev stream. Check me out, Hoofsy. I don't want to do anything to you to get you off right now. I feel like that's something Grenade volunteered for. What server are you going? For Scars? One of the East servers. I don't know what the splits are, but they're gonna have 4 NA, 2 EU. So I'd assume 3 NA East, 1 NA West, and then 2 EU type shit. Holy shit, Dusty and Sunlight. Well, dude, it's been cloudy as fuck here recently. My goodness gracious. And I've been getting on late, I will say. He said it's gonna be East, Mid, West. What about the 4th one? 2 East, 1 Mid, 1 West? Oh no. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably go East. I play East. I'm East. I feel like East is also typically your most competitive region, if I'm being honest, because then you have your EU players that come over for the inter-region warfare as well. And I feel like with how many EU players we actively have, it's probably in our best interest to make sure our EU lads have solid ping. And since I am the best player to ever touch an MMO, I feel like it would be good for me to have the best ping possible. That'll just take away a lot of the stress, a lot of the strain. So realistically, I think we play around me, and then everybody else just kind of does what they can. And from what I've gathered, our whole strategy is effectively Dusty boot up PC, Dusty launch game, Dusty start stream, everybody else show up, follow Dusty, hit buttons. And I like that shit. I like that shit. He said EU servers are Amsterdam and Frankfurt. Is there any way they could have done like Frankfurt and Hamburg? There's a Hamburg, right? In EU as well? Or nah. Jefferson, thank you for the hydrates, my boy. Playing West is always fun. You get the Aussies and Kiwis. Yeah, they kept declaring war on us at like fucking 8 a.m. EST when we had 12 people on. And then they would just like... They would try to say that they won the war. It would be like, brother, most of our guild was asleep. And they're like, oi, cunt, we don't care. And bro, I don't really understand where it all comes from, but Jefferson, thank you for the 25-day streak as well, brother. I appreciate you. What do they mean by truly free to play? You have to pay nothing. No sub, no box cost, no pay to win. Their incentivization for money, excuse you, is cosmetics. And then hold your dick, because this is also where mine gets a little shriveled. Pay for convenience. Pay for convenience, I think, is a very, very, very tight rope to walk on, because pay for convenience can so easily be integrated as pay to win with extra steps. And that is my largest critique. Not critique, because I don't really have other feedback, but more my largest watch point, so to say. Like that's the thing that I want to keep an eye on, is where they take their monetization. I am somebody that refuses to play pay to win games, as I feel as though it immediately devolves the element of the game itself. Now, RMT exists in every game that has player to player trading, and you're literally never going to stop it no matter what you do. But I also just feel like pay to win devolves the, I don't know, the chase, the incentivization, the reward of actually earning something within the game. When you see somebody else have that exact same thing, and you're like, you complete the content, and they're like, nope, paid $12.99, baby. And it just devalues so much. So, I don't know. I think that's the largest thing for me. Go to the Guild Wars 2 route and sell cash shop items to Gacha Cosmetics. Guild Wars 2 also sells XP boosts, etc. Yeah, fuck XP boosts. I think XP boosts are pay to win. I think even if it's on the gathering side, having higher experience gain for anything, weapon mastery if there's weapon mastery, gathering if it's gathering, it is a time save, and a time save immediately translates in my mind to a pay to win, because if I have to spend less time on gathering experience, I can spend more time on anything else, you know? I think looking at the Guild Wars 2 cash shop is a good example of what can show up. I think the New World shop is also a solid example. Hopefully without, again, XP tokens, because New World also offered XP tokens. But the New World shop is an interesting one. Paid server transfer, which I honestly don't like server transfers, because I think it leads to like the Dormammu level death of servers, where if you have one entity that kills a server, they can go to another server and then Dormammu that server, and then Dormammu the other server, and then every server just kind of like dies in its path along the way. And even without that, say there's not one entity Dormammuing servers, you have a beautiful competitive arc on another server. Other guilds will see that and they'll be like, oh, I want to join this server. It looks more fun than mine. Boys, everybody transfer. And that can make a lot of money for the developers in the short term, but I also think that a dead server can be a point of pain, or quit. It can be a friction point. So it all depends, man. It all depends. I think server transfers could be solid. Transfers, renames, guild renames, etc. are the staples. Yep. Yep. Server transfers, renames, guild names, race changes for any like race swaps, faction changes would be a couple more that I could see going in. Now, racial and faction swaps are also a little bit of a gray area because some people would consider that to be pay to win if you are race swapping because a racial gets changed and you want to play off of that meta racial. Something like that in and of itself can be considered of pay to win. So I think it's such a delicate tightrope to walk, you know. I think they don't have an easy route, but I also like the way that they have approached it so far. Three-way valve for bidets? Why would I need a bidet when I can just have you do it for me, Poppy? Scar resets, build slots. Oh god, scar resets for money would be awful. Awful. That was completely off topic, but I had no idea there's like 30-ish Warhammer games. Oh yeah, because the Warhammer games in total are made in different styles from different developers and publishers too. I'm pretty sure that there's just like a shared Warhammer IP out there that a lot of people are able to make games through. I've seen like pixel art Warhammers. I've seen fucking so many. Their catalog is huge. It also gets passed around as an IP, but it's from the tabletop game. Yeah, so do they just like lease out the IP or what do they do? From Games Workshop? Do they make bank off that? Gross? You say gross, I say I'm employing people, creating jobs, and I'm a small independent business. And you're out here saying gross. Listen, if Walmart had butt spitters, you'd probably go there and buy one, but I start up a small independent business where I'm hiring the employees myself, and I'm compensating them well, and all of a sudden I'm gross. Yeah, okay. You just keep licking those corpo boots, buddy. You keep glazing that shit. Shine them right up for them. One of the largest IPs, but it's so cult-like. Yeah, I do feel like, I mean, when you look at the Warhammer video game IPs though, right? It's not even a matter of just like the Warhammer video games themselves. It's also the Warhammer like figurines, the tabletop shit. Like their IP just goes so deep in so many areas. Look up the cost of some of their miniatures and size. Bro. People's armies are fucking insane. The genre of Warhammer confuses me. Honestly, it is its own genre at this point. It's everything. It's tabletops, it's pixel arts, it's fucking dungeon crawlers, MMOs, shooters, like, bro, everything. Boomer shooters, like, oh my god. It's fucking wild. It's wild. I feel like it's been a minute since we've had a solid boomer shooter come out, but blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Glint for the glint god. Snorse for the snorse god, and litigation for the litigation god. All things come around in due time. The skill trade's fine, but if you can reroll your scars through cash, it's just a matter of time. I still am an advocate for Scars of Dusty. If I'm being honest, I have already redesigned the scar system to still include some RNG, but also include player choice and having accessibility to everything on the acquisition side. So effectively, with my proposed scar system, through leveling or completing content, you earn tokens. Those tokens come in one of three forms: offense, defense, and utility. You can use those tokens for 1 cost, 3 cost, or 5 cost scars of that same type for offense, defense, and utility. So 1 cost are typically going to be your smallest, least impactful scars, naturally, but you can stack those up. You can have many of those. 3 cost, right in the middle. Sometimes you'll see an on chance % proc. You'll see a little bit more damage or something going out with those. And then your 5 costs are your most expensive. Those are your largest procs. Those are your on chance to have, you know, X big impact happen, whether it's an additional crit, whether it's like a chain lightning that goes out or a freeze that goes out on an ability cast, something like that, right? Those are your really, really, really impactful ones. So in this scar system, you'd be a lot less dependent on the full RNG of, I need to get the perfect scar setup. I might not even get access to these scars no matter how much I can re-roll. This would allow you to get the coins, right? Or the tokens, buy your initial scars, and then just turn the re-roll into an element of, I'd like to change my scars. So you can go in, and if you have a scar that you don't like, you have to pay for them to remove that scar, and then you can spend more tokens on another scar. So once you're capped on your scars that you have, you can slowly upgrade and work towards higher cost scars. I think that would be fun, and still have some RNG in the way of like, what order am I getting my scars? But it's also not going to brick people's characters. The biggest thing I'm worried about with the scar system right now is bricking people's characters. Because the second somebody feels like their character cannot progress the same way that somebody else's can, the second somebody feels like their character has a build that's inaccessible to them, they will either quit if they're a normal player and they feel like something's just inaccessible and only accessible to sweats, and that quitting chance will be multiplied by the fact that sweatier players will re-roll, will play another character, and they will just continue to sweat more until they get all of the RNG that they want to have associated with their character in the right place all the time, no matter what. And honestly, I would. I have so much time to play. If the leveling is fast in the slightest, and it's not like 150 hour leveling cadence, I would 1000% re-roll to make sure that I get the best scars, the most optimal scars, see what different combinations I can assemble, you know, try to figure out the availability of different scars and the combinations and what to fish for and how to fish for them. It's interesting. There's so much that could potentially change the outcome of a character right now. And again, scars are supposed to be permanent progression. So when I look at the permanent progression of those scars, I'm looking at a legitimately bricked character. If I fuck up, right? Not if I fuck up, but if I'm leveling and something seems appealing to me, and I take the wrong scar, and then in a late game, I'm like, oh, I don't need this stat anymore. I don't need this scar. Brother, we're cooked. 6 hard confirmed, 6 thinking about it for the main B&B. All right, tell them they need to know before we close on the house, or we're going to open up their spot to homeless guys and furries. Jeffrey, thank you for the hydrate. I feel like some furries in full fursuit would go fucking hard to like escort us and open doors and shit. Like if we got like a couple fursuit knights that had like a full armor set, but they were in their fursuits and they had swords and shit, I feel like that'd be pretty lit. Just have them run security for us, but they gotta be like brolic furries. They gotta be like rhinoceroses or something. None of those femboy wolves. Chat, I have an opportunity. I know some of you out there may fit the description. Let me know when I need to pay. You will be paying for the entire thing to me directly. You will exclamation donate and then put all of your money in that. That's how you reserve your spot for the Airbnb. This is not a scam. Not a scam. Give your tax money to DustyWhy. I can be trusted with all of the clams. I will 1000% not buy more DocuSign with that. Actually, might be Roth IRA season. I might need to try to sneak 7,000 into a Roth IRA this year if I can get away with it, but with the house it's gonna be tough. But I'm thinking about trying to start maxing out a Roth because I haven't been building a retirement as a streamer. 7K is max? Yeah. 7K is the max per year. So ideally, we'd get to the point after the house is stabilized where Carla and I would have separate individual Roth IRAs that are both being maxed out each year. We just don't know if we're going to be able to afford 7K a year right off rip with the house and the renos and front loading a lot of it. So what we're going to do is probably just like stabilize with the house, see where we're at towards the end of the year. Because I don't really know if there's like a hard reset date or if it's just 12 months. But if it's like, you know, you get a reset on the 31st of December, then December 12th, I could just dump 7K into it if I have it at the end of the year and then just be like, hey, do this with it. And then starting next year, I could also have the 7K. So that's kind of the next goal, I think, is building in that. That shit is, from what I have gathered, one of the safest things you can do. And also, government I-bonds kind of fuck. I've been looking at I-bonds a little bit. They're like old-fashioned. But I feel like I-bonds are kind of sleeper. You can contribute up till April of the next year for the previous tax year. Interesting. And then after April, I just start going towards the next tax year. So like April's a cutoff, basically like tax day. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, the next dono goal might just be for retirement fund. Fuck a TwitchCon ticket. Shit, I'll just sell some Tesla or something for that. We just gotta get the retirement fund going. Although, what if the Tesla is the retirement fund? Dusty, what would be your persona? I don't think there would be one. Never really thought about it, if I'm being honest. I don't. Labrador. Cat? No, that's too simple. That's too straightforward. It's too straightforward. Maybe I'd be like a Roth IRA. I'd be like an Anthro retirement fund. Nothing grows better than a 529. So kids of the future do it. Take a tax hit. Only if you take it out for non-school. Yeah, what if I don't want kids because kids are fucking annoying? Like, realistically, I feel like I want to potentially get a dog from a shelter and get a kid from a shelter. I feel like that's the most humane thing to do, instead of like, I don't support dog breeders and I don't support human breeders, right? So if I get a dog from a shelter and then I get a kid from a shelter, then that's potentially the double philanthropic play. And also at that point, I don't have to deal with like the baby years. I don't have to like wipe butts or anything. I can just get like, I can get one that's already potty trained or some shit. So kids are not your decision. No, I'm pretty sure there is literally a decision that goes into that. I'm an uncle. That's good enough. That's good enough. I'm an uncle. Carla's brother has a kid that he basically does nothing for, so we could always adopt that motherfucker in like 10 years or so. He's pretty chill. He just kind of vibes. He'll be bilingual too. So yes, but it's not your decision to make. Oh no, yeah, it is. Happy wife, happy life, and all that. Yeah, no, that's my choice. Nope, that's on me. I got too much going. I literally, listen, I'm too communicative. I have too much going on for myself right now. Carla has too much going on for herself that we're trying to chase down. Fuck that shit. I would not want a kid. I would not want to be involved with a kid. I would ignore the kid. I would not be a good father, and I would not want to put any of my money into that child, and it wouldn't be a good situation. I would not be a good father right now. So for that reason and that reason alone, I will not be pursuing that route of life. Dual income, no kids is the fucking dream. That is the dream. I can visit either of my nieces or my nephew at any point in time. I can visit Carla's brother's kid anytime, and I can talk to a Spanish baby. Like, he'll be able to teach me fucking Spanish as he grows up. That'll be lit. I'll be learning. Those will be educational visits. That shit's huge. So whenever I want to interact with the little shits, I can go over and I can uncle. That's fine. Whenever they get annoying, I'm like, hey, go over with your dad. And there's like, okay. And they fuck off. Perfect situation. Perfect situation. Not my dream. Well, yeah, that's why the world needs dads too. Fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. You guys want me here on stream this much? Pray for my balls to never work. Realistically, you guys should be hoping that every single day when Carla comes home, she kicks me right in the testicles, swiftly as fuck. Because if I have a kid, I have to get an actual job, or you guys have to give me way more money because kids are expensive as fuck. I'm gonna just be completely upfront with y'all. Those are the two scenarios. Just sit on the microwave. Bro, I'm gonna take my phones, right? And I'm gonna put one under my dick and balls and one over, and I'm gonna make like a little dick witch. And I'm gonna make sure, like, bro, I'm gonna sit here, and I'm gonna just be like this with my two phones all the time. Literally all the time. Just making sure that I get the radiation. Holy shit. I nothing other than that all the time. Brother, it'll be like one of those, like, what are the chastity belts? But it'll be the radiation belt. Fucking hell. I'm 100% down with wishing for that. Pray for my balls to get destroyed. What do you have, 2 phones? One phone is for, like, interacting with people and is my carry around phone, give out number, so to say. One phone is personal phone. On my iPhone, this is my primary. This is where I interact with people. I text, all of that. This phone has no apps on it. This phone is text messaging. It has Twitch and Twitter. And then, like, Subway app and stuff. And I try to limit the Twitter on this. This phone has all of my apps on it. This phone is completely disconnected from networks. This phone is effectively the holder of all of the distractions and also all of my 2FA, shit like that. I have it backed up elsewhere, but, like, this is where everything's based off of. So this phone is completely disconnected from everything. Only used on Wi-Fi, only used on my Wi-Fi networks. Keeps me from... The fuck? Keeps me from, like, scrolling endlessly while I'm out. Keeps me from getting distracted while I'm out. Because if I have all of this, and this is like, it's a glorified tablet? Yeah, more or less. And I just keep both of them on me at all times. So it's helped me a lot with not doom scrolling while I'm out, not doing extra shit, not having my phone actually out. Because this is a phone I keep on me, right? I keep both of them on me. But this goes in my pocket. This typically goes just somewhere adjacent, like in a jacket pocket. If I have a bag, it goes in my bag, or I'll just throw it in my pocket. But most of the time, this is on silent, doesn't get any notifications or anything like that. No push notifications on this one, unless it's a text message or a missed call. So it's effectively like, my thought on it is with how much people are on their phones without realizing it. Even without, you know, without a massive amount of hours. When you are out, you may pull up Twitter just to check it for 5 minutes, or even just a quick refresh and scroll to see if there are any good articles. You may pull up Instagram or Facebook or check your YouTube to see what's up with it. When I'm out, I don't do that. If I want to check my phone, it's probably because it went off. So it's helped me a lot not be like chronically glued to my phone type shit. And it also gives me a way to funnel who I'm interacting with. Not many people have my number, and my number is like only given out to people that I very much want communicating with me. Anybody else, it's my socials, and I don't get notice for my socials most of the time because this phone's not on network and it's only used sometimes. So it's a nice way to filter my communications with people. Anybody that's important knows the emergency lines to get to me. Anybody that doesn't have the emergency lines doesn't need the emergency lines. And even people in my family know that I don't really go online. I don't really check my phones much. So when they need to get a hold of me, they'll message Carla now. And they'll be like, hey, Dusty on stream? Yep. What you need? So it's helped me a lot, honestly. Makes me feel very nice being able to go out and just disconnect with it. Can her kicking you in the balls on stream be a sub goal? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I think that is actually not allowed on the Twitch side of things. I was gonna say call Carla. Yeah. Yep, listen, man. I just don't like the internet very much. I, like, despite working on the internet and being a, like, personality on the internet chronically every day, I don't really fuck with the internet that much. I think the internet is a beautiful thing that's horribly misused by people. And we have taken what should be something that is marveled at every day and is the true definition of awesome, where it is literally inducing awe in terms of how does this work? And I feel like nobody stops to think about that shit and how many tools we have at our disposal because of the internet itself. And I just see shit posting and I see brain rot and I see dumb shit and I'm like, all right, man, I'm gonna just go outside. I'm gonna just watch the birds eat. You know, throw them out some bird seed, hang out with them. They yap a little bit. They have a good time. It inspires me. I'll go for a walk or something. Just fucking actually get outside. Makes me so much happier. Nothing like some leftover sloppy joes. I made turkey pot pies last night after stream. Came out fucking delicious, if I do say so myself. I also happen to have more filling left over for more turkey pot pies. Brother, they were fucking slappers, let me tell you what. I made them a little salty. I over-seasoned them just a smidge, but it's still like, honestly, I consider turkey pot pies and the gravy to be a little salty in the first place. So I think nothing went wrong with them. And I consider it a huge overall success if I do say so myself. But that was a late night make last night. I didn't get those shits done until like 1. And then I ate a turkey pot pie. And then I pounded some ice cream. I had some Haagen-Dazs chocolate ice cream last night. Oh, that shit's so good. I had like half a pint. And then I went to bed and was confused when I woke up with a stomachache. That's the daily routine. Genuinely, that is the entire daily routine. So, I gotta try to get better about that. Biggie? Oh, bro, I eat so late at night. The thing is, I usually don't, like, eat before stream. No, Jim? What, after stream? At 1 a.m.? No, Jesus Christ, no. Holy fuck. We had the gym membership for the winter, but we canceled that shit as it's starting to get nicer, because we can just go outside and walk and shit and get active there. Like, my goal isn't necessarily to get swole. I'm not trying to get like fucking 6'5", 280. I'm just trying to kind of like stay limber type shit, to where if I have to run, I don't feel like I'm gonna tear my Achilles. Gym of the morning biz. Yeah, I can't wait till everything gets settled down with the housing spot, because like if we do end up getting that and getting set up there, oh my lord, bro, we have so much accessibility to so many beautiful walks and trails and stuff around us. Oh my god. Oh my god. Noon, gotta eat twice. Yeah, you're trying to bulk. You want to be healthy, not husky? I want to be able to reach every spot on my back. Yes. Like, I can do this, and my hands are linked up behind my back. I'd like to continue that flexibility. I can pick things up and I can put them down, but I'd also like to be able to touch every spot on my back should I need to. And a lot of you are now trying that and realizing you can't do that. You need to get a little more flexible. Now, interesting note, a lot of people that can do that can do it one way but can't do it the other. So when I try it with my right arm, whoops, my right arm doesn't have the same flexibility for whatever reason. It's a little strange. Oh, excuse you. A little weird. Kind of hurts my right shoulder when I try it too. It's good that I can get stuff from my right back pocket with my left arm. I mean, my arms, like my hands almost go down to my knees when I stand up, so that's a different story. I kind of have a cheat code with the arm length. Kind of have very long arms, but dude, the 45-day streak is fucking insane, by the way, you legend. I would say if you can reach anything hoofsy without chronic pain, you're better than like 50% of chat. I'm not gonna lie. If you can stand up, bend over, and touch the ground right now, you're probably in the top 25%. Touch the ground? Oh yeah, top 25%. Without bending your knees? Or actually working with a trainer to fix my shoulders? Yeah, you got little puny shoulders. You just got bad mobility. Shoulders are weird too, because your shoulders can effectively like be trained in a way, from like layman's terms, based on what you have done in your life as your general motion. So like if you are throwing a baseball a lot or something like that, right? The motion of throwing a baseball, depending on your arm slot, versus shooting a basketball is going to be a lot different depending on what you're doing. Throwing a football, the motion of that with the curl, versus throwing a baseball where you are, you know, coming down and coming across and then with a higher arm slot, it's going to fuck things up. Let me guess, you're right-handed and it's your left hand that you can reach your entire back with. I can reach my entire back with my right hand as well. So like my right hand, I can like, I can still get all that shit. I just can't, like, get my left arm down enough. Funny enough, but I'm right hand dominant, but I'm also very ambidextrous. Like, I broke both my wrists my senior year of high school. So I effectively, my left wrist was the first one to heal first. Or the first one to heal. I didn't need that second first. It was the first one to heal, and it was the first one to get out of a cast. So I had to learn how to write left-handed. Basketball always made me ambidextrous in the first place. And, you know, as I got my left hand out of the cast first, I effectively became, like, left-hand dominant in school for a little bit. I was brushing my teeth, I was eating, drinking, doing everything left-handed. So that was kind of like a blessing in disguise. So now I'm pretty, like, I'd say I'm like 80% ambidextrous at this point. I haven't written with my left hand in a long time, so it kind of looks like a child that's trying their best. But in terms of, like, everyday functions, like basketball, stuff like that, drinking, left-handed drinker a lot of the time. Left hand, left foot, bowl left hand, throw right hand. I jump off my left foot, kick with my right foot. What else? I throw with my right hand as preference. My left hand throwing is probably rusty as shit. Probably rusty as shit. Left-handed drinking is something I learned so you can greet with the right and it's not wet and clammy. I'm not gonna lie. I learned a lot of left-hand autonomy so I could smoke doinks easier in different situations. It's like the same thing, right? So you can have your right hand for dapping and, you know, definitely not driving or anything like that. That would be very bad. But effectively, like, if you're a right hand smoker and interactor only, then it's here and then it's here and you're putting it inside whatever you're doing, right? Your window's typically on your left side, so always wipe with your left and never shake left hand. Wait, why? That seems... Is that a stereotype? Is that mean? I feel like that's mean. CP. Interesting. So bidet? I need to get on the bidet game. Walking your dog while being left-handed on a sidewalk is annoying because my dog's always on the left and not on the right. Yeah, I could see that being slightly toxic. I can see that being very annoying. Granted, 99% of dogs don't give a fuck what side you're trying to walk them on. And they will just do whatever they want regardless. And then you have the 1% that is the best walker in history. And then your walks are almost a little boring. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. We have to fill out more of the chart today, boys. Just a quick side tangent. We have a lot of topics to still fill out and discuss and investigate in depth and get some feedback on. I really wish that we could convince Coco or Venny to give us some goddamn leaks. Because I genuinely, listen, man, I am yearning for information. The amount of information that I desire is too goddamn high. When was Scars vote? That was yesterday, I believe. I respect the lack of leaked. Some baby back bullshit. Like, is it great for the integrity of knowledge when the game comes out? Yeah. But, like, what about me? What about what I want? What about my needs? I didn't make content, my streams. I'd make a YouTube video. I swear to God. I'd make a fire YouTube video about class previews. But for whatever reason, they don't want that. I'm just saying, balls in your court, Bulgaria. You give me the keys to the country, I give you fire YouTube and Twitch content. Venny's got to be like the mayor of Bulgaria, right? He's got to be an important person there. How many people live in Bulgaria? Like, what are the odds Venny's like a celebrity over there, doing his thing and just like popping off? because I feel like he has aura, just in a slight aspect. This here must have been on Thursday. Might have been on Thursday. It's okay. Guild systems. We need to go through and label a couple things that are not going to be here for testing. Hold on. NA. And then Bop. And then this one will probably get changed. That's worded really weird. If I'm being honest, that was more of a question. What else do we not have? Group gathering, gear progression, UI. All right, I think we're chilling. I think that's really the only one that doesn't apply. And then over here, this one just needs to get replaced. And then we can retype in here. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Now I gotta fix that. Really hate to see that. All right, and now, hold on. Chat, we gotta fix this. This cannot be an unprofessional looking... Wait, where is it? Is it over here more? There it is. This must be peak professional graphic. Hold on. Just gotta edge it in there. And then just a little more. Oh my god, it's like pressure washer simulator. Another layer? Oh my goodness. No! That's bad. That's bad. Hold on. Use the bubbles on the line? Yeah, I did not know that the bubbles were the line. I'm not gonna lie, I did just learn that. I don't want it to spray that far. Oh my god. It's like it's excited to see me or something. Brother is popping off. Alright, I think we're good. Why is it giving me that little bit of white right there? I just gotta get a little closer. Oh no! Almost had it. Hold on. Britt. What is your issue, my boy? Alright, we're good. Use pencil. I think we're set. I think this actually fixed it. Yeah, it's perfect. It's like nothing even went wrong. This is actually professional as shit. Bulgaria's approximately 6.36 million. Okay, yeah, so they actually have a couple of people there. They have a couple of people. Let's see. Let's do monetization here. Honestly, I feel like that'd be a good one. Monetization. I don't know what size font this is supposed to be. But that's looking a little large if I do say so myself. Maybe like a 20. That looks better. That looks better. What are we comparing? Comparing? Oh, I was just fixing a line. So basically, what we're looking at here are the different elements and systems that are going to be coming through with Scars. A lot of these we will be able to get our hands on with the playtest. So what we're trying to do here is catalog sentiment just through polls and shit, right? Just regular votes about these different systems as we see them before the playtest. And then after the playtest, when we interact with it. And then we're going to be taking down some common critiques and notes about each of the systems as they go. So it's an opportunity for everybody to provide their thoughts and feedback on everything. The same way that I myself will be. Because without that, the developers are reliant on probably some goobers for a lot of the feedback that's going to be coming through. And honestly, I'm not saying my feedback's going to be perfect, but I will say we damn sure can keep it a lot more organized than a lot of other entities can. And we have a lot of gamers that would also love to provide their feedback on it. So hopefully we have a lot of people that can get in and do just that. Need to learn Excel? Why do I need to learn Excel when I'm excelling here? Do we know what... Oh my god, Whetstone, are you back from your weekend in fucking Guam or wherever the hell you went? Welcome back, brother. Also, hit Carl up for TwitchCon stuff. I don't know if you're planning on staying in the area or not, but don't know when playtest invites go out. No. We have seen nothing yet. Literally nothing. about invites, keys, or anything like that. The only update that I've got was from Venelin when he was in chat, and he was like, I'll make sure you have some keys to give away. Fire. Fire. Would love that. Ven City's sick with a fever and will stream tomorrow as long as it doesn't get worse. Bro, I'll stream tomorrow. Just send me the run of show. The fuck do you mean? They can't hold us both down. If they try to take him out, I got him, bro. I swear to God. Send me the run of show. Let me know how to, you know, run everything on the dev side. I'll go in. I'll cook up some shit on the Paladin tree. Coco and I can fuck around a little bit, and we'll just call it good. I'm happy to help out here. One of the mountains, but Frodo did not like backpacking. So did Frodo end up in a backpack? He isn't used to tent yet, and his harness to carry his stuff. He has a harness to carry his stuff? Wait, that's so cute. Jesus Christ. What do you think about scars being changed at late game? Think it should be more punitive, like a huge quest to change it? Or something like that? Hey, I mean, did they announce what their late game design on changing scars is supposed to be? Other than the reroll at the point of getting your scar? Because from what I've seen, there's not a lot of like post-acquisition change on scars from what we've seen. It's like when you're picking your scar, you get the reroll on it, but I'm also not necessarily like, I'm not sure what happens, what you can do like post reroll. These nuts! What a brother, new MMO? Yes, new MMO that, well, it's been in development for a little while. They've done some playtests before, but this is their first Steam playtest, and this is their largest scale playtest. So this is going to be the 30th to the 11th of May. So 30th of this month into the 11th of May. You have to request access on Steam, but it is a free-to-play. They have had well over 100,000 requests for access at this point, so not everybody's going to get into the first playtest, surely. But I have been covering everything for days now. I have way too many hours researching all of the developer streams that they've put out. I have probably, in the past like 2 weeks, put in more hours researching everything than they've had active developer streams. There's like one video that we haven't watched yet, and effectively we're probably gonna watch that one today and knock it out. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. We truly hate to see it. What's the word in regard to the game? I think it has good bones. I mean, it's gonna be hard to say until we actually get in and, you know, get our hands on it, right? But from an outside perspective, right? I'm buying a house right now, so I keep relating things into house terms like I'm a fucking middle-aged dad. But right now, I'm looking at the foundation from outside. I'm looking at the roof, and I'm like, all right, looks pretty solid. It looks like it might not leak or, you know, cave in. So, combat system looks like it's got a lot of potential. Seems very active. The actual movement system looks very responsive. Very responsive. And it's got freeform movement, so if you hit S, character turns towards your camera. Some people like that. Some people hate that shit. From there, you have the class customization through the PoE-like skill tree, which that's going to continue to change a lot, but a little look at that is Hiya. And then the Paladin tree is the most updated, so don't get overwhelmed by this one. The Paladin tree is like the most up-to-date. So a lot of potential class customization along the way. Oh, shit! Yeah, so basically, what you're looking at for a quick rundown on this. Actually, hold on. Let me bring my coffee out, and then I'll give you guys a quick rundown on the tree. Because I could talk about the tree for a while. This shit's going to be nice. Someone asked if it'd be possible to change the scars at the end of the game in case someone bricked their build, and Arm replied that it would be possible. God, I hope it's not $3.99. Golly. I hope it's not $3.99. That would be awful. All right, I'll be right back. 1 sec, team. I made the responsible decision. And I swapped my coffee for the rest of my peach Snapple. We're up so tremendous. Alrighty. I have returned. It's really pay to win. Yeah, pay to win would be very sad. In terms of the Scar rerolls, I really hope that there is no form of real money compensation in this. The only thing I'm not a big fan of in this game is the combat. It looks too simple, but everything else seems so good. What do you mean by, like, looks simple? In the sense that it doesn't really have, like, an active dodge or anything like that? Just in the sense that it's more ability-based type shit? Because I do feel like when you're comparing it to something like WoW, it seems a lot more active than WoW. Your mom looks simple. I think this, comparatively to WoW, looks like it has a lot more depth through all of the, you know, all of the abilities being your auto attack, your longer cooldowns, the ults. I like the concept of that. What's interesting to me is that all of this is without a movement system. Remember when we couldn't say simple in a game? And bro, I couldn't look for one of my best pairs of boots. Are we clicking or tab targeting abilities? I have prepared a presentation for you. So, it's a fair amount of ground targets and skill shots, a mix of instant casts, as well as cast times. What you're looking at here is 6-month-old gameplay, 6-month-old UI, all of that shit, right? So, in terms of that, keep in mind the abilities, they're going to be way more than 6. But this is the Paladin, or as it used to be, the Knight. So this is the melee side. And Arm goes through in this video. It's like a 5-minute video. And again, this is 6 months old. But here is the Ranger. So the Ranger comes in and has a silence bomb, like a little smoke bomb that silences. Ground target. It's got 2 different spam abilities, the 1 and the 4. The 1 is what you were seeing first there. So the 1 is the pew pew, pew pew. And then the 4 is the big damage on the single shot. So I don't really know if it's like a builder spender or what the intricacy is there. Excuse me. But you've also got like ground targets, or like caltrips, which are a ground target. So this is only a few abilities as well. But Ranger's gonna have some big charge up with it. And then he plays Mage in this as well. Okay, no, I definitely meant to restart that. He goes to Mage a little bit later on. And once he's on the Mage side, you see a lot of the ground targets as a Mage. So, with Mage, you're looking at... Okay, no, that's fine. You're looking at a lot of ground targets. Phoenix is a big damage ability that can be used as multiple forms of build. So, really intriguing in terms of the 3 classes that are showed there. But, yo, Boo, what up? Very hard with this game. Are we skeptical? I mean, to a reasonable extent, right? I think you've always got to maintain a little bit of skepticism and a little bit of realism that MMO development right now is incredibly heinous to be a part of, especially if you are a fan of MMOs, right? I think we are cautiously optimistic is how I would describe it. The last 2 MMOs that have been like home for my community and myself, like I did a slight stint in WoW in between coming here, but it was New World and then Ashes. So in terms of like, in terms of just being purely optimistic, that's gone a little bit out to the wayside at this point in time, just because of the realism of MMO dev being so rough, right? So in terms of that, we're very optimistic on this side about the potential, the bones, the combat, the movement, the battlegrounds and arenas, the concept of that being a gear match. Oh my goodness gracious. Have you ever done a sober stream? No, why would I have to? I mean, I'm sure I've been sober. Actually, when I was in Iceland. Yeah. Yeah, the IRL streams in Iceland. Because weed's very illegal in Iceland. So most of the time in Iceland, I was sober. Let's see. No, that sounds kind of dumb though. Realistically, it's like if I wanna go outside or something, then maybe I don't smoke a bowl. Like, when I wake up, I don't immediately wake and bake. Like, I'll be smoking to, like, enjoy stream and shit. So, my morning routine, I, like, go outside. I enjoy some time outside and shit. Make some coffee. You know, shit shower, do what I gotta do. And then I do the Wordle. I clean a little bit, get myself into a productive headspace. And if we get the new house, then I'm gonna be doing a lot of, like, yard work and renovations while it's nice out before we have to move inside for the winter. And then the bulls come in. It's like, once I'm in the go mode for the day, I'm like, all right, you can have a little bullski, Dusty. Now, my schedule is also weird because my, like, stressful work is the IRL stuff. It's like when I GoPro the lawnmower. No, you guys will be able to discern where I am. Fuck you. But like my like actual work is mostly off of stream. Like, this is my job. But when I'm on stream, I don't really consider this shit work. So my time before stream is when I'm like cleaning and doing the annoying stuff and doing the actual work. So I'm like, all right, well, be sober for that. And then once you're done that for the day, smoke a bolski, enjoy stream, hang out, play some video games. Because realistically, I think stream is more of a vibe thing than anything else. If people don't enjoy the vibe of the content creator they're watching, if they don't enjoy the conversation, if they don't enjoy everything that they're doing, oh my god, dude, it just makes it so rough. Should see if you can interview Arm. That'd be good to see. Oh yeah, I'll do it when the time's right. There will be a time where I want to bring in a big interview. Now, I waited a long time to interview Steven on the Ashes side when people were telling me for, you know, the entire year that I was there, Dusty, you should interview Steven, And, you know, I eventually did. But again, I want to wait till the time's right with it. I don't want to just, like, slam out interviews and, like, you know, go there and have the impact of it be lower. When I drop an interview, I want to have a lot of information that is going to be relevant for a lot of different types of players. And I want all of that information to be utilized years from my interview, where it's not necessarily just cited as a, oh, what are your guild versus guild systems supposed to be? But I really like to dig into the thought processes of the people that I interview. Because that was why I left New World. It was an interview that Christoph Hartmann, the CEO of Amazon Games, did with IGN, where all of his answers were just like so concerning to me that I was like, all right, this game's fucking cooked. It's really bad. And I after 7,000 hours in 3 years, I left the fucking game. So when I do interviews, I want it to be like really impactful, and I want it to be more than just like a systems information thing, because I feel like systems and interviews about systems always go into obscurity so quickly. They might be hot and answer questions in the short term for people, but I want an interview to dig into things that we're not just going to find out through the future of development. I don't give a shit about like how the two guilds are supposed to fight, because we're going to find that out at some point. I give a shit about like how the back end thought process of implementing new content and new systems is going to be, because that's something that's applicable even if we have 100 systems. That shit's huge to me. You guys into gardening at all? Yeah, I will be gardening a lot at the new place. That's one of the reasons I wanted a yard, dude. I need that place. I need that little yard. To me, if we don't have point-and-click CCs, really happy. There are going to be some point-and-click CCs. So even on the aspect of looking at the paladin tree, we have, I should probably pause this. Looking at the paladin tree, we have Blessed Hammer. Hurls a Blessed Hammer at the target, dealing holy damage and stunning them for 2 seconds. So, like, we are going to have point-and-click CCs. I can guarantee that. Different types of CCs. I would assume they're going to be, like, in caps and shit along the way as well. But, thank you for the combat show. Oh, dude, I use that VOD, like, 7 times a day. I'm not going to lie. This thing has 2.7 thousand views, and I'm probably 300 of them over the course of the last week. I'm not even going to fucking bullshit. I am single-handedly boosting his retention on this video so much. So much. I'm a fan of the fewer abilities. So, the UI has been updated. Ow. Fucking cunt. Sorry, my hands have been crampy as shit today. The UI has been updated. And a more current version of the UI is here. So, this is kind of what we're looking at. You've now got the 2 bars, and as you fill out with more abilities, it looks like you will be using, you know, 1 through 5, 6, whatever you're comfortable with. The 7, 8, 9, 0 are going to get rebound. So I'm more than happy to help people with binds and shit to make this all a little more palatable. I think something to note with all of these binds, however, is that you are going to be looking at longer cooldowns. So a lot of the ultimates, or even some of your core abilities, right? Those are going to be very, very, very long coolies. Foot pedal sponsorship time. Foot pedals and bidets. No, I mean, so I think it's just a rebind. So over here, I believe this is a dash from what I've gathered. So with the dash, one thing that I really hope is that they give us scroll wheel binds, because I would scroll wheel bind my dash to scroll wheel down. So I'd scroll wheel down dash, and then I would have shift modifiers on abilities if they allow modifiers for this, which they should. So I would personally go... I'd personally go like 1 through 6 or 1 through 5. And then I would do shift modifiers 1 through 5 or 1 through 6, whatever I'm doing there. And then I would do like, depending on other mods or like other binds, QERF, let's see, CVBN, all valid binds. If you got little hands, you can do Z and X. I can't really reach Z and X that well because like not a friendly spot for me. But basically that entire side, GHG, any of those that you want to bind, you just bind 4 of those for the remainder of the abilities, and then you shift mod them, and then you're good. This amount of binds to me isn't a concern. I also think if this is the extent of what they're giving us for action bars, we got to consider on something like WoW, you have the action bars themselves, right? But then you also have all of the accessory action bars too, where you're looking at like consumes, mounts, situationals, all of those. So, how to farm gold in the game? No idea. I do have an early prediction though, because with gathering and crafting, these are based on a minigame system right now. Now, again, everything is subject to change, but looking at these, also, Sir Alwood, what up, my boy? What you up to today? I don't want a ton of abilities. Well, maybe you should have less stupid hands, bitch. So, when we look at the gathering and the crafting minigame, these are 2 very, very, very core interactions that players will have. Movement, combat, gathering, crafting. Those are the cores, right? That cover pretty much all of your player base, no matter what, in some way, shape, and form with a lot of their interaction. So we've seen a couple of interesting things so far in terms of the community sentiment. The crafting minigame was actually really well received. The gathering minigame, people effectively wanted it to go fucking die. So the immediate switch up in the split on this has been, to me, something really fucking intriguing to look at, if I'm being honest. The crafting minigame, basically all of the minigames involve some form of timing or input. So with the crafting minigames, you're looking at the quality of the item being impacted by your timing interacting, right? So you have a few attempts to hit the sweet spot every single time. The closer you get to the sweet spot, the more quality it gives on the item. So you can technically like masterwork items and craft them past their base 100%, or you can craft them below 100% if you fuck up the minigame every time. So now for crafters, you have this extra level of, you have to have the best crafting gear, you have to have your stuff leveled, you have to, you know, have all the recipes if there are farm recipes out in the world that you need to get. But then you also have to be able to hit the minigame consistently. Like all the time. Because you know damn well as soon as you brick somebody's craft because you fuck up the minigame because your kid runs in and they're like, Dad, the house is on fire, your entire reputation as a crafter is fucking gone. Gone. Because you brick one craft. Nobody gives a shit that your house burned down. You fucked up 32 minutes of somebody's gathering with that craft. Fuck you, brother. You are done crafting in that game at that point. It's cooked. You're gonna have such a reputation as a crafter. So you guys better make sure, smoke detectors, you know, some fire extinguishers. Train the kid on the fire extinguishers just to hold the front line until you're done crafting. To me, the gathering minigame is gonna become automatic for people after some time. Like Amazon workers folding boxes in their sleep. My worry is that the gathering minigame becomes tedious for people. And it's one of those where I'm looking at it as a, sure, maybe the first couple of weeks, first couple of months, I don't mind it. But what happens when the people who are gathering as their core thing 8 hours a day are looking at the gathering minigame as a, oh man, fuck me, I have to go do this bullshit some more. That is what I worry for, you know? When the core gathers and those people that are truly on it, right? If I was, you know, mob grinding, right? Or I was PvPing. If it started to feel more arbitrary and like boring than anything else, then, you know, can't be more tedious than hitting 10k trees for a blue bow. Well, no. I mean, for us, it's gonna be easy as fuck. Like, for people that came from Ashes, where you had to gather weeks of gathering for one high-tier craft, it's gonna be crazy. It's going to be so easy. Now, they do have crafting videos up as well. Let's see. We'll go to Arms stream, and then videos. Gathering isn't what you think anymore. Does he craft in this one? I think he might craft in this one as well. I'm pretty sure. Dual system. Oh yeah, he crafts in this one. I don't know why I have all this shit on retention already. Bro, there's a problem. There's an actual problem with how fucking quickly I catalog this information. I hate it here. I hate it here. So, effectively what we're looking at, cauldron that you can make as a consumable, which I would assume allows you to cook shit out in the open world. Make sure you always have consumes. You've got very specific, like, class-separated weapons and shit. So, when he goes into the crafting UI, you see, like, druid staff, wand. Those are for different classes. So, it seems like armor and weapons are going to be class-locked, and you're going to be almost RNGing the crafts. So, with the scout's pickaxe, for example, we've seen on average roughly 4 to 5 materials coming out of every gatherable. So this is 4 or 5 minables. This is 4 or 5 trees and then 10 gold to actually craft. So you get 9 to 10 efficiency as a baseline on this, and you have to basically hit the timer where it's supposed to go. So if you get it in good, then you're getting plus 10 and you get 3 attempts down at the bottom here, right? So if you're able to hit it here and time it, then you're going to get more than plus 10. This is the baseline 100% craft. So since he got a perfect there, it was originally 9 to 10 efficiency on the pickaxe. However, okay, I guess that one rolled up to 9 because it's just low scaling. So he got a 133%, but I guess it just didn't roll up because there's nothing on that. I don't know if that's a bug or what. Or it just didn't have an impact because the scaling's so low on it. But theoretically, the better you do on the craft, the better the item output's supposed to be. So when it goes through... It's not that hard. No, it's not that hard. But if you brick somebody's craft and they're expecting you to have a fully perfect craft and you fuck that up for somebody, you're cooked. Hold on. Druid staff. So the way that this works, excuse me, you have the actual craft, right? So this is the baseline that is on it. It always comes with the 26 to 49 damage. It requires level 17 and is used on a druid. The crit hit chance, strength, dex, armor pen, and cooldown reduction. These are the ranges that these roll on a normal craft. And I don't know if this is the 100% or if this surpasses the 100%. I would assume this is on the top end surpassing the 100%. But you get 3 of these at random on the craft. So when you're crafting this druid staff, take these primary stats, roll 3 of these at random onto it, and then you're hoping that you also craft well to push it up in the stats, and then you roll to get a perfect eventually with all of the stats that you want to hit. The masterwork bonus, I'm not sure if this requires additional materials, crafting, or if this is just for hitting it perfectly, but depending on the box that is down here, right? So you see the 3 here under primaries, that's how you know you're going to get the 3 here. And then for the 2... if you hit the masterwork bonus, then you can get up to 2 of these bad boys as well. So when he goes into craft this, he actually won't craft that. But if he wanted to craft that, you would see the rolls of that being impacted. So when he goes into the armor, we can see different classes of armor. And a lot of these are very affordable. Very cheap to roll. So it's going to be a little bit of an RNG-based craft from what we can see right now. But when he goes into, I think he does like night pants. Mage pants are cheap. That's 1 gather. And I don't know what the crystal-y type thing comes from. I don't know if that's minables or not. I would assume that's mining. So when he goes to craft something, I think he's doing the mage pants. Will you be crafting, my good man? Did he not craft? Okay, he crafts. So with the night pants. I have a great idea. Airbnb, people with beds, 265, 11 people each for 5 nights, 6 days. People with air mattresses, 2 people, 175 each for 5 nights, 6 days. That sounds fair. Yeah, that's fine. And then, do they have to buy their own air mattress? 10 gold a craft isn't cheap when you're also RNG rolling for stats. Yeah, but we also don't know how much 10 gold's gonna be. I don't really know like what the econ of grinding is. We haven't really seen that. If we're killing a mob and it's dropping 50 silver and we can AoE pull, you know, packs of 8 mobs and we can get 4 gold from 1 pack of mobs, then 10 gold is nothing. Farm for an hour, get 150 gold, and then go roll 15 things. I don't really think that's that bad, especially if you can trade gold, because then we can have our gatherers going out, gathering like mad, stockpiling all their mats. We can have people going out and mob grinding and generating gold early, and then come together to just wombo combo craft a whole lot of shit and hand out baseline stat appropriate pieces to everybody. I feel like that's the first step. It's get as much gold as you possibly can. Mobs drop 1 iron each. 100 iron is 1 copper. 100 copper is 1 silver. 1 silver is 1 gold. I'm sure they're going to drop more than 1 iron for harder mobs. I have a feeling that's not a static thing. Clearly, Econ Guru scars. No, I think that's probably going to be a variable number, though, off of the difficulty of mobs that you kill. Now, again, AoE pulling, depending on how much you can AoE pull, not the worst. But when you're looking at quest rewards could potentially give you some clams. But I have a feeling you're not going to have to kill like 5,000 mobs to get the money for 1 craft. Because I'm pretty sure, what, 5 gold would work out to what? 5,000 or some bullshit like that? Seems like a lot. I don't even know how many it would be at that point. I don't want to do the math. It's a lot of zeros. Probably hit a Walmart and buy 2, then return them after. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. The rent a mattress tech is crazy. Explain quest rewards like I'm an Ashes of Creation refugee. We have no real idea of how big the quest reward scaling is going to be, honestly. But it seems like they want questing to be a core part of their progression. So presumably items, gold, well, money compensation, and then XP. But also, we don't really have a lot of data on shit. They haven't gone through and done a ton of current walkthroughs of systems. A lot of the system walkthroughs that we have are months old, and they've been changing so much shit. Iron's more valuable than copper, though. That makes sense. Is it really that heavily tiered in terms of the monetary system? I feel like 5 tiers of... Is it 5 tiers? Iron, copper, silver, gold. 4 tiers of money. I feel like 4 is a lot of tiers. I almost feel like that shit's not necessary, if I do say so myself. I might just be pedantic, but I don't know. I feel like 4 is kind of OD. Also, Bone Jar, what up, dog? When's it supposed to release? The playtest is coming to Steam on the 30th of this month. That's going to be active the 30th through the 11th of May. So it's like a 11, 12-day playtest type shit. So we can get in and get our hands on some core systems. This is showing some of the gathering minigames that are playable throughout it. So we can get in and get our hands on some core systems along the way and get a feel for it, but everything is going to be extremely early. Everything is going to be extremely subject to change, subject to bugs, subject to complete fuckery. It's a tech test, if I'm being honest. Like, it is a tech test through and through. And we will not have all of the finalized versions of any system, any visual, any spell, any class, any interaction. None of it is going to be finalized whatsoever. So, important to keep that side of things in mind. It is free to play. So, you do not have to worry about any, like, pay to enter or anything like that. You just request access on Steam. Search it up in the Steam store, and then you can request access for free. So, do you know if we can attack green like our faction? Bro, I don't even know if you can attack red, like in the open world, without any opt-in. That's been something they've gone back and forth on. Like, it's a 2-faction system. So you would think that open world PvP between the 2 factions would be heavily incentivized. But we haven't even heard about, like, full open world 2-faction PvP. It's really intriguing how... I don't want to say, like, flip-floppy because that makes it sound bad. But how not set in stone a lot of their systems are. Because with their systems, they're starting this playtest and they're legitimately like, hey, we are looking to maybe change everything, depending on what you guys think. They're open to combat feedback, and one thing that's been really heavily discussed is an active dodge, and like a stamina system or an active dodge on maybe like just a cooldown, where everybody has a dodge that you can play around. And that's something that people have gone back and forth on, where it's like, you know, I played a lot of action combats. So a lot of my community is like, yo, Dusty, would you rather have the game have a dodge and have like an action combat type system to it, or a hybrid combat? And honestly, I need to get my hands on the systems first. I gotta try it out, because who knows, maybe they have abilities that are worked in to be that play around for us. Maybe there are different elements of that action combat element from the gameplay itself and from the abilities themselves. Bro, I've been wearing this a lot on stream, and it's like a fleecy type material, and I just felt where the elbow is, because my elbow is like what the flat part of my forearm is what sits on my desk. That's just smooth as hell. Like my forearm hella smooth with this thing on. I've like worn down this part of the fleece. Pretty lame, and I can't buy a $500 pack. Nicholas access to the pre-alpha and cosmetics that aren't out yet. I mean, so you could do that with Scars. I'm not gonna lie. Scars did start up in a very similar way to Ashes of Creation, where it was a Kickstarter, I believe. It was it was a crowdfunded start, not necessarily as large scale as Ashes was, nor did they offer nearly as much incentivization with like, Vegas launch parties and stuff like that. But there was some early community funding that came in that was opt-in for earlier tests. So they've been testing since 2021, but they haven't done any playtests in about a year and a half. So 2024, I believe like November or something was their, no, it was August, I think, was their last playtest. And a lot of their playtests have been much smaller scale, like very few players. This is by far going to be their largest scale playtest, and again, their first in like a year and a half. So I think confirmed an official release date. Early access, they're targeting now Q1 of 2027. So they wanted to push early access end of this year, but looking like 2027 now. They haven't confirmed any release dates or anything like that, other than the playtest coming on the 30th. So, I mean, at least we have that to look forward to. But in terms of an official release date, past playtest, nothing really. In terms of what we know, it's the 30th to the 11th, and then they plan to have monthly playtests, or at least bi-monthly at the absolute worst. So hopefully it's more on the monthly side of things, especially if they see that they have a large demand for playtesters. That may incentivize them to go the monthly route and just keep people focus testing like crazy. Keep the large amount of players cycling in, keep more keys going out, stress test the servers, get new bodies in and let them test it, let the word of mouth spread. Be nice. Game doesn't have raids? It will. It will. In terms of playtesting, hard saying what's going to be coming out, but their dungeons are the emphasis right now. They are going to have raids, and they are also going to have world bosses. From what Venny has said, there's going to be one world boss that's in for the playtesting itself, which, according to him, hits very, very hard. According to him, there's also a reason why they put it directly in between the Sacred Order and the Domination spawn areas, because they want some conflict over it. So, raids, I think, are going to be open world based to start in terms of the world boss, and then maybe like harder POIs and shit like that. Instance raids, I would assume, are going to be later on with a larger update type shit, maybe later playtest, maybe even early access, because some things are going to be later down the road, like the guild systems. Guild systems aren't even going to be in for this playtest. So there's not going to be like, a polar tag running around. There's not going to be a cats tag running around. There's not going to be like a fungi fellowship tag running around. Everybody's probably going to put their guild in their character name and then just hope that they don't leave their guild, because then that would be awkward. If I'm being completely real, there's no guild system for this test. That's going to be later on. I believe that's going to be towards early access release. So, hold on. There we go. So, guild system, I believe, is early access release. They're going to have player housing eventually, which is a 1.0 launch. But the raids themselves are also later on exactly when we don't necessarily know. Big thing with the dungeons, from what we've gathered, is that it's a procedurally generated dungeon structure where every time you complete a dungeon, you go back in, right? It is a new layout with different mobs, different puzzles, and different traps. So their dungeons are meant to be more than just set mob spawns. Run through, grab all the mobs, AoE pull it down, know the route, optimize the route, be the route. And it's meant to be more of that shifting. Now, every time you go in after a completion as well, that's going to increase or decrease the difficulty of the dungeon. Poor cats with abs me. The double agent Puffsy with abs would be hard. Even on Saturday, Catterday, the Dusty's here? Well, I've got to be here on Catterday. What do you mean? What the hell do you mean? You could do polar me with abs. That could also go hard. See, that might go way too hard. Are you guys going Sacred Order or Domination? What are the two factions? Oh, Sacred Order and Domination. Sacred Order is the, like, Alliance side. And Domination is the, like, Horde type side. I believe Venny was doing a race preview. Pause. An in-game race class preview on his stream. So, I think we'll announce the day before. I have a feeling you guys are probably going to go Sacred Order. But I heard rumors that you guys were going to go Domination, which is why we wanted to go Sacred Order type shit. But they're bears on Sacred Order. And I would assume Muggsy's going to make you all RP as polar bears. I'm not even gonna lie. I think you guys might be the newest RP guild. Like, there's literally a bear race. I think Muggsy will probably make everybody reroll to that. Now, bears can't be every class, which is the big issue. But I think you guys might just make it work. I think there might be some, you know, some priorities out here type shit. Bear rogues. Can't you be a bear pirate? I'm pretty sure you can be a bear pirate as well, which is absolute fucking heat, if I do say so myself. Somebody's smoking a doink outside of my window. I think somebody's like smoking a doink outside my window or something. There's a little, like, portable grill. Grab the blicky? No, it's like a little portable grill. The neighbors are grilling on the sidewalk with their kids. Much more wholesome than I thought. They have, like, a little tiny grill, and them and the kids are out there cooking. I saw smoke going up, and I was like, either somebody lit the bush on fire outside of the stream room, and it's urgent, or somebody's smoking a doink outside, and it's also urgent. Because I'm going to need to inspect that doink. But, turns out they're just grilling. I wonder what they're making. Yo, Lord Adam, what up, brother? Hopefully it works good. Shit, man, I hope it's gonna be really early. It's gonna be really, really, really early. But early means we can provide feedback. And being able to provide feedback when your feedback is targeted and meaningful can help improve the state of the future of the game as well. Which is part of why... Excuse me, I had a burp. Part of why I think I really didn't vibe with WoW in the prospect of, like, the larger MMOs has kind of not appealed to me in the heaviest way. And I'm really leaning towards the more just kind of giving shots to some upcoming MMOs, right? I feel like in the established MMO world, everything's so set in stone. Everything is so established. Everything's been 10, 20 years of existence. And I don't find it fun to just go into those and try to play catch up. I think that it's fun to look at games as they're coming out, and try to find ourselves with the ebb and flow and the evolution of those games. And I think with this community in particular, we have so many people that really value the ability to theory craft and play their role and figure out their spot in the world and help grow the world, that there's something lost if we do not do that. A lot of red names in Discord, but that doesn't really mean anything. What's the red name? I have no idea what the red name thing in Discord is. Yo, Musa! Thank you for 7 days, Streak Dog. Oh, do they change the names based on the faction that people select? Oh, so blue names are Sacred Order and red names Domination. Oh, okay. Yep, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I had no idea what the red name shit was. I don't really go in that Discord much, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's like the Ashes Discord, but extra. And I understand it's like a social hub and shit. But bro, Discordians scare me. I'll be real. Like, I don't really know, man. I don't really know. There are so many people that are just perma in there, and I'm like, bro, what y'all doing? But here I am. So, you know, pot, kettle, stones, glass house. Hop on the Windrose server. Hop on my 3-inch penis. Why would I play pirate? It's Pirate Valheim. I don't want to play Pirate Valheim. Pirate Valheim, stupid. Carlo will play Pirate Valheim with you. Motherfucker, how? Why are you playing Windrose? Aren't you supposed to be like delivering freedom or something? Just gotta be a bunch of people going yar. I think there's like combat and shit. I'm pretty sure people have figured out some like pseudo multiplayer type servers, but because it runs smooth. You know, it's run smooth my ass after Taco Bell, but I'm still not going to get Taco Bell tonight. I'm gonna wait for some delicious food that I'm actually going to enjoy. You might? Nah, no Taco Bell for me. No Taco Bell. I've been clean of the bell for months. I have grown as a person, matured as a person, and I am far more mentally and intestinally strong than I was in the past. Like, I really haven't been big on the bell since like 2024 into early 2025. That was when I was really going through like dark periods. I was post-COVID. I feel like I got kind of the long COVID because I had to keep getting Taco Bell. You have Carlo Bell? Yeah, I also just cooked like an 18-pound turkey. Because, like, we trying to cook up everything that we have type shit before we possibly get the house. Because I don't really want to be moving with, like, a fridge and a freezer and a cabinet full of stuff. So we're just kind of trying to, like, I don't know, use all of our stock. And we got a whole turkey on sale, like, very cheap after Thanksgiving. And we hadn't cooked it up. And I was just like, I'm not moving this thing. So we cooked that bitch up. Block party for a send-off. I think we're still gonna have time. I don't move any food, either ate it or threw it out before the move. Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of shelters and stuff that we could donate to as well. Just in terms of, like, non-perishables and shit. So, anything that we have that, you know, we don't want to move, we can always go that route with it. But we're also pretty reasonable with buying our food and stuff. We try to keep a decent amount of surplus, but also not go, like, OD with it, you know? And not have freezers on freezers full. But I keep like extra meat and shit like that because we buy it on sale. Just save a lot of money, throw it in the freezer, thaw it out, cook it up type shit. Tradition is eating pizza on the floor after closing. Oh, dude, we're not staying there the day after closing. We're going to be probably staying here for some time. The day after closing, we're probably going to, like, if we do close and everything goes well, I'm going to probably take your guys' advice and, like, schedule a locksmith type shit for closing so he can come over and just, like, pop out the locks, give us new cylinders. And then from there, we about to bring over a bunch of boxes and just start slapping them down in an area and hope that nothing goes wrong while we bring boxes over. And then probably put cameras up too. Day one's probably going to be some cameras. So cameras up, boxes type shit. Just start dropping a bunch of stuff off. We'll be staying here until we move out, like, everything. The bed and the computers will probably be, like, the last things that we move. Make sure you also change the garage door opener. Oh, we don't have a garage. That's one thing that I'm thinking about, maybe, like, building is like a small shed type shit. But, yeah, no garage. No garage. A lot of places in Maine, surprisingly, don't have garages because the places are so old. But, I mean, there's potential there. Stream room, definitely the last thing. Oh, yeah. I'll be basically streaming out of, like, an empty room for a decent amount of time. I'm already in the process of packing some stuff up. I'm doing some cleaning around the house every single day to try to, like, tidy stuff. And then I'm also starting to, like, pack up some of my adjacent shit. So I'm gonna start packing up clothes, coats, because I'm not gonna use those until we move. So we're in the process of it, and we're also making an inventory of, like, what we have. Like, I have 3 older PCs that were just, like, either my old PCs or just, like, you know, general older PCs that I never listed on Facebook Marketplace. So I'm just gonna, like, go through those as we're moving, set them up, wipe them, and then sell them on Facebook Marketplace for, like, a couple $100 a piece. Cash those bad boys in. I have, like, fucking just this giant-ass speaker that I've had since, like, college that I haven't plugged in or used in years, and I probably Marketplace for, like, 25, 30 bucks type shit. So we're gonna go through everything and catalog, like, what we have and what we're actually moving, and make a list of, you know, what we're yard saling, what we're marketplacing, and organize every unit of, you know, thing that we have in the house, and make sure that we're not just keeping a bunch of extra shit, because I'm not gonna lie, I have a lot of extra stuff. Free to play, I just wanted ashes. We all just wanted ashes, but unfortunately, the money wasn't meant to work, man. The money wasn't meant to work, and what I've learned in adulting is if the money side isn't meant to work, then, probably ain't gonna work the best, you know? So, unfortunately, here we are. Well, not unfortunately. I'm actually really excited about Scars. I'm not gonna lie. I think Scars has a much more focused scope than Ashes does, but Scars also leans into more avenues of progression than Ashes does. I think Scars at this point in time presents a relief valve that Ashes didn't present for players. And by relief valve, I mean, yes, it is a 2-faction system, so you're gonna have friction. You're gonna have combat. You're gonna probably have people ganking you in the open world, if I had to guess. But you also had that in Ashes regardless of factions. Ashes didn't have anywhere for you to go when that was happening. Towns weren't even safe. There wasn't a relief valve for you to get the steam out. So, with Scars, you've got instancing. You've got areas that you can go. You've got objectives that you can complete. And you've got forms of progression, PvP and PvE, that take you out of the open world if you don't want to be in the open world. And I think that in itself, while it is not the core necessity for everybody and the most important thing no matter what, is still a very important aspect of a game to have. Just from an element of player retention. Not everybody is going to want to compete for everything all the time. Some people will. Mounts? Yes. What is the function of the mounts? You know, is it a call-in and a summon and a desummon? Seemingly, yes. Is it like Ashes where you summon it, mount, and then desummon when you're done with it? Seems like it based on abilities that have been data mined and, like, gathered so far. But we don't know the full functionality of it. We don't think there's going to be, like, an animal husbandry or anything like that. I'm not quite sure where the mounts are supposed to come from, if I'm being honest. It's one of those where, like, yes, we know they're going to exist in some capacity, but we don't know speed modifiers. We don't really know types of mounts. Is Steam Test public? You have to request access in Steam, but it's free. So, they have over 100,000 requests as of, like, almost a week ago. So, I would assume they're gonna broach up on 200k plus before the playtest actually goes live. From what we have gathered, they're going to have 6 servers available for the playtest at around 2,000 players per server peak concurrent. I would expect queues. I would expect not everybody to get in. if I'm being completely honest. I personally feel as though there will be many people that will not get in simply because of how much like demand per capita on the server side there is going to be. Give them a reach around. So when they start sending out codes, from what I have been told, there's a good chance that I may have some goodies for you guys. But you will have to work for those in some way. I will make sure people are working for their codes. They're gonna have an AFK kick feature, or are you just in once you're in? I would assume they're gonna have an AFK kick. I haven't heard anything specifically about their AFK kick timer, but I would be shocked if they didn't. They don't have any AFK fishing or anything like that where it would be like, you know, quote unquote acceptable for people to just be sitting AFK taking up a slot. So hoping that they have an AFK timer that's relatively quick. If they don't, then there is a good chance that we may end up seeing some AFK farm groups, some XP pumps and shit like that. A little turned off by the graphics though. I don't mind them. I actually kind of like them, if I'm being honest. Like, new content? Always new content. No, this is like Steam videos and shit. We're just yapping. Next chance at new content coming out is 1 p.m. EST tomorrow if they do a dev stream. Venny apparently is sick right now, but if he doesn't get worse, he said there is a good chance that he will throw up a dev stream tomorrow so they can yap for a couple of hours about what's coming our way with it. So remember, this is the worst cars will ever be. Yeah. So I mean, in terms of the like the stylization too, this is, I don't know how current this is. This is relatively current because it's got the new UI, but this is also still an early iteration of their graphics, of their combat, of their everything. So depending on like stylistic preferences and shit, right? I played a lot of Fortnite and this gives me like Fortnite vibes. So for me, this is Fortnite, the MMO type beat, which I like stylistically. It's like WoW meets Fortnite if they had a baby. And I like that aesthetic. Now, I totally understand that some people will not like it. There are some people that don't like League because it's cartoony. There are some people that don't like Fortnite because it's cartoony. 100% understand that side of things. I'm also someone that personally is more of like a gameplay over graphics type person. And I always try to remind myself that regardless of graphics, regardless of anything else, some of the most played games in the world are Minecraft and Roblox, which are not known for their cutting edge graphics. So when you're looking at like, you know, appeal to a mass player base, just because something is a stylized graphic or something isn't like that ultra realistic doesn't necessarily mean that it's destined to fail. And I honestly feel like when we look at top games, there are so many that really focus on stylized graphics and offering a lot of very, very specific appearances. I'm thinking about off of packs. Minecraft can go fucking crazy with shaders and packs. Yes, I do agree. But the baseline of Minecraft, again, is just pixels. Because it'll appear to 10-year-olds on their parents' laptops from college, which can't play games with real graphics. I think you'd be surprised how much of the player base is like grown-ass adults, though. Especially with the longevity of it. I know too many people that, like, not in a bad way or anything, but still because of like how long the games have been around and how many different modes they brought in over time, still play Minecraft X or Y or Roblox X or Y to this day. Like, it's something where those games have continued to evolve. I mean, same thing with fucking Fortnite. Like, everybody says the Fortnite's just for 10-year-olds on G Fuel, but all those 10-year-olds have now become 20-plus-year-old gooners, and now it's like the next generation of adults that are playing Fortnite, the same way that when, you know, WoW was in 2004 to 2010 hysteria, all of the college dudes with spiky hair and a polo under a button-up shirt were going absolutely crazy for it. That's who's going crazy for Fortnite, Minecraft, and Roblox now. It's just a generational shift, and it shifted away from MMOs into those other titles. And the same way that people that grew up in MMOs will look at those titles and those genres and be like, oh my god, I can't understand how they're wasting their life playing that shit. How did people react in 2004 when news agencies were running articles and pieces on gaming addiction and how it was going to shape America's youth. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm always remembers. Q, what up, brother? Hair's looking good today. Thank you. Thank you. I showered. And then I've given it a couple of these throughout stream. So, you know, trying to. Oh, I believe I even gave it. Hold on. I think that might have been the difference maker. I think that might have been it. If I'm being completely honest, I appreciate you. Much love, brother. What you been up to? We have only a few more days. I was losing my sanity, but the sanity is slowly turning into hope. It's like the lack of sanity has turned around. It's popped a Yui. My car gets to go to the shop and figure out that weird-ass clanking noise on Monday morning. Blessings on blessings. Next week, we have scars. We probably hear back on the house in terms of like next steps and updates. And I think it's a good week. I am at peace with things. Mr. Marty, do you still play WoW? I do not. I don't know. I mean, like I might dip my toes back and forth here and there a little bit, but like WoW kind of hit me, you know? It kind of hit me really hard one day where it was just like, this feels more like a job than anything I've ever done on stream. And part of the reason I stream is because it's never felt like a job before in my life, and I'm so grateful for it. And with WoW, I really started to get the disconnect and the burnout, right? And I feel like my community is a very peculiar one because we can sit here and have a still image on the screen for 8 hours, 10 hours, and viewership just stays super consistent throughout it because so many people are here for something other than the gameplay, right? And when the gameplay started to actually impact my ability to put out content, and in my opinion, the content that kept people here, and it was starting to impact my mental because I was stressing over things related to WoW, I really, you know, I hit a point where I was just like, this isn't necessarily like healthy for me to try to sustain. So I told myself I was going to take a week off of WoW and see if I missed it. And I took a week off, meant to log in and grab my vault, never grabbed my vault. And I was like, damn, guess I didn't miss it enough. So I've kind of like, you know, put my hands up and relinquished the WoW side. WoW TBC is still having raids going. We've got people running the community on that side that are still raiding. They're getting ready for phase 2 now. Retail is still running Mythic Prog. I just, you know, I didn't necessarily have it in me anymore to continue WoW in a way that I was enjoying it and bringing my best content side forward. Well, burnout's real for sure. I agree, brother. I think looking at it from the outside in, it was this awesome like first trip to Disney type vibe where you have so much to do and so many different activities, and it's like all the rides, right, that you can go to and you can visit along the way and you can see and you can experience. And when you go in for the first time, you're like, oh my God, this is beautiful. If you've been to Disney 100 times, then you probably get on the rides and you're like, yay, hi, Goofy. It's probably not the same. And that's kind of how WoW turned for me. Like when I was running Mythic Pluses, I had fun with the initial Mythic Plus grind. And then I hit 3K and everything, did what I wanted to do there. And I really started to like hit the point of, okay, well, the incentivization of the reward is done for this. Not only in terms of like achievements and chase, but also in terms of gear. So now I am looking at gear drops from Mythic Raid. I'm looking at vault drops. And other than that, I'm just grinding during the week outside of Raid to push up a leaderboard that I don't really care about. And from a content standpoint, if I'm not putting in enough effort to push top 0.1% keys, then that's not going to really appeal to people because they're going to want to see super high keys. And I don't want to put in the element of like, ignore my chat, lock in 24/7 all the time to constantly just for 8, 10, 12 hours a day run those high keys and not interact. It's just not my style of content. So I hit this road where I was like, the PvP hasn't been really gripping me. The PvE mentality kind of killed me over there as well. a lot of people's mentalities towards like raiding and PvE in general and stuff was just very much clashed with how I like to play my games. And it was just like the WoW brain as a whole, I think. I don't think it's anybody's personal fault. I just think it's the entirety of the WoW brain. And I think as all of those things cumulatively added up, I was effectively just like, all right, this is, you know, no longer fun. And for me, when things aren't fun, I very much learned that I have the freedom as a streamer to just pursue something fun. And my content's going to be the best if I'm having fun, if I'm enjoying what I'm doing on a daily basis. And without that, I don't really have jack shit. So, yeah, in terms of WoW, I probably won't be back for the immediate future. I do have a mount to give away for the patch that I'm supposed to give away in the next couple of weeks. So I'll probably do like a Twitter giveaway type shit. Let people enter through there, whatever, see what we can get going there. But in terms of my immediate future with WoW, probably not too active. Now, the thing with Scars is that it's not going to be a consistent uptime. It's going to be the 30th to the 11th. But once that rolls around and it goes down, it's like, all right, what do we do until the next playtest? And I don't think there's going to be enough content for me to yap for like 20 days about what we did. I'd love that, but I don't think that's really going to be a sustainable option. It's also a weird time to come back when people are tweaking out with less add-ons. Yeah, but then everybody's making the add-ons anyways. And it just ends up being the same thing. The add-on crunch effectively did nothing, if I'm being real. I think that was also kind of what made it an oh shit for me. The add-on thing's a joke? Yep. I stand by my sentiment that I have always said that WoW players are so conditioned to having add-ons and damage meters and sims and all of the third-party stuff that they have that aids their gameplay that they are no longer good at other video games, and that they will struggle very, very, very heavily with any games that do not provide all of those third-party accessory add-ons, all of the sims, all of the compiled information. WoW Brain has genuinely melted people's brains. It's going out of their ears. It's just fluid at this point. And they can't play without add-ons. They can't kill bosses without them because they refuse to learn mechanics. They can't gear without simming the gear first. They don't want to go get trinkets unless it's already been simmed. If it's a tier list that's come out about the best DPS classes, then the tier list is the only fucking thing that matters and nothing else can change their mind. And it was disappointing to see. I look at WoW and it's got such a, you know, storied history, millions of players. And from an outside-in standpoint, it's got so much content that people could partake in. And you see these little like niche circles in each element of the content, but none of them are really connected. And the gameplay to me felt empty. The people to me felt focused on the wrong things, where everybody in WoW is so focused on the element of completing the content to say they've completed the content, so they have the achievement, have the mount, have the gear, whatever it is, that they've forgotten part of the MMO journey is finding the group that you want to complete the content with. And in modern WoW, it's easier to run pug raids than it is to build up for guild raids. Because if somebody misplays in a pug, you kick them, and then you just bring in another pug. And because there are millions of players in the world, if they message you something mean, you just put them on your ignore list. And then you never talk to them again, and you have no interaction with them whatsoever. You could do the same thing with a guild, but pug groups for early raids, especially for early prog raids, if you are a good player, you can rely on those for more consistent clears than you can for most guild groups. It just saddens me to see the evolution of WoW and how disconnected everything truly is. So it's something that I'm hoping we get over here. In New World, we had an element of interaction with the community. In Ashes, it was all built around interaction with the community. And then I go to WoW and I'm like, I'm trying to bring the community side to WoW. I'm just like, man, this is physically impossible. I'd get on and I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna tank some dungeons. Who wants to run dungeons? I'd have 11 people be like, yo, Dusty, I need a tank. And I can only run one group's dungeons and I can only grab 4 people. And I'm like, damn, okay, I can't help half of y'all right now. Ashes, I can just get a big ass raid going. I'm used to the open world aspect where it's like, all right, let me help organize this. I can go out and I can help you with your mob grind while we gather a little bit. I can bring this person, we can knock this out at the same time. There's just so much more integration with an open world with a community driven game. My car yells at me when it looks like it's going to rain. Why? Whoever matches WoW is like losing add-ons. I gotta know. And it's like, I don't know, man. Going Ashes to WoW, when I was first there, I was like starstruck by the quality of life and how many things just kind of like made sense. The gatherable nodes having the duration, so every single person could go out and gather, and there wasn't any competition around gathering, made sense. But 2 weeks into gathering and going around 2 hours a day gathering as my daily loop, and never having any like, oh no, this guy gathered before I did, I've got to kill him. Having no like, oh, look at all these people fighting over a node, let's go swoop down and try to snipe the node. Let's race this other person to the node and throw a stun and then try to, like, there wasn't any of that. It was just 2 ships passing in the night. Hello, sir, how are you? I'm good, how are you? Type shit. And it made it, after a couple of weeks, feel extremely empty. So the modernization and the quality of life for me is partly what ended up killing it. The fact that when I was ready to craft my first piece, I had gathered a lot of my mats, I had made some money, and I was ready to craft. I'm like, all right, chat, how do I find a crafter? And they're like, go into trade. And I'm like, all right, bet. I just look for a crafter. And they're like, yeah. And then you go over to this NPC, and then you send the craft over to them, and they complete the craft and mail it back to you. And I'm like, wait. So I'm just crafting through an NPC? And they're like, no, it's through a player. And I'm like, no, it's not through a player because I'm just crafting through the NPC. This is not player-driven crafting. This is NPC-driven crafting, because all I have to do is talk to the NPC, send it through, and then just punch in a player's name, and yeah, the player may be crafting it, but I'm not running over to the player to craft my shit. I'm not doing any of that, and to some people, it's a waste of time. To me, it's that extra step of, this is a human on the other end of it. If I wanted to craft through NPCs or AI, I'd just do it myself. I would just self-source everything, and I would play a game where self-sourcing is the play. If I want to have a full, like, world built and an MMO that is built around, again, player-to-player engagement, I myself want the crafters. Crafting system is just a way to not get screwed by the crafter. But I think it ruins a lot of good to solve a very small percentage of bad. I think the evolution of the crafting system that WoW has brought in offers, yes, some protection from the crafter taking your shit and running, but also devalues finding a crafter, that crafter's ongoing reputation because of the limit of the concentration system. So you can't just be everybody's crafter. If I find a good crafter, I can't just be like, yo, hit this person up for your weapons. I cannot, work on a reputation of this crafter is good, always responsive, this crafter is bad, because there are just so many. You can, but there's no reason to. And when you are establishing your network within a game, I like that a lot. The alternative would be using the same system but requiring face-to-face interaction. This is a hotly debated topic. And sometimes people think this is a crazy take, but I like trade systems where somebody can get scammed in games. It's pixels. Has no impact on your actual life, and I think it helps establish that not everybody in the world is this beautiful person that has your best interests in mind, and it makes the world a little more immersive. If there is a crafter that messages you and they're like, hey, I can craft that for you, and all of your friends are like, no, 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 don't craft through that person. That to me is fun. When I was a kid playing Diablo 2, I got a 1929 Annihilus. If you know what that means, you know that I was 1,000% rich as fuck. I got scammed. I was like 6 years old. I got trade window baited. I told my brother, and I expected him to be furious at me. I was crying. It was like, it's all good. I was actually way older than 6, but I was terrified. I thought he was gonna be furious. And he's like, no, it's all good. You know, for next time. And I was like, wait, you're not mad? He's like, no, we'll find more. This was last year. I was bawling my eyes out. No, and like, I expected it to be this big thing. And he was like, no, it happens. Just be more careful. Always check the trades before they go through. And when we were playing Diablo 3, he got scammed on, it was like a Nats ring or something. It was like a set ring for demon hunters. And when it happened, He was like, yeah, it's on me. Should have been more careful type shit. It was like an old drop window scam where they'd like close the window as you were looking to put something in the window. And it fucking got him. And he was just like, yep, that's my bad. Gotta be more careful with that shit. So I personally think, like when I went to Iceland, for example, we went to a church, beautiful church, like the most photographed church in Iceland. There was a sign there that was like, beware of pickpockets. Don't give your phone to anybody to take pictures that you don't know. And I guess like the dichotomy that we were looking at of this beautiful house of God and all of these people that came from across the world to collectively see this. And then it's like, beware of pickpockets. Don't give your phone to anybody. It was beautiful. It really reminded me that, you know, the world is an amalgamation of everything. And I think when MMOs try to safeguard and protect the players too much, it removes the human interaction from things, right? It sounds a little crazy, but in a system where everybody is fully protected and the guardrails are up, I think bowling's a lot less fun. I think getting a strike feels a lot less satisfying if I fucking banked that shit off the right bumper and then it came back in after I absolutely just fucked my bowl. I think systems should be social and have player-to-player interaction, and not every player is always going to be in your best interest. You could join a group to grind something, and they could kick you from the group right before that thing dies. They could take the loot and steal it. And that could also be something that sparks an entire war between you and another guild. Bumpers are for children? Yeah, but watch me hit this sick double bank shot between the legs. Social interactions and consequences for your actions, in my opinion, are what make MMOs amazing. The reputation of this crafter always comes through clutch. And being one of the first crafters to establish that in itself can make you infinite amounts of gold. If you get that network built up because of your reputation as a crafter, you're good. If you run off a scam, but then everybody knows that you scam and it starts to spread around the server, and you're in a guild, then your entire guild gets associated with that and nobody does business with your guild, then your guild's pissed at you, they kick you, they have an arc of, we're sorry, we're reforming and fixing the problem. But then it still follows the guild. It's a beautiful world. Things that cause you to have an emotion, good or bad, tend to stick in your mind and make you come back because you're invested emotionally. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the disconnection of WoW. I don't remember any crafter interaction that I had with any crafter other than one where the person messaged me and made sure that I wanted to craft something without an embellishment, which is like an extra property you can put on it. And you can only have two, and I was like, yep, we're all good. The only reason I remember that is because it was the only crafter that messaged me anything that didn't seem like an actual bot. Player-to-player interaction stuck with me more than pretty much anything else. I ran a ton of Mythic Plus dungeons. Most of them are the exact same. Because it's just go in, clear, call it good. Ran some with pubs, ran a lot with chat. Not too many stick out in my mind. Ran some raids. First time going through the raid and figuring out the raid was fun, but Steez, what am I go? Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What you getting up to? I just, the WoW disconnection for me was a big point of contention, and I didn't really feel ownership over anything that I did, over my character, over anything. And again, I think WoW just has the bumpers up everywhere. I think WoW has too much protection for players. I think WoW has, unfortunately, made every player around you into an NPC. And I think when everybody feels like an NPC, there's no difference between WoW crafting and PoE crafting at that point. You might as well just give me a fucking alt orb and then let me just craft my own shit from the ground up. Might as well make it accessible to everybody and just unlock self-crafting across the board. Because if you want to protect players from getting scammed, well, what's the best way to protect players from getting scammed? Let them craft everything themselves. Okay, well, why not make it so no one has to level their crafting then? So you just train the crafting and then you're good. It's a slippery slope. Slippery slope. And I think WoW's protecting players too much. Play MMOs to feel like I'm not alone, not to actually socialize. I mean, I think there's a balance to it, though, if I'm being honest. And I feel like when you are in an MMO, you don't necessarily have to go out and be the most social. But I feel like an MMO, and this is, again, my preference on things, that builds an immersive world and builds a world that you feel like you are a part of and not in control of everything is really appealing. So the role of, like, in Ashes, I wasn't known as one of the crazy crafters or anything. We had those people in guild. There were crafters outside of guild. Those crafters did their own thing and didn't necessarily have to, like, socialize all the time, but they had their role within it where if they wanted to be active and socialize, they could. If they wanted to just work on their own stuff and craft stuff and sell it on the trading post, then they also could. If I, as a PvPer, right, wanted to go out and run scrims with people, I absolutely could. Everybody has their place. Everybody has their role and their spot. And even if you're somebody that just wants to exist in the MMO world, I feel like a well-done MMO can bring you in contact with other people without necessarily forcing you to be like, yo, my boy, what up? Even if it's something as simple as running in the open world and not having 16 layers of that same open world area. So when you try to gather something, you run by another player. And something as small as an interaction in Classic or Vanilla WoW, where it's like, oh, you need a skill up off this? Cool, you can hit this mineable once, get your skill up, and then I'll just grab the rest. Happy to help, high five. Something small like that can be an interaction. If you are struggling with a mob and you're about to die, some, knight in shining armor can come through with a clutch heal or kill the mob or save something for you. It's something that in WoW is very dead. And it's just a small interaction where it doesn't necessarily force you to be best friends with somebody, but it also brings you, like I said, in contact with other players, even if it's in passing. So you don't feel alone, and you can socialize if you want to, but inherently you're not forced to. That's the beauty of MMOs in my mind. Everybody has a role, everybody has their way to play. It's almost like if I go outside. Sometimes I see my neighbors and I'm like, hey, howdy, what you been up to? How are you doing? Sometimes I see my neighbors and I give them a little wave. Sometimes I see the neighbors and I act like I didn't see anybody. It's just a way of life. Sometimes that's what I want in my MMO as well. And some groups you join, you may want to be more social. Some groups you join, you may want to be a little less. But damn, Braidwood. Leon, thank you for the hydrate, my boy. I miss drive-by horse murder. I don't really have many mean drive-by instances, I won't lie. For me, it was mostly like drive-by Snorse demos. Because everybody would see the Snorse and they'd be like, what the fuck is that? Then I'd have to show them. I had it down to like a jump, put it in lowrider, bring it back up, jump, and then run off. And then I'd always get a DM. Also, Type D, what up, brother? There has been 60k people who signed up to the playtest. Ha, 60k. When do you hear that number? Because from what Venny said a few days ago, they were up over 100. It might be even more than the 60k, brother. It's looking good, and it's only getting larger by the day. Biscuit, you're going to be crafting again? Part of it. Yeah. Part of Biscuit is going to be from crafting, and part of Biscuit is going to be from completing the hardest PvE content of the game. They plan to have PvP gear from Honor, but that's not going to be best in slot gear. So that's going to likely be more of like a baseline gear where you can get yourself established with some like solid stats type shit along the way. But for the most part, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a mix of gathering crafting and then also completing very hard PvE content, which honestly, I kind of like. The crafting system is also looking to be a lot different than Ashes in terms of the quantities required for things. So when we look at the crafting system itself, the inputs required are far fewer than most of Ashes shit. So when we're looking at pants, right? You see 4 copper and then 4 of whatever these things are. Hitting 1 mineable gives you 4 copper. So it's not like you're going out and you're gathering 3 weeks to craft one thing. And since it's a mini-game based gathering system, you have a few active impacts on this through the quality of your crafting. So effectively with these pants, you get the 19 to 20 armor on them just as a baseline craft. With the base stats, you select one of these, you get your magic defense. Primary stats, well, not select, but you get assigned one of these. With the primary stats, because of the 4 here, you get 4 of these. And then a masterwork bonus is presumably from succeeding, you know, in the minigame past a certain extent and a certain threshold. So you could get up to 1 as a masterwork bonus on this. So when crafting these pants, you have 3 attempts at the minigame. And with the minigame, you have like a progress bar that you have to like click in to get a good or perfect craft. You know, good, great, or perfect type shit. Better you time it, more percent goes into your craft, more quality goes into your craft. So you can effectively impact the stats in terms of the rolls here, the numeric rolls, based on the quality of the craft. And if you really hit, you can get the masterwork bonus, presumably, which is also going to give you another stat. So if I were crafting these, I would theoretically, these are mage pants, but if I were crafting these like, and I was a paladin, right? Because I know paladin shit. I would want the armor, the magic defense, of course, because that comes on it. And then you get 4 of these. So I'd be looking at like strength, int, magic defense, vit, or maybe like armor vit, depending on what I really need. Or maybe it's even like just strength or int. If I'm going a full caster build, maybe I just go int because I'm gonna have a lot of spell damage. And then magic defense, armor, vitality, and just tank the fuck up. Maybe I just want full defensives. And then maybe over here with the masterwork, my bis would be another vitality. So I just get more max HP and I can frontline. That's what the gearing is going to bring in from a crafting side. It's like you have to, yes, have the materials to craft, have the skill to craft, beat the minigame, but then you also have RNG associated with the craft as well, where even if you have a perfect craft on the minigame, you have all the mats taken care of, you still might not hit the actual craft that you want. So you're likely going to be saving up a lot of mats, a lot of gold for crafting fees, and then you're going to be like, hey, I'm trying to get these these stats. Please let me know if you hit on these stats and stop. But other than that, craft 10 of them, and we'll see what the best is outside of that. You'll craft a bunch, fish for bis, and then resell whatever whatever you don't use. So I like that a lot. When's beta? The playtest coming up is going to be the 30th to the 11th. You have to request access on Steam. It is free to do so, but you'll just want to search up Scars of Honor on the Steam store. And then it is just this request access button. Well, I don't have mine. But if you don't see the request access button and you have not requested access, just restart your Steam and it should be fine. Everyone should still have the access button there. So it is free. This is for the 30th of this month, in 5 days to the 11th of next month. Then the playtest will go down and they will develop a little bit more, and their goal is to have monthly to bi-monthly playtests for us. So their early access launch was originally Q4 of this year. It got moved back to Q1 of next year. Early access is where I believe they will be going to a concurrent standpoint of play. So did it earlier, too bad there are 100,000 folks in front of me. I don't think it's concurrent in terms of like, or not concurrent, but I don't think it's like it's a fucking word where it's one after the other. That one. But I don't think it's based on like when you actually requested. I think it's just like random waves that go out. Now, again, I've been told that we'll have some keys to give away here as well. So get your marbles polished off. Consecutive. That one. Thank you. Sorry, English. But yeah, in terms of how we're giving away any keys that we get, I'm a big fan of some marbles on stream. I like shoutcasting. I like making y'all work for it, making y'all sweat a little bit. So as soon as I do have keys in my possession, I will be distributing those to y'all through the grandest of marbles races. Did they tell you when they're going to send out the invites? I have not heard anything on invites going out in terms of a day. If I do hear anything, then I will absolutely let you guys know. But I haven't heard shit. Keys for what? Access keys. For people that don't get access. Because not everybody is going to get access. They have 6 servers, which are capable of hosting 2,000 players concurrently. There will not be 100,000 plus players accepted if I had to guess. So anybody that doesn't get in, we shall be balling. Can't wait to get access before Dusty and then sell my key. I have a feeling I'm safe. I have a feeling I'm safe. For scars, yes. Yes. So for people that don't get in for anything like that, we're gonna go for $1 USD. What do you think this is? Quinfall? It's worth at least 5. Brother, put some fucking respect on my goat's name. My goodness gracious me, oh my, trying to fucking devalue us that far. Fuck are you, Riot Games? God, try to stifle an idea. It's not their Discord. They're usually pretty responsive, which is, well, will not be the reason you can't afford your down payment. Okay, that is fair. That is fair. Now, I will say, you're doing pretty well. You've got the T3 sub badge. You've got the gifter badge. I personally feel like that is a solid effort towards the make sure Dusty hits his down payment fund. And for that, I thank you, sir. I will say that applaudable effort. Chad, thank you for following. Much love, dude. That is truly what keeps the clock ticking here. What keeps us rolling on camera. Without that shit, I'd be cooked, my boys. So let me find in the stream. I think it was fishing. Motherfucker, when did he show? Aha! I've located it. As of right now, these are our eligible race class combos. Yo, chat, who's good with Photoshop? Or, like, just wants to take something on? Do you foresee a Sacred Order Cats Guild and a Dominion Cats Guild? No, fuck that. That would be too confusing to manage, honestly. I think realistically, it's probably just gonna be Sacred Order. Unfortunate for those that want to play Domination. But yeah. Maybe if there are, like, resets and stuff, or there's a reason for us to go Domination based on, like, what communities are Sacred Order and we're not getting content as Sacred Order and there's actual open world, then maybe we re-roll, you know, at some point in the future, since it's playtesting. But for the time being, like, my thing is always not wanting to split the community and wanting to keep everybody as together as we can, especially in a game like this where force is going to be so important. So that's my biggest thing. Sacred Order on top. I mean, hear me out. I would be lying if the concept of an Infernal Demon Paladin didn't seem kind of cool. Just from, like, a canon standpoint. I think that's kind of fucking lit. But also, it's not something where I'm, like, freaking out about it. Now, the two things that are going to impact it for us is, number one, the content. Oh my god, I'm an FBI informant. I gotta fix my curtain in a sec. The two things that are going to impact it for me very heavily will be, number one, the content that's available for us. You know, open world incentivizers, shit like that. How active the open world is, what we can find ourselves getting into, all of those good things along the way. And then outside of that, it's like racials and shit. And then aesthetic, like function over fashion, in my opinion. So if it is truly a PvP based game where the open world is going to matter, and there are OP racials on one way, you know, one side or the other, having those racials over the course of an entire army is going to be very good if we're trying to control and fight over world bosses and shit like that. Which, boy oh boy, I really hope we can fight over world bosses in a fun way. We can say whatever we want about Ashes, but Ashes' tagging system for world bosses, where it could be a DPS race with the first hit giving some progress, money. Tanks trying to fight over threat so they could taunt and reset it, so then their group could get the first hit tag on it, while also having wars that were going out and being declared. Something about it, dog. Something about it. They did a few things right. 12-hour drive done. Jesus fucking Christ. Why? Why? All for golf? Imagine you play like shit. I'm sure you won't. But, like, what if you drove 12 hours just to, like, just shoot, like, 15 over type beat? I'd actually be happy with 15 over. At this point in time, I haven't played in so long. I bet I'm putting up way worse than 15 over. I bet I'm playing like double bow golf at this point in time. If that, I'm gonna be horrible when I actually get back out there. I almost combined horrible and terrible. I almost made a new word. Oh, that was a boring stage to drive through. Ohio doesn't necessarily like register in my brain as a real place. Like, Cleveland's a city. And that's about all there is to say about it. Pretty much that's all I know about Ohio, is that Cleveland is a city in Ohio. I don't think they've done anything remarkable except LeBron. Like, LeBron is literally probably Ohio's, like, largest thing ever. Was born and raised there, can confirm. I live in Canada now, if that tells you anything. Tells me a little bit. I don't get that Ohio hate. I think it's because it's unremarkable in every way. Like, when I say Maine, what do you guys think of? Maybe lobsters? Maybe rocky coastline, lighthouses? Type shit. When I say Ohio, like, I actually don't have a vision of Ohio in my head. There is nothing about Ohio that stands out to me. It's literally, it's just LeBron. That's it. Brawny, I guess, could technically be like Ohio. Ohio is a state you drive through. Ohio is a state. It's about it. That's literally it. Respect your opinion, respectfully different degree. Is that because most don't take the time to learn and know about it? Well, I feel like there's not much to teach about it. I feel like it's a pretty plain Jane state. It's like Sydney Sweeney. You could learn a lot about Sydney Sweeney if you really wanted to, but there's nothing remarkable there. It's just Ohio, LeBron, Sydney Sweeney, huge tits. Nothing else to really know, in my opinion. I don't think it needs to be thrown into the school system. I don't think it needs to be really, like, spelled out or anything. I think we all know that the greatest thing to come out of Ohio is LeBron. And we all know the latter half of that. The most presidents were born in Ohio. Politics are stupid. There's my counter. Most presidents have sucked historically. Agreed. I think that's -1 for Ohio. I don't think that's a good point. NFL Hall of Fame. I can just Google that. Fuck cares. I don't need like a physical hall or anything. They have Google now. Who is the NFL's all-time receiving yards leader? Just Google it. We don't need a Hall of Fame anymore. To be honest, there's a large number of geologically interesting things. Mill Creek Park, Nelson Ledges, and the like, but they're not famous places, just the locals. I miss the giant trees. Yeah, I feel like Ohio has other things. Like, Ohio does stuff, but I feel like Ohio doesn't do anything better than anybody else. If that makes sense. It's like... I don't know, man. It's hard to describe. It's like Grayson Allen as an NBA player. Like, good enough to be a state, but there's literally nothing remarkable about it whatsoever when you really dig into it. There's nothing that would make you overly excited about it. It's just like, yeah, that exists. That, you know, that's there. Happy for it. Probably somebody else is glad that it's there too. Just sim all of Ohio. Ohio is named such as it is because of the reaction upon visiting the place. Yeah, I too would be disappointed if I found myself in Ohio. I should do like a tier list of the states that I would least like to travel to. I feel like that would be fire. Instead of like a bucket list, it's like an anti-bucket list of I hope I never end up in these places. Most of Massachusetts outside Boston is like the top of that list. Honestly, most of Massachusetts, except for a few areas specifically in Boston, is high on that list. I'm willing to bet a very large sum of money. If you're ever here and spend time here, you would love it. I mean, I don't think I'd kill myself just because I went to Ohio. In-game, by the way. Like, I'd probably have fun visiting because it's like a new place. I'm not gonna say I'd fucking show up and just like be looking around Cleveland and be like, Stupid fucking Cleveland. Stupid. Yeah, like kick a building or some shit. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'd probably have fun. I'd try to enjoy my trips. I wouldn't fucking hate it. But like, would I want to live in Ohio over Maine? I mean, maybe if I didn't know what Maine was. But shit's beautiful up here. Maybe if I didn't like winter as much. But I kind of fuck with winter. I think snow's dope. Let him move back to the States eventually. Make that list will help me decide where. Or at least where not. Everywhere has natural beauty for sure. Some places. Some places. Bro, I swear to God, I've been to some states and I'm like, this is fucking ugly. It is fucking bland here. Bland here. Like, Arizona was cool because of like the giant tree cactuses that they had. Ohio does border Lake Erie though. We have a bunch of lakes in Maine. We have Moosehead Lake because it's shaped like a moose's head. Personally, I prefer the moosehead shaped one. We have the Great Lakes. We have the ocean. I think that's like the greatest lake. That shit huge. That shit's huge. Literally larger than any of the lakes. Look, you would love to live in coastalish Maine. Not to be a stalker though, I promise. No, honestly, coastal Maine's beautiful. Carla and I want to eventually work our way up to a house near enough to the beach where we can just like walk down to the beach. No matter like what time of the year it is. That's like our retirement goal, is to have a house near a beach so we can just go chill and be coastal and like vibe out anywhere. It'd be fun. Be very fun. But yeah, coastal Maine's beautiful. Only problem is if you're looking at certain areas, like there are areas near coastal Maine that are still cheap. But bro, if you're looking for like the tourist traps like Bar Harbor, oh my God, holy shit. Dude, you have so much old money in Bar Harbor. Think I'd tolerate an hour inland and be happy. Oh, an hour inland in Maine gets you like 85% of Maine. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like an hour inland from the coast because of how much coastline we have. You just extrapolate effectively like the southern half of Maine. Is it a flood zone during king tide seasons? What, Maine in general? Or just like the ocean of Maine? It depends on the spot that you're in and how inland you are and relativity to sea level and stuff. The biggest thing about Maine with flooding is not necessarily the ocean, but it's actually like our riverways that flood more often than the coast, I believe. Coast area? Yeah, no, I think most of the coast is good because we have really rocky coastlines. And a lot of our coasts are immediately like built up above sea level, if that makes sense, because it's like ocean, coastline, and then the towns are built up here. You have some towns like Old Orchard Beach that are like, you know, right on the coast, but I don't even really remember the last time OB had severe flooding. The coast is usually relatively chill here. I mean, I've seen the water very high at times, and like the pier at Old Orchard Beach, I remember a couple of years ago, the water was like almost to the top of the pier because of waves that were coming in, and we had like crazy waves. But even then, the pier didn't get damaged or anything. We went down and watched the waves that weekend, and it was just fucking insane. How's there built with that in mind? Yeah. I mean, we have more flooding inland than we do towards the coast because we have a lot of valleys at the bottom of rivers, or at the bottom of mountains that are like river fed, basically. So in melt off, like winter into spring type shit, when it's getting like hot, cold, things are freezing, things are melting. You get ice dams, you get regular dams, and then everything melts at the same time. And sometimes rivers can flood up like crazy. And I've always lived, you know, relatively close to rivers because honestly in Maine, you can't really get away from bodies of water. And a lot of the towns that Maine has will have flood zones in the town. You'll have non-flood zones that are built up more and are a little away from the river. I'd say that's Maine's biggest thing. There's a little bit of everything. One mountain living Maine, one ocean living, lakeside Maine. Yeah. And I mean, Maine also has vicinity to larger cities as well. Like you've got Boston that, depending on where you're at in Maine, can be an hour and a half to 6.5 hours away. You've got New York, which on the shorter end of things is 3-4 hours away, depending on where you live. So it's, you know, vicinity, two things to take a day trip. Carla and I have taken multiple day trips to New York where we just go down, get an Airbnb overnight, and we like leave early, get to New York, do stuff during the day, and then, you know, stay overnight, do stuff during the morning, and then head back. And then we're back for the same day. Also, the Canadian border there. Yep, exactly. So how much are the mobile streaming backpacks? Depends on which backpack you want. Like, I have IRL streaming set up, But it's not, it's far from the backpack. My IRL setup is just like a very, very, very baseline one. Depending on how in-depth you want to go with the backpacks, they even have ones that are like Starlink mini type shits with like micro PCs. That's one thing that I've considered, but I don't really IRL stream enough for all that hoopla and hullabaloo, you know? That's like the really, really, really high quality setup stuff. But when you get into it, you can do some pretty absurd things with mobile setups. Like if you look at Speed's mobile setup, brother probably has like hundreds of thousands of dollars just in his mobile setup itself, between all the cameras, all the backups that he has in case something goes wrong. Holy shit, he has an entire like production crew worth of mobile setup. I think mobile setups are more impressive than like actual stream setups that are static, because I can have a nice camera, I can have a fiber internet connection, I can have a beautiful mic that is EQ'd to perfection, but doing all that on the fly in an open environment where things can go wrong, where service can drop out, where anything can happen, that shit's insane. But yeah, you can easily spend, God, on like a baseline mobile streaming backpack, like the ones that they use at TwitchCon that partners can rent out. I think we were looking at those, and those were even like 7,500 or some bullshit like that. They're very fucking expensive, and I would assume they've only got more expensive as the AI craze has hit. Starlink and Apple Mini. I mean, theoretically, that would probably be one of the easier routes to go. The thing with that is like, you just get a little PC, you get a Starlink hooked up to it, like a micro PC, and then you would just need a singular display and a way to get another display mirrored over onto your phone, or even just like look at your Twitch chat through your phone itself and not have that through the PC, hence like the wristband with the phone on it. So you could run everything like through the PC, like through the Apple Mini, run your OBS and everything mobily, so you have all of your scene switches. You can download an app on phones that lets you control your OBS through a phone as well. So you could have somebody in production running scene switches if you needed scene switches, accessing your OBS without being on the computer. So, I mean, that would probably be the best route. I don't know how large the Apple Mini is, but if you had a PC that just had baseline accessibility, you know, a few ports to get things situated, that'd be the best. Just something you could throw in a small bag. Something like, shit, you get it like this big and just like a little tile type shit. That would be flawless for it. I'll be right back, by the way. I'm gonna I'm gonna fill up my water because it'd be dry as a motherfucker out here. Pay for a month of access at a time. Yeah, probably wouldn't be the worst. Just get like small bits of access here and there. Yo, well played. What up, brother? It is going absolutely beautifully. I appreciate the 5-day streak. It is nice and warm here today. I say nice and warm. I think it hit like 60. So it was a beautiful day. Still sunshiny at this point in time. So I am ecstatic, brother. It's a great weekend that could lead into an absolutely wonderful week with everything on the horizon. We got Scars coming out on Friday. We probably have an update on the house as we get later in the week. We got a whole lot of good on the way, brother. Whole lot of good on the way. So we just try to keep plugging forward as much as we can. I also get to bring my car into the shop on Monday, so that thing stops making weird fucking noises all the time, no matter what I'm doing. So we shall keep pumping, we shall keep doing, and we shall continue the never-ending grind. Because that shit don't stop. Let me tell you why. It simply do not stop. All right. I will be right back, my lads. I'm going to top off my water. Natural return in 0.2 seconds. And then we might have another poll. I think we might have to look at the combat system in depth. Go through and discuss a little bit of what we know about it, and then maybe do a poll there. Because there are a few caveats to this combat system as well that I think are quite interesting. No auto attack being one of them. So it's all ability-based interaction. So that's going to be peculiar in the first place. But I'll be right back. We'll see. They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Good day, you handsome devils. Oi! I've returned. Zabubu! Good day, my friend. I hope you're having an absolutely exquisite one. Sorry about the delay. I had to grind up some more flour. I did not anticipate the immense amount of flour that I would be needing to get through this week. Just kidding. It actually wasn't that bad. I just didn't calculate my pre-stream grind, aka I forgot to grind more. So I had to grind a little bit of flour, and then we were good to go. Zabubu, I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day on your end. The flour's always needed. Oh, you fucking know it. You fucking know it. I got out there and I was like, I do not have enough for a bolski. So, you know, business had to occur. And then I took a second to say hello to the birds that were out eating, throw them a little bit of birdseed. So, you know, sometimes you just gotta enjoy the basics. What you been up to, my goat? You getting excited for the Scars playtest? Eagle, hello, my friend. Hype for the game is so high purely because I need something new. You and many others in the MMO scene, my brother, they are heavily, myself included, waiting on something new in the MMO world, just in general. Eagle, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate you. I think it is a whole lot of... I don't know, I don't want to say like discontent with the established games. Rozer, thank you for the follow as well, man. I appreciate you. I don't want to say it's like discontent with the established games. The MMOs that have existed for 10 years, 20 years at this point, have existed for 10 to 20 years at this point for a reason. Now, that reason may be sunken cost fallacy. But for me, I feel like so many modern MMOs have lost touch with the community drive, with the living world that people feel like they are a part of, with the... I don't know, just making it feel social these days. We have so many tools to do so, yet every tool leads us further and further away from other players, optimizes more, linearizes more, and just brings us into this point of barely having to interact. Largest issues, I feel so behind the eight ball of the established games. Yeah, I mean, I think that that is something that a lot of people definitely share as a sentiment too. When you're looking at something like WoW that has 20 years of information, 20 years of lore, 20 years of knowledge, brother, it's almost impossible to keep up with the entire content catalog as they have bloated systems, as they have added more side systems and side methods of progression in. When Ashes of Creation died, I spent like 2 months before I started covering Scars playing WoW. I went through TBC for the 3rd time, and then I hopped into Midnight when Midnight Early Access had started up and leveled in retail for the first time in a while. And let me tell you, it was like 2 weeks of just trying to learn all of the systems and shit that I could. Did you like WoW though? I liked the prospect of WoW on paper more than I liked the actual gameplay of WoW, if that makes sense. Like, TBC had its flaws. The Burning Crusade is, in my opinion, still one of the peak expansions that WoW ever had. But I think it's also best served, you know, in 2006. I think that the second time through of TBC was less fun and people had a different mentality around it. And the third time through, that was absolutely true on even higher of a level. And the content had never been easier. It was more solved than ever. It was post-nerf content when it was deployed. More information existed than ever. It was a 20-year-old game at that point in time. Yet everybody took it more seriously than I had ever seen people take games before. It was actually fucking wild to think about. People had basically like unfunned the shit out of what was, for me, one of the most fun versions of WoW to ever exist. And I think that was the same thing that carried over with retail. Retail looks like it has so much content for you to actually do, but when you get caught up in it, it's this mentality of trying to push the same content up over and over and over again in this never-ending grind, right? So you have the housing system, which is a great addition for those that really like housing. But again, once you set up your house, you're almost at like a point of, well, my house is done. I executed my cool ideas. Maybe show it off on Twitter. But other than that, there's no like actual effectiveness to the housing system. There's nothing that's brought in as a core gameplay loop because of it. There's no reason to do your house up or anything like that. Build your neighborhood up. We were really excited about that, and it just ended up being kind of a nothing burger side piece. So then you look at the treadmill content. It's your raid logging on a weekly basis, and then it's Mythic Plus dungeons. And Mythic Plus dungeons just became so repetitive. And again, it was so disconnected from everything. I didn't really like going in and doing a dungeon over and over and over again with no variance, nothing changing. And the best case scenario was, you know, finding a route that worked, finding a pace that worked, and then just replicating that time and time and time and time and time and time and time again with nothing changing it whatsoever. Whereas anything that's open world has other players as a variable, has the potential of PvP as a variable. It didn't really hold me. Z, what up, brother? How are you? Think we should all give it a look for a new good MMO and play other games. Life's too short. Nah, dude. The MMO world will someday have something appealing for the players once again. And if we don't have somebody holding out hope and willing to keep the beacon lit for upcoming MMOs. Steph, thank you for the follow. Much love. I think if there's nobody that's willing to hold out hope and keep the beacon lit for future MMOs and show the developers that there is a community out there that is very much waiting on every new project, then maybe there is hope. There's no hope left. I disagree. I think while the MMO scene has struggled to have new titles take hold, I think it is inevitable that at some point in time, somebody will find an innovation in the right place with the right combo that happens to stick. Now, I don't think that the established titles are just going to die, but I think of the MMO world as a lot of people who are in limbo. There are some people, yes, who really love what they're playing. There are some people who really hate what they're playing. And then there are some people in limbo, like us, where we're just looking around and we are, not necessarily fully coped up on something. We're also not out here, just spitting and shitting on everything. We're kind of inquiring with an open mind about some upcoming projects, some upcoming titles, more out of curiosity. And I think that's where a lot of your dormancy lies. Now, your potential market, of course, is a combination of the people who are just simply playing something they don't like and your dormant players. I think there are more dormant players who are just kind of going through the motions, not necessarily hating what they're playing, but they're also not necessarily loving what they're playing. I think that represents a lot of MMO players right now, where it's like not every box is checked in terms of what they want, but they're playing the thing that checks the most boxes. Hello, DG. How are you, my friend? Shred, what up, I go? And I feel like the MMO world still has the potential, not for a zeitgeist to come along and kill WoW, kill Guild Wars, kill Final Fantasy. That's not going to happen. Anybody that expects that is crazy. But I do think there is very much potential for multiple MMOs to come around and have a nice 30 to 50k concurrent player base that's, peak concurrency on a daily, and maintain that through a routine content cycle and a mix of player-driven content. I still think that that is very achievable. And I don't think everything needs to be a million concurrency to be a success. I don't think you need 1.7 million total active users daily to be considered successful. I think if you're making money as an MMO and you're able to keep paying your developers at this point in time while AI is cooking everything, then you're doing better than 99.9% of development projects. It's scary out there to think about. But I also feel like there is this element of, if it's not a zeitgeist, we don't want it type shit. Say that to New World devs. There's a reason I left New World after 7,000 hours. I went full-time on stream in New World. I got partnered in New World. I left New World in December of 2024 because the CEO of AGS did an interview with IGN where he said every single thing that he was going to do to that company, including replacing human developers with AI and basically cutting costs while also trying to cut their time to develop, not so they could put out a better product faster. But hold on, I'm gonna pull this up for you. I haven't shit on him in a minute. Hold on. IGN articles, Christoph Hartmann. All right. So, what we have here is the face of a man that I despise. So this was in 2024 where he talks with IGN about the state of Amazon games, right? And effectively, keep in mind, I was streaming New World at this time. I was full-time, and this was in August of 2024. In an exclusive interview with IGN, Amazon Games boss Christoph Hartmann talked about the label's plans in the wake of revealing King of Meat, a new hack-and-slash co-op game that Hartmann calls Amazon's first step out of the MMO genre. August 23rd of 2024, yet in 2025, people were surprised. I tried as much as I could to tell people about this, but nobody listened to me and everybody called me crazy. So during this time, he talks about how Amazon Games has 10 games in development currently, and they're negotiating a couple more. These include blue chip games like Tomb Raider and Lord of the Rings, the Lord of the Rings MMO, which has been scrapped as well with the New World scrap, as well as a new driving game from the former developers behind Forza Horizon. King of Meat has also been canceled, by the way. So when he talked about the LOTR MMO, he effectively said, we're still trying to find the hook and find that idea of what it is. So I said the LOTR MMO wasn't going to make it, didn't make it. So when he talks about they're moving out of being an MMO-only publisher, they're talking about King of Meat, which, again, King of Meat being their first step out of the MMO genre. They talk about signing more third-party deals, and then he also hits this crazy shit. With New World and Lost Ark, we had some promising success. Those things are hard to maintain because people invest a lot of time and try out new things, but then they quickly rotate back to their evergreen franchise they have been playing, so we're just going to keep on going. But yes, obviously we want to have one of those big franchises. That's the whole point. Anything smaller than that would not be interesting to Amazon. We are a larger-than-life company. We're not in here to try it out and do some cute game development. Now, just for perspective, for the level of delusion that was here at this time, this was August of 2024, right? So that is a Honda CR-V. August of 2024. Anything smaller than that would not be interesting to Amazon. We're a larger-than-life company. And then August of 2024, they had a peak player base of 5,000 and an average player base of 3,200. Brother, I hate to say it, but New World was dead already. New World at this point was already on the chopping block, and he literally came out and said very, very, very clearly, anything smaller than a zeitgeist wouldn't be exciting to them because they are too large. So it's really unfortunate. They talk about AI coming in and not necessarily cutting the cost, but speeding up game development so they can, again, fail faster. Hold on. This was the most banger quote here. Ready? So Doing a new Tomb Raider, the bar so high, blah, blah, blah. My hope is that AI will help. It's not going to solve it all, but it'll be one thing where we, for example, can shorten the life cycle. I think game development takes way too long, like 5 years per game. It's us predicting, especially in a fast-moving world, what the zeitgeist is going to be in 5 years. He uses the term zeitgeist for everything. Just means basically everything will be lucky shots, and hopefully AI will help us to streamline processes so hand-done work will go fast. Ideally, we get it down to 3 years so we can iterate more, which will then bring down budgets a bit. I don't think they're really going to get cheaper, but at least you fail faster, and then you can go on and on until you find the right thing. This motherfucker straight up said, I want to bring in AI so we can fail faster and then keep throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks. I swear to God, this was what New World had at the top of it. It was so much worse off than so many people even acknowledged. From such a further point out, brother, it was disgusting. It is stinky. Stinky. What's your opinion on Gloria Victis? Janky? I don't necessarily think that it's gonna have a lot of lifespan to it. It's one of those like, excuse me. It looks like it's one of those so bad it might be fun type things, but I don't really see people maining Gloria Victis for a very long time. So the decision to kill it had to have happened prior to Nighthaven being released. Oh yeah. Yeah, I left New World as a streamer in December of 2024 and went to Ashes and went from having like 150, 200 average viewers to having 50 average viewers in Ashes, and went down to like 200 subs and effectively killed my channel for a little bit, hoping that I could get out of New World and just like avoid the explosion. Turns out I only delayed it, but, you know, my time in Ashes allowed me to build throughout the entire, you know, downfall of New World type shit, and is a big part of the reason why I'm still here today. I still think if I had rode New World out until the end, I probably wouldn't be streaming full time right now, because so much of the community would have just been focused on that New World aspect. So, you know, I got out of there because I had a really fucking bad feeling about it, and that was in 2024. So when it died, the day it died, I specifically remember I walked into the stream room that day to start stream. I pulled up my OBS studio, and there were like 20 people in chat already. Like, I bet Dusty's gonna be happy as fuck today. I bet he's gonna have a big smile on his face. You bet your sweet ass I did. Now, the script was flipped when Ashes died. However, deserved. Fair game. Fair game. Such a shame. It was a great game. It with all its issues. That's cooked the way they did in the last year throughout. Would have been great. Oh, if they didn't make the developers flip from an open world survival to a full MMO so late in development, and they had started development on New World as an MMO, then I think Nighthaven or even like Rise of the Angry Earth would have been the starting point for New World instead of OG New World. And that likely would have led to the retention that they actually needed through the, you know, the instance systems they had, the accessibility to actual content they had at that point, working out that watermarking was absolute dog shit. Being able to test a lot of their systems more in-depth as an MMO prior to launching would have saved them. But effectively, New World went through its entire alpha and beta as an MMO post-launch. Took them 2 years to be an actual game. So, Dusty's been ready to light beacons. Bro, I am so ready. I'm beyond ready. MMO beacons will be lit when Riot's MMO is out. Yeah, I mean, Riot's MMO still has a lot of unknowns. I also think with Riot, it is important to keep in mind anything could change at any point. Yes, Riot has a lot of money, but that also means that their focus is a lot of money. And if they deem at a certain point that the MMO is no longer worth funding, then they will cut funding. Like, that's Tencent, bro. They will cut funding to something if they decide that it's no longer, like, going to be a worthy investment. They've already cut funding to multiple MMOs that they were supporting, either publicly or not so publicly. And I think the Riot MMO is still not guaranteed to exist at any point. Riot MMO in 2040 probably won't be out for a while, but they seemingly have enough to fly Esfand out to look at it. I don't know if anybody else has got flown out to look at it yet, but Esfand flew out relatively recently and like went to Riot HQ, I believe, and got a look at the MMO, which I'm assuming he's NDA'd to shit. But if they've got enough to show Esvan, then they've probably got enough to show me. I'm just saying. I would have less people that I could leak to as well. I'm just saying. I would 1,000% pull up to the stew. I thought they didn't have anything yet. They restructured like a while ago and went dark. But they've had many developers. I don't know their exact number of devs. But I'm trying to like track all of them down and hound them down on Twitter as much as I can. But they're constantly hiring new positions. They have former Warcraft devs, like former WoW people, former, oh god, what else? Call of Duty, lot of major titles, a lot of major studios type shit as leads in the project. They're constantly tweeting and posting that they are hiring for other positions, other lead spots, other intro spots. So it seems like they're still scaling up. But I also haven't seen a singular fucking thing that's actually gameplay related whatsoever in the entire time that I have been following it, which is, for me, the number one thing. Like, I enjoy following the dev teams and understanding the developers and who's making what, but I also think that's, you know, as impactful as lore. The developers, to me, could have zero qualifications whatsoever, and if they put out a banger fucking game, I'm gonna play that game. I don't really care about the name motion that developers have, so there's so many characters with lore already that people care about. They have to do zero world building, which is one thing a lot of MMOs struggle to cement, especially new MMOs. Having an immersive lore that people are familiar with, so you're not going into something, and it's like, hey, meet me at the Gafloopadoodle, and there we'll kill the Gaflabbers, and then that'll drop our Floopaboobers, and then we'll go craft with our Floopaboobers, and we'll turn those Floopaboobers into an arcane exquisitry Flappinator, and then you equip that, and then we'll go kill Flapazoid himself, and then we'll get the best drops in the game. Versus talking about established lore that people actually know. You straight up have to invent shit for an MMO world now. Is that the key to an MMO? It can't be your first game? You might have unlocked it. So, not only, hear me out, do you need established lore immediately off rip to the point where people can be immersed in exploring the world and doing things other than progression, because hear me out, not only does that build your world, but it slows people the fuck down if they want to explore. If you're going into an area that you've never been to before, that you're completely unfamiliar with, you're not necessarily going to want to break off and explore all of those things. You're going to want to follow that guided path your first time through and then maybe break off a little bit after. But with a newer, unfamiliar world, you're going to be more likely to take that hand and follow that hand through the world, and that hand is going to guide you in an optimal way usually, and you're going to complete content much faster. If you know the lore, if you know that there is a rework of Silver Moon City in WoW, if you know that in Riot you want to go to the fucking Yordle capital and you want to go explore that shit, you know which region you want to go to, you want to know where you want to interact with, that's going to be something that may deviate somebody directly after making their character or becoming high enough level to actually venture out. That's going to be something where you may be questing and you're just like, wait a second, holy shit, Our emails out yet for the playtest? Nope. I fucking wish. 70, what am I go? How you been? Game of Thrones kinda, but it was a book first. Yeah, I mean, establishing like the large world. I think in MMOs, you also are racing against the clock, right? Because with MMOs, it's not necessarily like a book or like a published media that just passively exists without upkeep fees. If you print 1 million books, you printed 1 million books, and those bad boys exist until they get taken out of circulation, however, right? If you put out an MMO and you can't sustain that for 10 years until it catches on because of the monetization and how much you have to put up front for the MMO, which is another big reason why it can't be your first game, in my opinion, at least for major AAA MMOs, you're able to cover it. The immense amount of overhead, development time, developers that you have to have, world building that you have to have, systems that you have to have, makes it a little rough. If it's your first game, brother, you're going to take on a lot of cost. I have any hope for anything that comes out of our games. The most toxic community out of any given league. So that'd be any different in MMO. Oh, League's nothing, dude. They can't even VC. If I'm gonna be completely honest. Now, you may say you don't have hope for anything that comes out of Riot, but Riot has League and Valorant, which are in two different genres, two of the largest games in the world, that are, say what we want about them, free-to-play cosmetic only for the monetization. Well, and heroes on the League side, but Riot has a history of very fair monetization. And Riot, as much as I'm a Dota fanboy instead of a League fanboy, I'm just saying, they don't miss frequently. Now, 2xKO, definitely a miss. And that shit got cooked. But, like, when we look at Riot, they do have some major hits and some major success with incredibly reasonable monetization to them. And that's my big hope with Riot. Toxicity exists anywhere, dog. Like, you can go to WoW and you can see toxicity. You could go to Ashes of Creation that had, like, 0 players and you could see toxicity. You could go to any game that has multiplayer input and you could see toxicity. Anywhere you go, man. It's just a matter of the community that you choose to interact with and how you choose to interact with them that I think shapes a lot of your experience, right? There's been toxicity and drama in effectively every multiplayer game that has ever existed in some way, shape, or form, even if it's not like a directly multiplayer-based game. If there is any player interaction whatsoever. Speedrunning games, like single-player games, have toxicity and drama. Oh my god, dude, it literally just... It exists. I think that's the importance of finding a community that you guys enjoy playing with, which is part of why I made Cats. It's why Cats is the way that we are, where we bring in every type of player and we're just like, yo, you'll have a role with us, we'll find a spot for you. There's no toxicity tolerated, we don't exploit. If we find an exploit, we report that shit and have a strict rule to not take advantage of that shit. So we try to play games in a way that we feel is very, like, you know, just relaxing. It's like a game again. We're not trying to be the best by any means necessary. We're trying to be the best that we can be, type shit. So, Heart of the Beta invite's not out yet. Bro, that's what I'm saying. I wish they'd come out. I'm waiting with fucking open arms for this shit to jump into my arms. And I'm hoping I also get keys to give away. Because once those come out, like, I got y'all. Base Dota over League. Dota over League, but Arcane kick the ever-loving fuck out of Dragon's Blood. Is, I think, the most reasonable take that I have about the Dotaverse League situation. Riot's marketing is just so good. I think Riot's marketing team may genuinely be the singular best marketing team in video games. I think any marketing piece that Riot puts out has historically been phenomenal, and when they want to promo a game heavily, they promo that game beyond any shadow of a doubt, and it reaches so many fucking people. Arcane shat on it, bro. Arcane was so good, and I hated it. I sat there and I was angry that I was having so much fun watching it. I was like, I was actually preying on the downfall of Arcane, hoping it was dog shit, and there was nothing wrong with it. It was a fucking beautiful show. I loved Arcane, and I've never played League. I loved Arcane, and I wanted to be angry while I was watching it and hate Arcane. Like, I genuinely, like, I was praying with every fiber of my being that Arcane was going to be absolute ass, and Dragon's Blood, which was the Dota 2 anime that came out that you've probably never heard of, came out before Arcane, by the way. So there was a MOBA anime that came out, and it was so mid that you never heard about it. And then Arcane came out, and it was an actual fucking phenomenon. It was absurd. TwitchCon planning going great. Is it actually, or is that like an everything's on fire going great? Still need to sneak into the Tomb of Intrepid. Could throw a rock through the window or something. Just kidding. For legal purposes, it's a joke. That is a joke. Please no restraining orders. They won't work. Just kidding. Just kidding. Arcane got me to play League for a while. Yeah, Arcane was phenomenal. Dude, it was too good. It was too good. There was effectively nothing wrong with Arcane in any way, shape, or form. And I hated it. Can't wait to see Dusty in 30 years saying he's too old and doesn't PvP anymore. I don't know if you'll see that. See, the difference with MMOs is that MMOs are effectively your retirement home anyways. So in 30 years, I'm still going to be young for MMO players. And as long as I can see the buttons and see my cooldowns, then that's great. I might have to make my UI a little larger so the cooldown numbers aren't so blurry as my eyesight goes. But nah, I think we're good, bro. Like the mechanics translate. I think the worst thing that I have to worry about at this point is like arthritis. But I got the hyper reinforced titanium wrists. I got 25 screws in my wrists. So I'm kind of set to go there. Let's see about her PvPing. Like that sniping grandpa. Oh, you mean Summit? Bro, honestly, that's the goal. That is genuinely like life goals. I swear to God. If I can be Summit's age and still, and I don't mean Summit's actual age, I mean the age that Summit presents. If I can be Summit's like outward age while still being successful on stream and also good at video games, oh my God, it's a dream come true. Because then you know that you're looking at an old man and a young man's game. You know I've got that expertise. You know I'm a grizzled vet. The rock through the Intrepid Minecraft house. Bruh, there's Minecraft house left to throw anything through that. It got rented out by somebody else. There's an actual grandpa that snipes the shit out of people on the battlefield. I've seen that guy too. I've seen that guy too. But also Summit. I feel like they're effectively the same age at this point in time. I think it's closer than we'd like to think. It's like an angry cry wank. So wrong, but so good. Dude, it was like, when I was watching Arcane, I sat down and I said, this is going to be dog shit. I'm going to hate it. And the first episode ended and I was like, fuck. I was so upset that I loved it. I was like, I can't wait to watch more. And I was so disappointed in myself, bro. I wished on everything in my power that it was ass. I wanted to tell everybody about Dragon's Blood. I wanted to have everybody go watch the Dota anime. Oh, would have been beautiful. WoW has a big following too, like League, but it's still a boring game. They know a lot of people are basic gamers, which there are a lot of. Yeah, I mean, I think WoW is very built around more casual gamers and the accessibility of like quick progression, multiple avenues of progression, 1000%. First season of Arcane was great, but second season got stupid when they doubled down. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was exquisitely well done still, I'm not gonna lie. I watched every bit of Arcane, and I had very, very few complaints, dog. I thought it was gorgeous. So, also though, my comparison was Dragon's Blood. So you can imagine my disappointment if you've watched Dragon's Blood. And if you haven't watched Dragon's Blood, I would encourage you to go watch Dragon's Blood, because that shit is, I don't want to say it's bad outwardly, but it's just not looking the best. And also, it didn't look the best. It wasn't the best. It's honestly, I wouldn't recommend watching it, if I'm being honest. You'd probably be wasting your time. Unless you have way too much time on your hands and you just like want to waste part of your life away watching something that's not me, maybe when I'm not on stream or something. But even then, I would not recommend that shit. I was sad watching it. Bro, I wish it was good. I genuinely, like, every part of me wanted it to be good. Now, my question is also, why did they pick Davion, the Dragon Knight? He's a knight that turns into a dragon. I feel like they could have covered so many more interesting characters from just like a mass appeal standpoint. I don't necessarily understand that side of it. Alas, I digress. But on the lore building side of things, like lore transitioning into world building, I do genuinely believe that is part of where a lot of MMOs come short when they're trying to launch a new product. Again, because if you have nothing to distract people, you have nothing to sidetrack people, you have nothing to stop them from just barreling through the questing experience. They get through everything so quickly, they progress so quickly, and then your new product is completely finished from the player base perspective because everybody's got best in slot gear, everybody's had time to PvP, and you haven't had time to drop a new patch. So, you didn't hear that? So now you have players that are finishing all of the content that they need to finish. You have people that are reaching a state of completion and they do not know when they're coming back into the game. One thing that Path of Exile did really well, and one thing that Chris Wilson always talked about, was you need to give players an entry and an exit, or basically an exit date and a re-entry date. So everybody is going to have their exit point, whether it's through a pain point, whether it is through a quit point, whether it is through reaching a state of completion with things. And when players are leaving, they need to know when they are coming back into the game. And if they do not know when they are coming back into the game, then they are going to not be a repeat player. They're not going to come back at the next content update. They're not going to be a part of that next peak. And you need to inform your player base so that way you can achieve a higher peak every time you drop content, because everybody that left knows exactly when they're supposed to come back and check the update, and then new players will also check out your update if it's been good in succession. But so many games do not establish that cadence in time. People will complete the game before they have any idea that there's another content update coming. We look at Crimson Desert. Part of what Crimson Desert did so extraordinarily well early on, in my opinion, was continue to put out patches, continue to put out updates, and incorporate new mechanics and new elements of the game that were not there originally on the launch of it, and it kept it so fresh for so many people. Join the Discord I sent you. What's the Discord about? Is it TwitchCon stuff? Chat, who's going to TwitchCon? How many people do we have right now? Where did you send me a Discord? Oh, hold on. Just join TwitchCon Discord. Skip notifications. All right, easy. I joined it, but I'm not doing anything with it, and you can't make me. I muted all the noties, and they will not be unmuted. I fucking hate that shit. I will let you handle all of the planning. I love you, and I appreciate you. I'll check it when you tell me that I need to. Other than that, I'm out. I'm out. So, Steezy said he asked earlier, speaking of TwitchCon, Steezy said he asked in Discord, like in the Ashes Discord, if they were releasing keys anytime soon. Do we know if there was a reply to that? 5 days till playtest? I can't wait, dude. I can't wait, genuinely. This is going to be a very long 5 days as well, because we've got housing stuff that's happening this week. Like, everything is in the out of our hands point with the house. So we should hear an update by the end of this week. Fingers crossed. From there, we got Scars coming on Friday. I gotta bring my car back into the shop on Monday so we can see what the fuck is going on with all of the clunking since they worked on it last. Because they fucked something up. I expect if there's a stream tomorrow, we may hear something. It should anyway. I hope that there's a stream tomorrow. I believe in the Discord, Venny said he was sick, but was going to attempt to stream if he did not start feeling worse. Which, phenomenal. I would love a little bit more information, because again, a lot of the info that we have at this point, it is really parsed out, solved information, more or less. Like, we are looking at a very figured out state of affairs here. If it is a short stream for contact and updates, plus proof of life, we need to make sure Coco's alive. We haven't talked to him in a few days. I would really like to, yeah, just from, like you said, contact and updates. Show us the progression that has been made with the tree, the UI stuff. What do they have in store for us for the playtest? What should we expect? You know, the phase 1 of the playtest is going to have a specific set of content with it that's not going to be available, or it's going to continue to be available, but not everything's going to be available day 1. So walk us through the playtesting schedule. show us some of the tree previews, and maybe give a little glimpse of what to expect for the builds. Talk about what level people will spawn in at, what level the cap is going to be for people that aren't aware of that already, and effectively condense your pre-playtesting info into a dev stream. I think that's everything that I would look for, if I'm being honest. Shout out my grandma on Monday. She turns 99. God damn. That's crazy. 99 is a lot of years, bro. Like, they didn't even have cars when she was a kid type shit. Huh. What the Hellington? What did she do? Like, as a kid? 1 to 10, how comp in PvP is cats gonna be? I mean, depends on, I guess, what happens. Depends if we suck. I feel like you never really know until you actually shape up and get into it, right? In Ashes, we were, I say with my entire chest out, the #1 guild that didn't have anybody with character deletions, bans for exploiting, allegations of RMTing. Like, we were a legit community, so we aren't, from a mentality standpoint, right? We are not a win by any means, figure out an exploit and take advantage of it. We are a play the game without exploits, without dupes. If you find anything like that, report it, pass it up so it can get fixed, and then play within the boundaries of what we're given. Try to be enjoyable to play the game with, type shit, and then just do what we can from that. I'll demand a 10 will be a 7. So our big thing, in my opinion, is that we have a lot of accessibility for players to come in. So we're not exactly cutthroat in our recruitment where it's like, you've got to play 12 hours a day. You've got to have a resume of being multi-rank 1 PvPer to get into our PvP. We take in a lot of brand new players that, simply put, have no fucking idea what they're doing in PvP whatsoever. And we say, hey, come on down, we'll teach you. And it is to the point where when we go into, you know, with Ashes, for example, every time that there was a new phase with Ashes, the first 2 weeks we'd fight and it would be like, what the fuck is going on? This is cooked. Because our size would double or triple, but we also had a lot of people that hadn't played before. Hadn't played Ashes, hadn't played PvP, because we just said, join up, come out, we'll teach you the way. So it takes some time for us to get everybody up to par, but that's also what the structure of the guild is built around. So a couple weeks in, we'll be chilling. It's just a matter of how quickly we can get everybody there. But we have very competitive players. Zims,
together.
what up, my boy? Thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate you.
Speaking of PvP, getting back into it on WoW.
Right.
Whole diff game.
I felt disconnected to it, if I'm being honest. Also, not always disturbed, because we may have 80 at one time, but since we aren't demanding, only 30 may actually be there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're more of a... I consider us to be a lifestyle community that has very competitive players in it, instead of a competitive community, like, at the first and foremost part of it. We're a community that's built around this, like giving people a place to come in, chill, play games, hang out. If you're not great, you don't have to necessarily aspire to be the greatest, but just be pleasant to be around and be a contributing part of the community, and everything's great, and you have a spot with us. Our biggest thing is, like, being there to provide just a place to play for people. And we happen to be good at games. We have people who come from very substantial PvP backgrounds, which helps us get established quickly. We have callers, we have melee players, we have range players, we have people with such diverse backgrounds that are really open to helping test and also help teach people, which helps us a lot. So overall, like, in terms of how comp we're gonna be, depends on a lot of things, really. We fight every guild that is around that wants to fight, whether we're gonna win or lose type shit. So work our way up and we'll improve throughout the existence of it. So that's the biggest thing, though. I will say, though, if we find something similar to the growth potential of Ashes, right? Where every single playtest, every single phase, there were more new people coming in. We went from 5 people in phase 2 to phase 2.5. God, like 80 to phase 3. 150-ish into early access for Steam, where we had 2 full guilds and a multi-100-person waitlist. We unironically broke the Discord infrastructure because we recruited so many people so frequently that all of the ticket bots, all of the things that we were using for organization that every other game had been able to accommodate, there just wasn't room anymore. We had to completely revamp our Discord and re-examine how we were doing onboarding, how we were recruiting players to the Discord, and how the Discord was structured because it couldn't hold the size of the community at that point. It was insane how many actives we had and how much it was growing. And that was our largest thing. Like, you'll see community Discords that have thousands upon thousands of active members in the Discord, but then they got like 150 when they play a game. And then you see us where we got 1,000 in the Discord and we'll have 300 when we play the game. We're already going to have a shitload of people pulling up for scars. So we'll figure it out. We'll go from there. The PvP is going to be such a small part of the playtest as well. We're not getting PvP in any way, shape, or form. Are we getting duels on day 1? Does anybody know? Carbine, thank you for the follow. Much love. Are duels going to be in or not? Because it doesn't mention duels anywhere on this graphic, which is what I've been going off of. And if duels are not active day 1 as a part of the default drop, then we're going to be looking at no PvP whatsoever until the 3rd drop. So that's going to be honestly trying to figure out crafting and shit. Might be under combat. Also could be under PvP. As far as I know, the PvP side is the open world PvP being enabled. But what faction are you all going to be? Oh, dude, you can ask whatever. Sorry, I almost dropped my sample. You can ask whatever. We are going Sacred Order for now. I don't want to say we're like always going to be committed to Sacred Order. It could change based on content that's available, based on who ends up playing, communities against us, what ends up happening. We could always reroll because of racials, because of popular demand, whatever, honestly. It's a little bit hard to say. Sacred Order Restore, but we encourage all to try both sides. Yeah, exactly. Nothing's set in stone at this point in time because both sides are going to have different racials, different class combinations. So depending on many things, right? Class density, the racials. Again, we could always do a vote for the community if people are in the Discord and are set up. Now that it's a little bit closer, because I think the last poll that we did didn't really have many votes. Like, at all. There's going to be racials? Yes. Scars of Honor is racist. Yes. There are racials that will be coming in that will be unique to each race, as well as race class lock combinations. So we got to figure that shit out. And we are definitely going to have to plan accordingly. Now, I'm not necessarily at the point where I'm going to be like, everybody has to play the most optimal thing all the time. But if one side definitely has racials that are better for PvP, and PvP is looking like it's going to be a big part of the game, then we may entertain the thought of going the side with the better racials. You're only Paladin? Yeah, Paladin can be on both sides. So, realistically, you have Orc Paladin, you have Infernal Demon Paladin, which Infernal Demon Paladin sounds canonically fucking sick. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like the coolest Paladin archetype, or like the coolest Paladin combination. Over on the Sacred Order side, you've got Baron, Dwarf, Sun Elf, and Human. I'd probably go Sun Elf and see what's up there, because that seems like holy divinity type shit. No Undead Pally? I know. But in terms of Pally, you can get that on both sides. It's just a matter of what the racials are for me. If I see something that's absolutely stinky, stupid OP in PvP, then that may sway my decision a little bit, right? So we got 4 options for the racials over here. Excuse me. But something tells me Dwarf is going to be something just stone form, as it usually is, become a rock. Baron is probably going to become a bear and have increased movement speed type shit. Sun Elf is probably going to be something along the lines of a self-heal, or maybe like a pulse of light that goes out, does damage, burns, silences, heals allies, something like that. Human, I don't fucking know. It's hard to predict human stuff because you can just have anything. Literally anything. So depending on what the racials are looking like over there, I mean, who knows? Maybe the pig one is just a charge at a target. Undead, never really know what that shit's gonna be. Infernal Demon, also no idea. Orc, probably an Enrage, if I had to guess. Which an Orc Enrage could also go hard with an alt-based system. So, who knows? Who knows? Are skills only unlocked via skill tree? So there are some skills that are default skills that are assigned based on your class itself. And there are a couple of websites that have started to compile some stuff, but a lot of it's really out of date and not necessarily like kept up as quick as possible. Sounds like a main account and PvP account type game. All depends, honestly, because realistically, your main account's probably going to be your PvP account if there is depth to gearing and it's not just like autopilot super fast to get best in slot gear. I think a lot of that depends on how much leveling you have to do, how much verticality there is. And one thing that they have said is like, yes, crafting is going to generate some of your best in slot gear, but a lot of your best in slot gear is going to come from the hardest PvE content in the game, including world bosses. So if you're doing like a main account versus PvP type account, then you're going to be trying to gear up both sides through the hardest content in the game, which would probably be a, you know, a tougher route. Now, it's always possible. All viability, I think, just depends on the game itself, but so in terms of the skills, you have core abilities, you have your basic ability, which your basic abilities, if you have multiple, those are going to be your actual like auto attacks basically. So with scars, you have 0 auto attack. There is none. It is just your abilities. So effectively, Arcane Surge, 0.7 second cooldown, swing your weapon, dealing damage to your target and gaining barrier on hit. So barrier is shield. Elemental missiles, unleash a sequence of 3 ranged attacks at a target, lightning, frost, and fire projectiles. Each requires a separate button press. So you just go through and you cycle your LE missiles, and that has no cooldown, so you can just blast that on global cooldown and keep it going out. Then you have your core abilities. Core abilities are granted to the class as a baseline, and some of these are modified by talents in the actual talent tree itself, which those are the points that you earn through leveling and through, well, actually just leveling. And then you have your active and your ultimate abilities. Those are the ones that are being granted from your skill tree itself, which the skill tree, when we look at Paladin, talents, whoops. When we look at Paladin, you're looking at things like, come on, Cavalcade, things like Avatar, being ultimate abilities. So presumably Radiant Banner would also be an ultimate in the Paladin skill section. So you'll have some abilities that are unlocked via the skill tree. You'll have a lot of augments via the skill tree. The biggest thing here is with your skill tree, it might look confusing to start, but out of these 6 in the middle, these are all going to be unique, right? So this kind of determines your subclass or how your class is going to play based on which direction you go. This is where your hybridization is going to come from. This is where your purist build is going to come from. No matter how you look at it, this is where a lot of your class identity will come from. So when you're looking at this, you take 2 of these 6. You cannot have any more than 2, and we are going to be looking at a level 20 cap for the playtesting. So can't have any more than 2, so you don't have to stress about that. Can't wait to have a pot pie when I'm home. Oh my god, they're so fucking good. They're so delicious. I don't have one before stream, but I will definitely chow 1 or 2. What faction are you planning? We are going to be playing on Sacred Order this first playtest, but we're also heavily encouraging people to try everything and give feedback on everything because nothing's set in stone. It's all just ongoing. It's going to be so long before we actually have, you know, early access, concurrent playtesting, anything like that. So from my point of view, it's much less a hard lock-in on something. We're planning to go in a Sacred Order just to keep everybody like pseudo-organized for open world stuff right now. But we're also assuming everybody's going to have a shitload of alts. Everybody's going to want to check out a bunch of different classes. We don't really know how the open world incentivization is going to be. We don't really know if there's going to be like cross-faction grouping or anything like that. So there's so many what ifs within the game right now that we haven't really been able to parse out information-wise, which is going to be a little like, you know, I guess like time-sensitive info. It could change at any point during the playtest. Leon, you were a bastard for that hydrate. I have to pee. All right, I'm gonna pee real quick because Leon being an asshole. I'm not gonna lie. Here, you guys can have a beautiful video while I go pee. I will be right back in 0.1 second. Good day, my hooligans. How are we all? I've returned once again from my ventures. Balls, empty. Mind, clear. Heart, full. Look at that damage, by the way. This is part of why I'm really intrigued about Phoenix Mages. I feel like Phoenix Mages are going to absolutely fucking decimate stuff. The dot tick of this, even outside of like, it might not have the impact hit, right? Which is interesting, actually. If it doesn't have the impact damage, that might actually be a loss. Especially when you're looking at a burn build, or like a big DPS build. That's interesting. Necro going to be available during the playtest. I'm a Warlock main. I at least need Necro to play. No Necro, unfortunately, this time around. So you're going to be looking at, for the playtesting itself. Hiya! I'll pull this back up for you. You'll be looking at Mage, Paladin, Druid, and Ranger. So funny enough, these first 4 up here. I don't know if this is the order at which they will be added, because if that is the case, I want to check out Pirate. You guys might be like, Dusty, I bet you're going to play Paladin no matter what. I probably am. But part of me wants to make a meme Pirate build depending on time to kill, because Scar's Head has a few like write-ups on the classes. Not even like write-ups that are necessarily true or anything, but they try to give a glimpse into what the, what the directions on the tree are going to lead to. So Swashbuckler is shield in one hand, cutlass in the other, and a grin that means trouble, offensive, defense in one reckless package. And then Buccaneer is pistol and trap focus. Long range shots, snares, and explosive barrels. Buccaneer talents excel at kiting and control. Great for open world and sieges. So I'm thinking about keeping it a buck and making a Buccaneer Swashbuckler build, going with the pistol focus and then the damage of this instead of some tankiness. So that way I can get onto a target and then jump in, shing, shing, slash, slash, and then everybody dies. I'm kind of thinking that could be an absolutely crazy kill squad build should I ever want to run something that's more like solo picky and fighty there. The thing with Paladin is that I think it's going to be one of the kings of team fight. I think Mage and Paladin are going to be your big engages and your big initiators. As of right now, Mage has Black Hole. Paladin has Cavalcade, which is a holy black hole. The big difference between Mage Black Hole and Paladin Cavalcade, those both grab people into the middle and do damage. Mage Black Hole is an instant cast. Paladin Cavalcade is a 2-second cast. This game has a Paladin. Motherfucker, have you not been watching? Tuna, what up I go? Paladin is available for the playtest, yes. So the Paladin has the most up-to-date tree in terms of the talents. So I can take you through a little bit of the Paladin. Yeah, for sure. I hate you. I hate you. I've not. You've been watching Quinfall streamers, haven't you?
Tuna, I know what you've been doing. I know.
That game's slop. All right, that's fine then. That's fine. Oh, you've been well, big dog. So in terms of the Paladin tree, keep in mind all of this stuff is out of date. I would consider it out of date. We talked to the developers directly, and they are indeed fucking with this even more. But in terms of the Paladin tree, this can give a little bit of a glimpse into, some of the diversity that'll come to other builds as well. Play the critically acclaimed game Quinfall now, only $1. I don't even know if I would get $1 worth of enjoyment out of Quinfall. Honestly, I'd probably run a dono goal for it. But like, the only way that I would ever buy Quinfall is if they sponsored me, paid for my game, and I got to write off the game still. I would need to be able to write it off. I give it an honest try before the hype is slop. Yes! Trying to tell people. Jesus Christ, I don't understand. So anyways, the way that these trees are designed, if you have not seen the trees at all because you have not been watching Scars.
It's fine. I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt or anything. It's fine.
Anyways, it's a Path of Exile inspired tree. So effectively you have these like subclasses in here. PoE tree. Yeah. So the subclasses come from the directionality of your tree. So when you're starting out, keep in mind this isn't like the PoE tree where every class is connected, but this is like a little mini PoE tree for every single class. So every class is going to have its own unique tree. They have slimmed the tree down, so this is a more current version of the tree, not the most current version. This is the older version of the tree, which was a mage tree. So they have slimmed it down, and they still plan to add on more as the game develops, but like starting out smaller and then working towards more complexity. It's really good. So to start out, you're going to go to the direct middle, right? As a paladin, everybody gets 1 point per level. So you're looking at taking 2 of these out of the middle. So these are anything from, for a paladin, and keep in mind these could all change. Sunbreaker, break the wicked with holy fire, consuming stacks for massive damage. We put up damage over time stacks with some of our abilities. We consume those and do a big nuke. Blessed Hammer hurls a Blessed Hammer at the target, dealing holy damage and stunning them for 2 seconds. Blessed Hammer deals triple critical hit damage. Precise Vindicator Strike. Casting Vindicator Strike increases crit strike chance by 1% for 10 seconds, and that's a 0.75 second cooldown. So that's one of our spam abilities, so we can just stack that bad boy up. Destructive Hand. Your heal is increased by 20% from our healing hand, which is like a little supportive heal. And the target gains 10% strength and dex for 10 seconds. Restorative Aegis, which is your shield ability. Bring up a shield, start blocking attacks and spells. Grants health regen, so heal up a little bit during that. Reverberating Smite, Shield Smite stuns the target for 1 second. And then as you go into, deeper nodes in the tree, you'll notice some characteristics. So as you go through the prot side, which is this true shield side, up here you have Holy Defiance. Remove crowd control effects and gain absorb shield for 4 seconds. You'll probably see Zombie maybe going this route. But what I would predict is actually seeing something like down here. So as you go into Restorative Hand or Destructive Hand, you come down here and you're looking at Radiant Banner. Throw a banner at a targeted location, granting increased armor and resist to all allies around it. Sound familiar? So over here, you've got Bulwark Crash, slam your shield, dealing damage to all enemies around you, little AoE type damage. Over here, you've got Avatar of Sanctification as you go more into the damage side of the tree. So you're looking at transform into an Avatar of Sanctification, empowering your damage to crit strike for 6 seconds, can be cast while CC'd. As you go up here, my personal favorite paladin ability as of right now, Cavalcade of Light. Call upon the cavalry of the battlefield, trampling enemies for 5 seconds, dealing damage, and pushing them towards the center. Big grav top right. Boys, I can't wait. I can't wait. Cavalcade is dreams. It's a 2-second cast time, but the devs have also said because of the 2-second cast time, Cavalcade is meant to be a high risk, very high reward ability. And I think that's a fight ender right there if you can hit it. Then up here, you've got Final Verdict Castigation, punishes enemies with Holy Judgment, and then some augments to that. Up here, you've got augments to your Sunbreaker, extending the range and all of that shit. So as they continue to fill out the tree, as they continue to change more, you're going to have hybridization out the wazoo. You take any 2 of the abilities in the middle, and you just break off into your tree. And keep in mind, I, just for perspective with my tree, will likely be looking to go a crit scaling build because I like crit scaling, especially for large scale. Casting Vindicator Strike increases crit strike chance by 1% for 10 seconds. Spam Vindicator Strike all the time. Increase your crit strike chance by 2, 4, 6%. Vindicator Strike deals 30% increased damage and is now a holy spell. 5% more Vindicator, 5% more Vindicator, 5% more Vindicator damage. Avatar of Sanctification, transform into an Avatar of Justice, empowering your damage and crit strike for 6 seconds. So now I've got my avatar. These don't even have any validity yet, but these will have something at some point in time. Plus int, Magic Pen, 2% Magic Pen, 4% Magic Pen, 6% Magic Pen, Cavalcade of the Light, 8%, 10% Magic Pen, and then 10 to all of my main stats, since this build is extremely diverse. Now you'll notice here, I could immediately just take a point here, and then if I really decided that I wanted to, I could go here, and if I didn't want to run around Vindicator Strike as much, I could drop a little crit, gain a little bit of Magic Pen, pick up Blessed Hammer so I have a range stun, and then I still have an extra point to put in Sunbreaker if I want to go Sunbreaker. If I want to have a wombo combo stun where I Blessed Hammer and then I jump in on them and I do a Reverberating Smite for a secondary stun. If I want to have some more defensives where I can, pop an Aegis and grant a little HP regen. If I want my heal to do more. If I want to play around this heal buff, because keep in mind, this is also an offensive heal buff. So if I put a heal on myself, the target gains 10% strength and dex. So say hypothetically, I'm running this build, and actually let's say I want to run my stupid OP crit build that's going to piss everybody and their dad off. Whoops. That didn't work in the way that I wanted it to. See if I can get this to function. Okay, wait. Not there. And then you go there. And then you go there. Okay, we're so up. So say I want to run stupid OP crit build, right? Which is likely what I'll want to run. Precise Vindicator Strike, 10% crit, we'll say for 10 seconds because of 0.75 second cooldown. We'll say I'm casting one of those per second. 6% more passive crit, 10% more spell pen, right? 30% more damage on my Vindicator Strike, which I'm always going to be spamming, and it's a spell, so it gets that 10% spell pen. 15% more Vindicator Strike damage on my spam. So that's going to be getting a shitload of plus damage modifiers on it, scaling the Heliante out of that. So the whole point of this is get the crit up, have this passive crit, we'll say 16%, pop a self-heal for 10 seconds, cast a Vindicator Strike, refresh stacks, 10-second, 10% strength and dex, 10-second, 10% crit, cast and pop our wings, increased strength, damage and crit for 6 seconds, and then pop Cavalcade, which is 5-second grab and a whole lot of damage on a 2-second cast timer. So as long as you hit your Cavalcade, anybody you hit with it should just fucking die. Especially since you can cast more shit into it during the 5 seconds that it's up. That is the entire premise of this build. Now, realistically, what I'm going to do is something along this line, pending any changes. So, myself, I'm going to be looking at Sunbreaker. Because we have, within our skills as a paladin, Blazing Sweep. Sweeps your weapon in a fiery arc, dealing damage to enemies in front of you and applying sanctified fire to all enemies hit. That sanctified fire is what puts up the dot. Keep in mind, Vindicator Strike, perform up to 3 consecutive strikes in a cone in front of you, third one dealing increased damage. So we go through and we spam Vindicator Strike, 0.7 second cooldown, super easy peasy, and it's a 5-second cleave in front of all of us. It's wonderful. And then you have one-handed specializations. You have Heavenly Dive, which is leaping to a chosen location. If we get Heavenly Dive, I'm going to be so excited. Final Verdict delivers a powerful Holy Judgment, creating an area that absorbs damage for allies, or deal damage to all enemies around you and stun them for a second. Healing Hand is our heal. Reviving Hand, who knows what that could be. Shield Smite, if we have a shield. Lightbound Shield, throw your shield forward, dealing damage to the first enemy hit, bounces to 2 nearby enemies, which is an interesting one on a 12-second cooldown. If you're running shield and you're running the hammer, where you get a 2-second stun, that could be a really interesting combo from range. Aegis, raise your shield to block incoming attacks, and that has a few augments for it. Oath of Sanctuary, channel to make your ally immune for the duration. So we're just going to be out here pocketing people as well. If a healer gets jumped and we can channel that on them, they're literally immune, take no damage. Insane. Bulwark Crash is slamming your shield down, dealing damage to all enemies around you. And then we have all of our ultimates that they've sourced so far. Holy Defiance is grant heal over time every 1 second for 8 seconds and increase movement speed for the duration. You have Sunbreaker, which is the big AoE nuke. Avatar, which is our wings. Cavalcade, which is what I'm excited about. Banner, which is increased mana and resistance. And then Blessed Hammer, which is your throw. We still have Oath and Protector and Heat of Battle that have been apparently data mined, but we have nothing from it yet. Which sounds insane. But the combination of everything that we have available, keep in mind this is all basic and all early. Release date, playtesting starts on the 30th. The full release, I'd say probably 2028. Early access release is looking like Q1 2027 for their current goal. It was originally supposed to be Q4 of this year, but it got pushed to Q1 of next year. So don't worry, they're not burning $4 million a month on labor. Everything is fine. Also, Nin, good day. Rejoice, I get to sleep with Strag at TwitchCon. Y'all sharing a bed? Because that'd be kind of hot. You guys could save some money as well. What's up to get here, Stragma? Good day, brother. I believe the TwitchCon planning and accommodations have been going well from what Carla said. 2 beds. You can just push them together and then it would be nice and cozy. Borg, if you haven't requested access, it's free to play. Requesting access is through Steam. So you just go in, search up Scars of Honor in the Steam store, request access, and then you're good to go. It is not a guarantee that everybody's going to get in for the first playtest. It runs the 30th to the 11th, but there's a good chance if you actually request access. Now, from what we've been told, there are well over 100K requests for access at this point, and it just keeps going up on the daily. Like, I keep having people come in and I'm like, you request access? Nope. And I'm just a small part of the, you know, the MMO scene. I'm just a tiny part of it all. But there are a lot of people that are excited about Scars. I've heard more and more content creators talking about it as well. I always lurk before I start my streams. And I've heard many content creators yapping about Scars recently that are excited to check it out. They're looking at the class design. They're looking at the trees. They're like, oh shit, this might actually have something special to it. 100K? The 100K figure came in about, I want to say it was like 4 or 5 days ago from Venelin. So I would have to assume with progression they have gone past 100k requests for access, which is insane to think about. Didn't expect that. Yeah, honestly, I was shocked when I heard that many. So what we've gathered is they have 6 servers ready to go, each of which have capacity for 2,000 concurrent users. So they'll have room to get 12,000 players playing all at once. Anything over that will create queues, and that's globally. Scars of Honor looks kind of like WoW. WoW's one of the inspirations for it. So there are 5 inspirations that were given by Venelin when we asked him. He was in chat a couple times, and we were able to ask him like what the direct inspo was for the game. He said, WoW, Vampire Survivors, Fortnite, Diablo, and PoE, specifically Diablo 2, which to me is exquisite. I love that combination, and honestly, that summarizes most of my gaming history outside of like Vampire Survivors. I didn't play Vampire Survivors. However, since then, I've researched. I've educated myself. I must learn. I must. And then Strag started playing the deck builder, right? Strag, you were the one that started playing the deck builder that they dropped the other day, which I've heard good things about that as well. Wow, New World, Vampire, Fortnite, Diablo, PoE. Yeah, they have some New World elements as well that they said, but the 5 main ones that he gave, all of those but New World. But yeah, New World also came up. They seemingly want to have some inspiration with it as well. Honestly, the 2k per server starting point? Yes. So Venny said that they would start at 2k per server as their target, and an ideal capacity, or a like ideal situation, which again, don't count on ideals in game development. But he said in an ideal, he hopes that they could push concurrency up to 10 to 12k with stability. I don't know if that's a right now or if that's a long term, but that in itself is a very large server, and that's without dynamic gridding or anything. So we'll see how that stuff holds up, because Ash's goal was a massive world, dynamic gridding, and 10k concurrent per server. So if they're able to push up to 10k without this massive hype around their like dynamic gridding proprietary tech or anything, it'll almost be a matter of like, was it all necessary? Do you know the Monster makes alcoholic drinks now? Drank one, got so torn up, ate a whole pizza just before passing out. Do you punch any holes in your wall? I feel like a Monster alcoholic drink is literally going to increase the rate of domestic calls in many neighborhoods. That is not a good combo. That's literally, I feel like those should be banned. Felt like I could. Yep, nope, that's an issue. The new Four Loko. So what was it? Was it like Monster Energy, but also Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Was it like Monster Energy with alcohol? Because that sounds like it would just kill you on sight. I miss sports fishing. I wish sport fishing was slightly different in the element that the fish became open to everybody as a crate instead of a lootable which generated the crate, because the lootable was assigned to whoever fished the fish, so you couldn't actually like sit underwater and then pop up and steal somebody's fish. That element kind of made it lame to me. I really wanted to be able to like steal somebody's fish and have drama because of that. Depends on how the architecture of the game's databases work. If they make the extended servers happen. Yeah, I have no idea. If I'm being honest. I myself have no clue. I have no control over it. I have no say. So I just kind of watch. I shall continue to watch though. Like very, very, very excitedly. I miss it because I made so much gold. I miss my Steel Bloom days. That was the only time Glow has ever PvE'd in his life. There are other things, but that's a big part. Yeah, Venny seemed pretty confident in their ability to scale up, but again, it all depends. Like, in theory, everything can be super smooth. And then you attempt to execute, and it's just, everything goes to shit, right? So that's a big thing. They're entering into the world of the unknown over here. And I don't necessarily know that they've had like this many real-time players at any point. I don't think they've had anywhere near this many real-time players. Now, when we're asking Fenny about it, he was like, I can summon in 2,000 bots, you know, at the blink of an eye. But are those bots going to interact differently than a bunch of people connecting to the servers from all around the world and having to, you know, having to ship out data everywhere off of your server structure versus bots that may or may not be locally hosted? More and more content creators have been looking at scars now. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I have indeed noticed the exact same thing, Sir Owen. Exclamation, what? What about for TwitchCon? What? There isn't like a referral link or anything yet. I don't believe so. Because they do referral links. So exclamation TwitchCon will be a referral link whenever that comes out. Because they do like, if you buy my ticket using this link, then a certain amount of ticket purchases, and you get your ticket free. So what we could also do is try to get a couple people their tickets. I don't know how many people we're going to have that are buying tickets. But if everybody's fucking patient and we organize it this year, then we could have some tickets go out for free off of that if they decide to do it again. And to get a cool star and a pretty sick star. Yep. That is cool star if I do say so myself. Was that the TwitchCon one just in general? Oh, that was the referral program. I didn't know what I have for badges in my own chat. Hold on. America Banana and my gifties. I like that. The America Banana goes so fucking hard too. My badge say 99 months. Is next month my 100-month like streaming anniversary? Someone should do the math on that. Because that says 99 months on my sub badge. And I don't know if that like... I don't know if that just auto says 99 months or what. Oh, long ass time, bro. I should go outside a little bit more. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I did drink an energy drink with it. Wait, you drank an energy drink with a Monster alcoholic beverage? Brother, you probably should be dead. If I'm being, like, completely a buck with you. By all means and measures, I think you should have died last night. You might be dead. We might all be dead just in, like, the spiritual plane of things right now. I'm gonna be completely a buck. Like, that is concerning behavior. I have no idea why you... Are you okay? Yumi, hope you're having a beautiful day. What up? Because, like, that does not sound like an okay decision, by the way. I feel like, again, I feel like Monster alcoholic beverages should be banned and probably should not be allowed to exist whatsoever. I think that is immediately far past what humans are supposed to have access to, my dog. Anyways, Little Death. What up I go? Time for a Cutwater. What the fuck is that? Think of the lost profits. But listen, are the lawsuits worth the profits? Because I feel like if you're deemed liable, then probably fuck up some of your funding. And I feel like Monster can be directly held liable for the actions of others. That shit has led to many sheets of drywall being destroyed, man. Cutwaters are premixed canned cocktails. Is that like an old person buzzball? Because honestly, I fear those. I myself have not drank a buzzball. But one day when Carla, I, and a bunch of others were playing Season of Discovery on WoW. We were doing dungeons, and Carla's dad brought her buzzballs. Carla doesn't drink much. Carla drinks way less than I do. she became the most useless MMO player in human history. We were doing... What the fuck were we doing? Which one were we doing? Wailing Caverns. We were doing Wailing Caverns. And it had like the cliffs where you could fall down into the river. Three times. 3 fucking times, brother. Never seen anything like it. Just immediately bang, bang, bang. So, Cutwater makes the best canned Moscow Mule. The fuck is a Moscow Mule? They're strong as shit. I mean, if I'm paying for something, it might as well be strong. Alcoholic energy drink. Is it a crash out combo? Yeah, you're just making your heart strong. What faction are you gonna do? I believe vodka, lime, and ginger beer. Oh, wait. That sounds really good. Because I usually do vodka soda with lime. How have I not known about the existence of Moscow Mules? Like, I knew that they existed, I just never knew what was in one. I don't think I've ever had a Moscow Mule. So what's ginger beer? Is that like ginger ale? Or like, what the fuck is that? Love me a Moscow Mule, but it's like a regular drink, dangerous. I will say we don't need to go to a bar that drinks are $30 to $40 a double. I was making fun of you and Stomps earlier today, actually. Stomps! 5'6" and bald, 5'6" and bald, 5'6" and bald. He'll be here in a second. That's how you summon him. He'll hear, and he'll do his little like leprechaun run, click his heels together, break dance a little bit on the way over to his keyboard, and then he'll type. So, yeah, we were talking about TwitchCon because of the accommodations this year and the fact that we're going to be spending way less. So, I use you as an example of why proper planning for TwitchCon can save so much money. We're planning on paying like $250 per person, I believe, for the rooms, or like slightly over or something like that. I don't really know the math. I haven't paid attention. For the entire time, by the way, for like a 5-day stay. And Streg paid like $3 grand to stay at the Hard Rock Hotel last year for his stay, and that was like a 3-day stay. And I've never quite forgot about that. And then we went to a rooftop rave at Cielo, and I already knew that I was not drinking there unless somebody was buying drinks. Stomps and Streg went to the bar, came back with drinks, and they said they paid $30 for a double. Like over $30. A disgusting amount of money. But my spot was nice. I don't know, man. I don't know, like, it was nice, yes, but have you seen where we're staying this year for way less? Like, yeah, you had privacy, which was great, especially after the block party, because I don't even know what happened to you after the block party, but no, thank you. Yup, exactly, a double of cocaine. No, just 2 shots of well liquor. Not even top shelf, by the way. And when I asked Stomps about it, he goes, well, it's a free to enter event, so you're gonna pay more. And also with a place like this, their well is other places top shelf. And I'm like, dog, you're paying $30 for a drink right now. It's like I could go buy a bottle for $30 right now. Like, I could walk to a fucking convenience store down the street. I could put a bottle in my pants and then walk back up with it and save a shitload of money. I did not understand that side of it whatsoever when we were at TwitchCon, but $3 for a buzzball. That's why pregame is so important. It was 1 minute walk from the convention, which that in itself is worth more than what I paid. I kind of like the San Diego walk, though. I won't lie, like, there is something to be said about being right next to the convention because then you can walk wherever. But I do also like being a little bit off of the convention because it forces you to explore a little bit. when you otherwise like wouldn't explore that much, right? So if we're saying, say, I don't even know how far we are from the convention this year, but say we're like a 15-minute drive from the convention, then that gives us enough space to fuck off and go somewhere where we can all chill out, like, you know, late at night after block party, after all that shit settles down. We can go back to the house. There'll still be stuff to do there. We can vibe out, whatever, right? But the drive itself is going to get us exploring and potentially seeing food places. Get us seeing, I don't know, maybe an event that we want to go to or something. Hopefully I get invited to this test. Doink! What up, dog? I too hope you get invited. Have you requested access yet, my boy? Literally how I feel about cities. Yeah, I like the concept of visiting cities, but I also like the forced navigation, so to say, where my goal in the city is a little bit further away from where I'm staying. Like when I was in Phoenix, I got to explore a lot of different parts of Phoenix because we were just staying with Carla's parents, and that led to me, you know, basically navigating the city for everything that we did. We went to different parts of the city. We went to other cities surrounding Phoenix, and I think that was part of the reason why I enjoyed it so much. Whereas if we had just been staying at a hotel directly in the middle of Phoenix, we wouldn't have explored. We wouldn't have seen, you know, different markets that we stopped at. We wouldn't have seen, like, a lot of the shit that we saw. So there's a certain element for me of, like, being forced to see other things. And staying in 3 different places now. I stayed in Old Town Hall, that Airbnb, the first year that I went to TwitchCon. Or Old City Hall or whatever it was. That shit was ass. And overpriced as fuck. And then last year we stayed at the little house that was, God, I want to say like a 30-minute walk from the venue. And it was like a 5-minute drive or so. So that was super easy. We were able to walk wherever we wanted to. And this year, I don't even know like the vicinity to the venue or anything like that. But I'm sure it won't be bad. Carla will probably update us like a month ago. Good, 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 good. As soon as keys go out, man, I think it's going to be a fun time. On the struggle bus, on what game to play right now, need something to play until and after the Scars playtest. Yeah, that has been the hardest thing for me to figure out as well, if I'm being completely honest at this point in time, is like, what do after playtest? Now, my hope is that there's going to be constant information going out, and also my secondary hope is that the Ashes of Creation drama ramps up. So that way I don't have to play games and bounce around, and I can just cover Ash's legal shit and then cover Scars updates. But that's an ideal scenario. I'm gonna really need the filings to just kind of get going. So, but in terms of where I'm looking at right now, the lead up to Scars, I'm definitely gonna be pumping over here. Try to get people familiar with things over here. I will say that. I think there's so much information that we can chase down as a community, so much shit that we can figure out. So I am excited about that side of things very thoroughly. But this is why I incorporated passive games into my gaming wheelhouse. Well, if you guys want passive games, and you also want to get paid for your passive games, then you might as well do exclamation free cash while they're still sponsoring the stream for a few more days this month, where you guys can get paid to sign up using my link, download games, and then play games such as Monopoly and shit. And they literally pay you money. No bullshit. You don't have to pay or anything like that. So you guys can support the stream. Thank you, Emu. A phenomenal segue. Your check will be in the mail. But you know what? Ironically, free cash sponsored the stream. Sign up using the link. Help keep me here. Get paid to play video games. We've had multiple people cash out with their $25 plus that they've earned just from playing mobile games, just in their downtime. Play it while you take a shit. Probably after about a week, you'll have like 25 bucks free. So, ain't the worst. Let's see, what is this? Is this a cat-based idler now, or like, what are we on? I'm scared of how much I might like Crystalla. Yo, I looked at it, and I was like, maybe the combat's not the worst. And then I looked at reviews, and I was immediately like, oh, fuck. Oh, this is bad. Excuse me. I don't know anything about Scars is looking good. I think it has really good bones to it. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. From what we can tell, it looks like it's got some very solid bones. The combat looks solid, movement looks solid, the systems and the scope look reasonable, and like they may interact. The thing that we don't know about Scars is a lot of the depth of the systems. So, PvE or PvP focus? I would say more PvE than PvP. but PvP is still going to exist. So they're going to have battlegrounds, which are like a gear match battleground. It's kind of like it's inspired by Fortnite. So you go into the battleground, everybody has a baseline set of gear, and seemingly you go around and you loot chests and you loot weapon racks and armor racks to get upgrades to your armor and then try to get kills and shit from there. So arenas are going to be progression based, which I believe are going to maintain your character's gear that you earn in the open world. And then there will also be open world PvP of some form through the 2 faction system. You've got the Sacred Order and the Domination, which are on screen here. Sacred Order up top, Domination down here. So you've got the 2 faction system through that, which to some extent we'll see some PvP there. They also plan to have battlegrounds, like I said, arenas, dungeons, raids, world bosses, gathering, crafting. So, you know, a lot of just typical MMO shit. So Infernal Demon is a race. I know, it kind of sounds sick. Like, part of me is intrigued by Domination stuff. We were planning on checking out Sacred Order for the first time around just because the class variety with what's featured looks a lot better. The first playtest on the 30th is Mage, Paladin, Druid, and Ranger. So we're checking out Sacred Order for the first one, but honestly, I'm kind of intrigued by the Domination side. Kind of intrigued. Hold on, I'll be right back. I think Carlos is going home from work, so I'm gonna go say hello real quick, boys. Un momento. Also, but yeah, ask me anything you guys are wondering about scars. I'll be right back. Good day, I've returned. Start of all the humanoid MMOs. I want to be a nasty beast. You are a nasty beast, brother. Is there confirmed open world PvP? And do we know if Paladin can be DPS or is it more tank oriented? Yes and yes. However, the extent of the open world PvP is not known. If that is how I could put it. Like, there is 100,000 million% open world PvP of some sort through the 2 faction system. Whether it is an opt-in, whether it is like a full open world PvP gank fest, whether there is some form of level protection, whether there are PvP zones, all remains to be seen. In terms of guild versus guild systems, they do plan to have guild versus guild wars of some sort, as well as, quote, massive scale wars. However, we do not quite know, again, what those are going to be, because those are later on things. Guilds aren't even going to be a thing for this upcoming playtest. It's that early. So we're looking at a very baseline functionality of the game, and guilds will be in probably at some point, like probably a few playtests down the road, but we aren't even going to be testing guild functionality yet. So a lot of what we know is incredibly primitive. It's like somebody started a fire and we know that the fire is hot, and we don't really know what started the fire. We don't really know how hot it is. We don't really know how to keep the fire going or anything like that. It's like baseline info that we're getting. And I've been here extracting everything that I can get from like dev streams and all that shit. The largest thing that I have learned so far is that they are truly responsive to feedback. And they are truly open to the community providing feedback on what the future of the game is going to be. So, is this the next hope? I mean, I'm pretty optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic about the playtesting, right? That's the most important thing to remember. I think cautious optimism is the best way to look at any future MMO product that's on the immediate horizon, if I'm being real. I think without cautious optimism, you can find yourself going into things blinded and almost ignore very glaring signs of this game itself is doomed. And I think as I approach things cautiously, I find myself examining it at a different level. It's like when I'm in the house buying process, I keep relating everything back to buying a house because it's what I'm doing right now. But, you know, now that I've been in the home buying process, I look at houses a little bit differently. When I'm driving by a house, it's no longer like, oh my god, cute windows. It's, oh, how's the foundation of the roof of this bitch looking? And I can't stop it. So now as an MMO player, I'm looking at like potential MMOs that are yet to come out and whatnot. And part of me is like looking at the monetization, looking at the developer side of things, and I'm just like, how much money are you spending on a yearly? And I'm examining it a little bit differently. But I see a good amount of potential over here. Is an arena game. They're going to have arenas. They're going to have battlegrounds. They're going to have dungeons and raids. But they're also going to have open world bosses. Their best in slot gear, from what we've gathered, is going to come from a combination of the hardest PvE content in the game, as well as crafting and gathering. There's no processing from what we can tell. So it's a more optimized and fast-paced gathering system than, you know, like Ashes was, for example. So you'll just go out, hit trees, hit rocks, and then that'll give you the materials that you directly need to craft all your shit. And then you just go through and craft. Now, crafting levels are still seemingly going to be very important, and there will likely be crafting gear, and it's also a gathering and crafting minigame-based system. So it's a little bit more like active. You can control the quality of the gear output that you're getting from having a crafter that's actually good at the minigame and making sure that they're going to hit on that. So it's a lot of interesting takes, if I'm being honest. It's a standard MMO in that sense, that has like the two faction system, the, you know, the race class lock, all that shit, right? But it's also taking a lot of different approaches. Minigames for gathering and crafting. Battlegrounds, thank you, love. Hot? Good. Thank you, love. Battlegrounds that are gear match and present a different take on it, with like the more battle royale take, where you're going around and you're killing other players and you're looting their gear, and you are going around and looting gear off the ground and off of literal different gear racks. It's an interesting take on a lot of things that we've known for a while to be super static. So part of me is really intrigued on how this combination of things is going to work. You've got battle royale elements with the battlegrounds to keep that fresh. You've got the Path of Exile skill tree for a lot of customization. You've got a streamlined yet intricate crafting and gathering system. So it seems odd. It seems odd. Is it a soon TM project? Or is it a soon TM project? Q1 of 2027 is probably going to be when early access comes out. And they plan to have monthly playtests until then. Or bi-monthly, like near monthly playtests is how I would describe it until then. So we're still going to be waiting for a while on like the full concurrent thing. We still got a minute? Oh, we still got a long minute. Yes. Hold on. This is just like... This is hot. I got Popeyes. Oh my god. This is their first Steam playtest. And this is their most accessible playtest to date. So from what we've gathered, they started testing in 2021 and tested heavily through 2024. Effectively cut off testing August of 2024. Did no tests through August of 2024 until now. So nothing through 2025. They've been testing since 21. Small tests. So from the ground up, like stress tests, early close tests. It was a Kickstarter, I believe. So you had to like buy access to the earlier tests. I can find it. Hold on. Also, Silence, what up, dude? Oh, respect. Let's not plan anything. Let's just talk about the game because I enjoy it. Very simply put, I just enjoy it. And for me, I really want to do things that I enjoy on a daily instead of forcing myself to do something because I think it might be better or worse for viewers, right? And when I started covering Scars, I found myself very much enjoying being able to educate people about something that's coming up again. And it was something where the streams were passing by a lot faster. A lot of people were excited about the potential of Scars as well. So I'll be gaming again once Scars drops. It's just, for me, it's like, do I want to go play WoW and force myself through the motions and be down in the dumps and bitchy? Or do I want to talk about something that I'm actually excited for? Have other people come in and ask questions and just shoot the shit all day. Honestly, these have been some of the most relaxing streams from me that I've ever done over the course of the last couple of weeks, just not playing anything and covering like the Ashes drama and shooting the shit with chat, covering Scars, shooting the shit with chat. When Scars ends, they're playtesting. We'll do some like post playtesting, sentiment gathering and shit like that. Pass it up to the devs. But then we'll probably do the same thing with another game that's coming up. Find something that's on the horizon. Do a little deep dive around it. See what's up. And just keep vibing. I don't know. I'm trying out some different stuff and I'm actually really enjoying it. A little weird doing something you enjoy. I know. How dare I? How dare I? Why am I not looking at the metrics and the analytics? Why do I not have the data and the projections? But yeah, I don't know, man. When I was playing WoW, I was very much not vibing on the level that I usually do. And I stream a lot, right? So you're very into WoW. I mean, that partly was because there was nothing else to go to at the time. I'll be honest, like, not that there was nothing else. Oh, excuse me. But when Ashes died, it was an immediate, like, I gotta get something going to keep stream going. And I kind of went into WoW because it was like familiar territory for me. And I think I kind of coped it up a little bit in my own head because there wasn't the element of like, I can't go back to Ashes. I can't go back to New World. They're both gone. So now I gotta completely hop into something fresh. So I played WoW as a filler and as a stopgap. And unfortunately, I burned out really hard on it and probably will never be able to go back to WoW again. But it also acted as a way for me to have enough time to actually figure out what I wanted to pursue with stream, which is honestly this, covering upcoming MMOs that are coming out that I actually believe in. I'm not going to cover all of them, but If something's on the horizon that gives me a lot of excitement, I'm gonna cover the shit out of it. I'm gonna find every dev video that I can. I'm gonna find every bit of information that I can. And when it drops, we're gonna have some info about it so we can try it. So, yo, what up, Spit? How are you, brother? This game's been on my radar. Glad to see you're starting to cover it. Dude, I've been covering it like mad. There's so fucking much. I appreciate you, brother. Your WoW stream started to feel like forced enthusiasm. Shit, I don't know how you were getting any form of enthusiasm from my WoW streams. I don't know how it was even forced enthusiasm. I was not enthusiastic, brother. I wasn't even forcing that shit. That shit was just misery. How long's the playtest lasting? This one is from the 30th to the 11th. So, in terms of their milestones, here you go. This is their development timeline as they have gone about it so far with their previous tests, all of the dates. So their first stress test ever was June 12th, 2021. And as you can see, it's been primarily smaller scale tests, stress tests, like server side shit. So when we look, this is their first test. Oh, it's since November, not August. My apologies. Since November of 2024. So this presumably has brought a shitload of updates in between now and then. There's early bird tickets for TwitchCon? Yes. What's the background on the game? Bulgarian. Headquartered out of Sofia, Bulgaria. 100 plus developers. The funding comes from Venelin, who is the creative director. His former boss. He worked at a software development company. And his boss came to him and was just like, hey, I see you have this dream. Go make it happen. I will fund. Bulgarian labor is 20% the cost of NA labor. So effectively, their average developer salary is like 30K a year from what we've been able to extrapolate. 25 to 30K. Their server costs are exceedingly low. They have designed all of their software for their servers on the back end. So the only thing they have to pay to rent are the physical server racks in the locations. So they effectively are running 6 servers for playtesting from the 30th to the 11th. 2,000 person concurrent servers that can scale up. $1,000 USD is their cost for that. So, excuse me, had a burp. So basically, their development costs are far lower than anything NA, just by and large. So that's a more sustainable element of it, so to say, which is for a lot of people very encouraging. You're still able to get in the Steam playtest. Yeah, request access on Steam. They haven't sent out any codes yet. When they do, I'm also going to try to weasel my way into some codes as well to make sure that I can get my community all set up, make sure I get y'all taken care of. We'll do some marbles races as soon as those bad boys drop. So, how much does Riot own? As far as we know, 0%. As far as we know, 0%. But how much does Tencent own? I just had cucumber and mashed potato with chili oil. I mean, that sounds good. Isn't cucumbers with chili oil basically just like the cucumber salad that we get when we go to like Din Tai Fung? But yeah, as far as I know, Riot is not involved with the making of this film. For now. For now. MMO genre is disappearing? Yeah. Especially in the West. Especially in the West, brother. It's just so expensive. It is ungodly pricey. Hold on, I'm gonna play this video real quick for y'all and stuff my face. So that way I'm not like stuffing my face rudely while I'm yapping you guys. Hold on. I'm gonna eat and enjoy the music stylings of this video.
Scars of Honor started as a passion project. I was one-man army, but I was on a challenge. I wanted to create something that I want to play. And back then I knew that there is a specific gap in the MMORPG genre that I wanted to fulfill. I never truly believed that it will scale to the point where today I'm sitting here with 100 amazing developers and we're all building the game we all want to play. So for me it was more than a dream. It is something even unimaginable. And today I feel really, really happy and super thankful to the fate. Let's say even that.
So the first thing is where Scars of Honor is set, right? So Scars of Honor is set in a classical fantasy world where we've designed it to be interesting to explore and discover. You're going to meet a lot of interesting enemies. You're going to be exploring a lot of different environments that are going to feel very different as you go throughout the game. It's going to have like a classical MMO feel, but we're going to use some new technologies to kind of push it a little bit further on the style. So basically we're going to have real materials, you know, real metals and everything else. So it's not just going to be like your flat colors like some of the old MMOs. The style we're going to use, we're not going to go for realism. We're not going to do skin pose and characters. We're not going to, you know, push crazy like that. We're going to go for a stylized approach where we're going to exaggerate forms. We're going to have like a clear shape language and palette for each of the different races. There's going to be multiple different races in the game, and there's going to be two competitive factions fighting against each other. You're going to be able to see the sort of different motivations and different kind of core traits within the different designs that we use for that. It's going to be the same for the races. So each race is going to be specifically designed to fit with the lore that we have in the games. You're going to be able to see the design language of the different races in both weapons and armor and architecture. So it's going to be a very rich world for you to explore as you get into it. We're going to use the same principles of stylization on the creatures that you're going to encounter. So basically we're going to build it on some archetypical creatures, but then we're going to make sure the design fits within the Scars of Honor world that we have. So you can recognize the enemy that you're going to be fighting from a distance. So you already know what kind of combat you're going to be getting into when you see it.
You'll be able to pick from several races: human, dwarf, undead, and inferno demon. Next thing you need to choose is a class. You'll be able to select one of a few, like the druid, mage, ranger, and paladin. As you level up in Scars of Honor, you'll be granted scars. When you pick a scar, you're picking a playstyle. Then you have a huge talent tree with endless possibilities to make sure your character is unique and your own. As you move forward in the world of Aragon, you find a lot of dangers, dungeons, PvE and PvP all over the place. So make sure we see you there.
Hello everyone, I'm Alexander Filipov, the design director of Scars of Honor.
Bro, this is
The
so loud
battlegrounds
in my headphones.
Are split into two
Everturn.
sections. The first is our current morning pass.
I am getting my ears rocked by this right now.
You're going to start with the same level and the same gear.
Oh, you guys know I just ate 2 large turkey
So we are
Popeyes, by the
leveling
way.
the playing field. You will go look for better gear within
2
the
very
chest of the
large
battleground. You will
Popeyes.
become stronger and try to use this power to dominate the position. You need to also collect soul jars and donate them for points. The first team that gets to 1,000 points win the fight.
Bro, the multi-objective battleground goes kind of crazy.
Within the
I
arenas,
really like
we
the
have
concept of
different Setups. We have the 1 versus 1, which have this special mirror match that you need to fight
1v1
same
mirror
class,
match
same
arenas.
position, and try to either use the meta or try to find a cookie cutter build to dominate your class. On the other side, we have
That's
the 2 versus
interesting.
2 mode. Inside it, it's all about composition, about team
1v1s
play.
are
It's
always
about
so
voice
just build
chat
and gear
and
dependent.
try to coordinate with your partner. And obviously,
Unless-
on top of that, we have this very special mode that is the 3-sided arena, in which multiple teams will try to fight for supremacy.
So they have a 3-sided arena here. So they got like a three-team arena that they're bringing
Last
in
but
as well.
not least, I want to invite you to wishlist Scars of Honor on
Interesting.
Steam and help us make the best possible game.
I actually didn't know about the 3-way arena. I've always ate during this. This was always my like put on and eat dinner VOD. 3v3v3. That shit gonna be nice for the third parties. Big engages, my boys. Let me tell you what, that shit'll be huge. So yeah, that was fucking inspirational. Hope you guys enjoyed that shit. So, I think companies look at WoW and their numbers, and they want to replicate at least 20% of that. WoW is a different animal. It can't replicate a 20-year-old branded name. It's in the collective memory of society. I mean, I also think that the MMO community is incredibly aging, and MMO developers are not necessarily... MMO developers aren't necessarily cracking the code to get younger players into their titles at this point in time. The younger generation has remained primarily untapped, and they find themselves in a lot of different genres, MOBAs, shooters, a lot of shit in between, right? And the MMO genre as a whole has been incredibly aging for quite some time, where you have people that are getting, you know, houses, wives, kids that have commitments outside of just being able to game all day on top of the 9 to 5. And you've got people that are, you know, no longer able to put in the hours that they used to be. You've got people that are literally fucking dying because it happens, right? And if you're not pulling people in at the rate that people are leaving, then you're shrink. Now, pair that with the fact that a lot of people have fallen off of MMOs and simply haven't felt like there's anything to go back to. And I would say that you have a very high dormancy rate in MMOs right now as well, where there are players like us that are... Oh my god, I'm sorry, I have indigestion. I just ate so fast. You have a very high dormancy rate within MMOs as well, where you'll notice a lot of players like us that are kind of not hooked on anything, not 1,000% locked into anything, and we're kind of just waiting on that next something to potentially sweep us off our feet. And that dormancy is something that can be good because it can create a lot of interest in something for people, right? If you have a high dormancy and you have, say, 100,000 players, for example, that are interested in checking out a new MMO, if those players have primarily a good interaction with that MMO, that could be a very positive word of mouth spread about the game. That could be extremely large. Now, same could be said on the other side, though. On the negative aspect of it, if you drop for a playtest to a lot of people in a public fashion and then you do not live up to the hype, then you're probably going to find yourself struggling to get a lot of those initial players back and then build up that same amount of hype for your second playtest. It's just going to be difficult. Dusty on the usual big boy tank. I'm playing a paladin, but my emphasis, honestly, in PvE, I love tanking. But in PvP, I like having team fight. I like having a lot of ways to impact a fight, like in different fashions. And I like being able to make plays happen out of nothing for myself and other people. So for PvP, I tend to go towards an initiator type beat. You like engage and control? Engage, control, and the ability to pop as a tertiary. Exactly. So one thing that I had as a tank, right? Not only engage and control, but the ability to buff, the ability to watch over my group, make sure that people that needed peels got peels. I could call out a target, grapple them, CC chain them, they die. I had wall for huge initiates. And I had so much other playmaking, as well as decent damage all along the way. Now, on the Paladin side, the build that I'm putting together, this is going to change 1,000%. But the build that I'm putting together as of right now is built around a really big wumbo combo. So my favorite ability that I've seen so far on the Paladin tree is Cavalcade of Light. Cavalcade is effectively a big-ass grav well. So it's a 2-second cast time. So it's going to be hard to hit. But if you get it off wherever you cast it for 5 seconds, holy horses go around and they suck everybody into the middle. They take a lot of damage and they are CC'd and grabbed like crazy. It's a very fast pull. So my entire combo is built around building a shitload of crit, popping Avatar, which is increased damage and increased crit strike for 6 seconds, using 2 of those 6 seconds as dead time to pop a Cavalcade, but being rewarded because of all the additional damage that goes in. Then after that Cavalcade's off and the remainder of the wings, I want to go Blazing Sweep, Sunbreaker, Blazing Sweep, which is going to hit people, put up a dot, Sunbreaker purges a dot for massive damage, and then I put up the dot again and try to kill people. So with this combo, this is a little bit more pure offensive, right? I still have the potential down the road, say wings is unnecessary or too clunky. I could potentially entertain going down and grabbing Radiant Banner with some slight changes to the build instead of having wings, where Radiant Banner, you throw a banner at a targeted location, granting increased armor and resistances to all allies around it. So say this on a 2-minute cooldown for 6 seconds is too long downtime, right? I could take this out down to here. I could pull these points out. Then I could find myself down to banner with 2 points to spare. So realistically, casting Final Verdict, Absolution grants Oath of Glory for 10 seconds. Oath of Glory provides 10% more strength, vitality, and dex. So I could go grab this, and then I could potentially grab another point of Magic Pen if I wanted to. I could grab Oathbreaker, cooldown reduction, anything. But what's the tankiest? No damage CC build, no nothing other than the beef you can make. You want tankiest, no damage? Off of the tree that we have right now, your instant priority would be starting Restorative Aegis and then dumping as many points as you can to get into Holy Defiance. Holy Defiance is remove CC effects and gain Absorb for 4 seconds. So Restorative Aegis here starting out is Aegis grants health regen. Aegis is your hold a shield up type ability. And then you want Destructive Hand for the increased healing off of your heal. 20% increased heals. And then Strength and Dex for 10 seconds. And then you'd want to go down to Radiant Banner as your tankiest build. So throw a banner at a targeted location, granting increased armor and resistances to all allies around it. So this is what you'd be looking at for your Omega tank. You would look at Restorative Aegis for your self-heal. You would look at increased heal for yourself and others. Michael Bublé up here, because that's going to be a full bubble for 4 seconds. Whatever else gets assigned over here is simply a bonus at that point. We don't even know what any of this shit is because it wasn't updated. And then over here, again, half of this shit, we don't even really know what it is. Let's see. Oh, and then instead of this, you should go here and then go there. That's easy. Instead of going here. So theoretically, this should actually be what you run. So direct south through the Glorious Absolution. So you get the buff there. And then play around your Final Verdict Absolution, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction. That's not bad. And then you grab banner, and then you're good. So I'd run this. How long does the upcoming playtest last? Until the 11th of next month. It starts on the 30th at 1 p.m. EST, goes until the 11th. So in that time, I am going to be... Oh, I just poked myself in the eye. Ow. I was trying to fix an eyelash, and I just fucking poked my shit. Ow. Golly. I am going to be playing a degenerate amount of time starting on the 30th. So I've been kind of just like kicking around doing 8-hour streams type shit. That changes on the 30th. Let me tell you what. Now, pending any house stuff, of course, The house obviously has to take priority over a playtest. I know. But we can play around that. We can move at any point in time. People may think we're breaking into the house, but... Yo, Blue Moon, what up, dog? When I get the email that we got into the playtest. Hopefully soon. I'm waiting on mine as well, so... Hopefully soon on the playtest front. For people that are waiting, which is literally the entire community. From what we've gathered, also have some keys to give away to people, so if you don't immediately get in, stay tuned. I should hopefully end up with keys for people. As soon as it does go out, though, I will definitely update everybody. I'm hoping probably like Monday when they're back in for the week. But, Moon, thank you for the follow. Much love. Holding out for my mass res. What do you think would be most likely to get mass res out of the classes? You think it'd be like a cleric type shit? Pook. What up, my dude? This dude's so handsome and intelligent. Who? Who the fuck are you promoing in here? Necromancer? That would be a res people as fucking undead. I don't think that's like a mass group res. Raise dead? Well, yeah, but not raise dead allies. Like, I get that side of it. Can't wait to see the Mystic tree. Love being able to debuff. The Mystic is interesting. The Mystic is really, really, really interesting. Now, one thing I've been wondering is on the Mystic side, based on what we've seen so far for roll spread, right? If we just take it from the top, Templar is not a healer. So Paladin is not a full healer. Priest is a healer with Cleric and Worshipper. Druid is a healer with Oracle. Blood Mage is not a group healer. So you have Priest times 2 and Druid times 1. And you have some self-healy supporty type classes. Why not have Mystic be Celestial, which is big booms. Plague Doctor, which is afflictions and weakening and controlling. And then Acolytes be a healer that heals through channeled spells on allies. So you effectively channel your heals into your allies, and the longer you can channel heals on people for, you're able to heal them for more and more and higher ticks, and then you can basically activate an ability that takes the time that you have channeled and does a big burst heal based on that amount of time. So say I can channel for a max of 5 seconds, I can pop that at the end of my 5-second channel, and it can heal for more. If I need to oh shit heal, I can pop a channel for a second and then pop that for a burst heal based on that second. It'd be smaller, but it'd be no shit. I'm already designing another fucking healer. And I feel like we're down a healer in terms of what we actually need for a group healer. I could see Acolyte having single target channels. I could see it having AoE channels and detonates on the channels like healing duration. I could see it having some group buffs that are like aura based off of that. But I feel like we're just one class short on healers. Please give me that for Plague Doctor. This is my favorite playstyle. Bro, channeling Big Boom is fun. Have you retired from WoW now? More or less, yeah. I'm gonna be a buck. More or less, yeah. WoW for me hit a very big point where I was like, I was on the content treadmill, and I only saw, when I looked 6 months out, more of the same content treadmill, and never anything new, never any varied discussions, nothing changing. And the more I looked into like WoW streamers that had been there for a while, the more a lot of them really just looked like they were going through the motions of the same thing that they had done for 15 years because they were not confident going to other places. And it was almost like that element of once you make it in WoW, you're set, but you're also trapped in WoW. And I looked at where I was at, and I looked at the fact that I had made it through the New World to Ashes transition. Ashes to WoW was violent to me, but I was still having a very good core community that was here, that was playing the game despite all of our discontent with WoW. And I was still able to, you know, sustain off of that. And so I looked at it and I was like, do I really need to chase something? Because I enjoyed it, yeah. But it's also like, when I looked 6 months down the road, I was like, dude, does the consistency that WoW could provide outweigh the fact that I'm going to be bored as shit? While streamers have all lost that light in their eyes, just going through motions. Yes, that's exactly it. When I look at the WoW streamers, when I look at a lot of the longtime WoW content creators, none of them are doing shit that is like truly bringing them joy. It's that they're content creators and WoW allows them to be full-time content creators. Therefore, they enjoy WoW and only WoW and keep to WoW, because anytime they leave WoW, their viewership drops like crazy. Me, if I go into WoW, my viewership drops like crazy. So I realized that, and I was like, wait a second. People actually just want me to do whatever I enjoy, even if it's yapping about a game that's not even fucking out yet. I came over and I was covering the Ashes stuff, right? And viewership doubled. Not that that's the only thing I stream for, but I was like, damn, people really don't like WoW. Maybe it's just Ashes, though. And then I went to Scars coverage, and the first day of Scars coverage averaged 130 viewers. I was like, what the fuck? Y'all actually care about the yaps that much? And I was like, okay, I'll do another day of Scars coverage, because I was actually worried that when I did Scars coverage, I'd be at like 20 viewers. Turns out I went the other way. So I was like, I'll do another day of Scars coverage. Y'all like that shit? I'll find you more info. And it was one of those things where I enjoyed doing it. And I am having more fun doing this than I had actually playing WoW. That was the big point of realization for me. For me personally, WoW became a point of playing became a game of playing the systems instead of playing an MMO. Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. It became so heavily linearized that you're no longer playing in a massive open world or even player-driven or player-engaging world. And I was talking about this earlier with the crafting system, but you're effectively interacting with an NPC-based crafting system that is so safeguarded that it takes all of the element of human interaction out of it. And like with WoW, I don't think there's anything for me there at this point in time. It looked like you were trying hard to make WoW work when it just wasn't, in my honest opinion. Yeah, no, I 1000% agree, dude. I 1000% agree. I think with WoW, it was one of those, like, I didn't really know where to go or what to do because of the abruptness at which Ashes died. I knew I didn't want to go to Quinfall. I knew I would farm viewers in Quinfall, but I did not and still do not believe in Quinfall to this day. I raid Shadow Legends courtesy of free cash. Oh shit, wait, you're telling me you can do exclamation free cash in the chat and then you can get paid to play raid Shadow Legends without spending any money whatsoever, and you can support the stream by doing exclamation free cash and signing up using that link? Holy shit, Lesh. That's absolutely insane. You're telling me that Leon himself made over $25 just from playing Monopoly and raid Shadow Legends and shit? And you guys could too. Goddamn. Chat, please. The better I do with these sponsorships, by the way, the more marketability I have for big things like Riot. So, hear me out. I'm gonna shut the fuck up about it after this. If you guys click on the link, you sign up, and you download a game and don't play it, it boosts the metrics like crazy, and it's $6 for stream. Even if you don't love me enough to play the game, love me enough to take 30 seconds, download a game, get me $6, and then uninstall it and never worry about it again. 07, I appreciate you soldiers. If we get up to like 100 people that have participated, then that is a very good push for better sponsorships in the future. Where instead of like, hey, use this link, then it's like, hey guys, I got codes for this game early as fuck. So, I appreciate you all. I enjoy and still play WoW, but it's more of the company I keep in the group social dynamic. Don't know life it anymore. Always looking for the next MMO that I can get lost in. Yeah, no, I agree. I think a lot of WoW is the sunken cost fallacy as well, where people are so familiar with the, with the world, so familiar with the group of people that they played with, and when you look at other things, it's like dismantling that, those tens of thousands of hours, right, is an incredibly difficult concept for a lot of people to just uproot it and go somewhere else. So I personally think with WoW, you've just got very far away from what brought a lot of people into MMOs originally, where it was truly this massive world with tons of interactions. And a lot of the stories were, yes, because of the content, but it was also the player-driven interactions within that content that gives people the most memorable story in the games that they play, in my opinion, in MMOs. And for me, I don't really remember, what day I got a piece of gear on or anything like that. But I damn sure remember specific instances where we had crazy player-to-player interactions, crash outs, fun moments, whatever it may be. And in my opinion, MMOs is about those human player-player driven interactions, which is truly such a big part of it. So I really hope that something comes along. And again, I think this is an under-targeted part of the market right now, where you're also looking at WoW, Guild Wars 2, ESO, BDO, 14. None of those are really truly willing to step into an open world, social driven dynamic. And I don't necessarily know that Scars is going to be the one to fully step into that. I feel like Scars is leaning into it, but it's not fully stepping into it. They still have procedurally generated dungeons. They're going to have raids. They have battlegrounds. They're going to have arenas. There's going to be a lot that can get people out of the open world as well on the Scars side. So it is definitely going to be interesting to see how they balance that incentivization with a two-faction system. Because when we're looking at the two-faction system, at that point it's like, yeah, you gotta have some form of drive in the world, or there's never gonna be any lore, any interaction between your factions in the first place. And I think it leads to, again, this just empty, disconnected world where it becomes WoW, effectively. You're not looking at player-driven interactions. You're not looking at anything. It's just ships passing in the night. Community really makes MMOs. In every MMO that I played, since I made Cats with Abs, keep in mind we made it towards the end of New World, brought it back from the dead. It was originally my first New World community that I played in with a group of IRL friends. And it died out when they left New World, and it was dead for years, and I brought it back towards the end of New World with the intent to get people access to content that they never thought they would be in. Casual players into wars, aspiring PvPers into wars, PvEers having a place to help people with raids and shit. And we did that very well. And when we left New World, I really had this profound appreciation for community. And that was something that gave me a sense of meaning. And I think, like, with everything you do, you almost need to be able to articulate your why of what you're doing, right? And I think if you look at a bunch of WoW streamers, right? And you're like, hey, why are you streaming the game that you're streaming? It's probably going to be, well, this game has supported me as a streamer for X amount of years. And my stream does better here than anywhere else. And my knowledge is higher here than it would be anywhere else, if they were giving you an honest answer. And for me, when you ask me my why, I stream the way that I stream and the games that I stream because I want to enjoy what I do. And I want to basically bring my community to something that they may also enjoy. And provide a community where people can go into something new with a group of people that they know will be enjoyable to play with. Some people in WoW will also be community builders that try to provide that, but I also would argue that WoW doesn't have the community building that any other game does. It's really rough. Steez, my go. Outside guilds, WoW has no community anymore. I think they've also dismantled a lot of the community that WoW used to have, I will say. Things as simple as, like, yes, you can have a large guild where people do play together and you raid together and shit like that. But I also think the cross-server, cross-faction of everything has devalued a lot of guild infrastructure. Instead of everybody playing on the same server, on the same faction, doing everything together, it feels like it's a lot more separated of a state. Why is Spotify playing all, like, depression jams right now? What the fuck? What, Ellington? Hold on. I gotta get into the banger algorithm. Hold on. All right. Wait a minute. I gotta make sure that they're not, like, hitting us with the depression jams. I don't really understand why they pulled up with those out of nowhere, bro. They put the fray on. I'm like, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Let's see. All right, we'll let this run. We'll let this run. I feel like we're off to a good start here. I feel like we're off to a good start. Anyways. It all died when you had LFR and cross server. Oh yeah, it just took so much of the like the actual human connection out of it. No, I 1000% agree. And that's how I feel inside thinking about MMOs. I know the fray came on and I was like, what the fuck is this, brother? Why am I crying all of a sudden? Jesus Christ. Good thing not being cross server was the last bastion. And then... Yep, no, it's just... I think it's a husk of itself. And I think that's one thing that I haven't been able to find an MMO to replicate, if I'm being completely honest, is that exact community-driven feel. That exact level of we all work towards this one collective thing, and everybody's actions matter for that thing, right? No matter if you're a PvPer, a PvEer, a gatherer, an econ player, a mix of everything, a casual dad who doesn't really know what to do and they're just trying to figure out what the hell an MMO is about. Cats with Abs is for you. And that is something where it takes a special type of game to hold a community like ours, where we can truly have everybody intertwined, working on the collaborative goal of not necessarily being rank 1, but bringing up everybody. And our goal isn't to be at the tippity top of the content. We tend to work our way there kind of naturally. But our big goal is to always have our top end going back to bring up our bottom end. And if we have our competitive players, our gatherers, our crafters, our PvP sweats, our PvE sweats, all getting their own, yes, but also helping the community outward. If you get something you don't need, choosing to sell that in community instead of outward on the market keeps all of our power scaling inside the community. And I describe it as an insulated economy that we have in these games, especially social sandboxes, where we are able to operate almost as like a smaller economy with every aspect of the game intertwined. Former creative director Stephen J. Sharif replies to a fan inquiring what his endgame looks like in the legal battle. They cannot hide from justice. Steven is Batman is crazy. When did he reply? And who did he reply to? Because, like, that's a banger one-liner, but... Oh, wait, we got updates! Oh, shit. Okay, Steven, 8:01 p.m., April 25th. I'm fighting to protect 10 years of dedication to deliver the promise of ashes. It's not a matter of if we win, but when. What was done was ruthless, and there will be devastating consequences and accountability. Unfortunately, it will take some time through the legal process. They cannot hide from justice. I am 100% focused and dedicated as I was in the last 10 years. I mean, shit, that's a confident statement, brother. I genuinely hope that the legal filings back that level of confidence, because if that is true, then that gets the legal shit taken care of, and then they can move to figuring out what happens to Ashes. Hope he doesn't get sick again. They might be counting on waiting him out. Modern medicine can go crazy. Depending on which organs it was, they could 3D print him new organs. And also, John looks pretty healthy. So realistically, they could always go with like some Stawn as a hybrid. Realistically, like harvest the best parts of John, put them into Steven as one ultimate MMO entity, and then keep Steven going strong, just basically have his brain. And then if it's kidneys, realistically, John could live with one kidney. Unless he already got the other kidney. But John could carry the torch? Yes, by donating all of his organs. Either way. Either way. But yes, I mean, honestly, I'm someone that always hopes people don't get sick and have health difficulties. I don't know if that's just like a me-specific thing, But I personally think people getting sick and having health difficulties is very shitty and sad. So, you know, rooting for the best for everybody there. That's something that is another very, like, human level of things that we often forget with legal battles and stuff that is truly stressful. I'm buying a house right now, which is nowhere near a legal battle, and I'm stressed to shit where I've been losing sleep at night. I felt like shit. There was like a 2-month period where I had a 2-week period, sorry, where I had a headache every single day. Now it's only like every other day, which is phenomenal. I can only imagine how this battle, like, legally has been from a taxing standpoint on the health of those involved. So yeah, I definitely hope that people stay healthy throughout this entire thing. That's a large part of, unfortunately, mortality, which we all face at any point in time. So it is a realistic strat, but also they might have to wait him out from jail if the allegations go crazy like that. Holy, if the allegations are true, that shit's heavy. That shit's very heavy. Just download an Optimus. The first Optimus bot being involved in a legal battle would go fucking crazy. I just want to do some deep sea fishing. I know, the boats. It was so fun. We had so much good over there, I will say. That's interesting though. But I mean, as we've said with that entire situation, thank you. Unfortunately, it'll take some time through the legal process. You are a zillion% correct there, and that is what we have been saying from the start. Anytime somebody came in, they're like, Dusty, when Ashes? I'm like, 2030? Like, Ashes or Riot MMO first took a couple crazy turns over the course of this. It's like Ashes could have been the Riot MMO. Realistically, probably should have been the Riot MMO. But for reasons unforeseen, ended up not being the Riot MMO. And now the real Riot MMO might end up beating Ashes out in the first place because everything Ashes crumbled because they did not sell to Riot in the first place. It's almost like, is this destiny telling us that the Riot MMO is inevitable and is truly going to save us? Or is this some cruel twist of fate where the Riot MMO is destined to flop and then the MMO scene truly accepts defeat and everybody just goes to the labor camp that is WoW? Like, that shit is not ideal, if I do say so myself. I would like to stay as far away from WoW as I possibly fucking can. Crazy Curly playing Red Dead RP. Doesn't have raids and dungeons like traditional MMOs, but it has trading, crafting, professions, farming, PvE, and PvP. Player stalls a market, and only communications by voice chat. That sounds kind of fun. The fuck? Huh. The concept of communication only through voice chat is actually really intriguing. Like, no global chat, just proximity chat through voice and text would be so cool. It would be such a refresher. Still in the camp that Riot may show their face again when this is over. In terms of acquiring Ashes, depends on how far along they are on their MMO and the structure that they wanna follow through with. I was looking for Gunsmith and I had to ask someone in town, like a proper MMO. And then you had to find a player that was a gunsmith off of like word of mouth. And they had to tell you like where to go to find the gunsmith in the town. Nah, that's actually so fucking sick, if I'm being real with you. So the gunsmith would post up somewhere and they tried to build their clientele off of that. Bring me 6 rapid skins and I'll tell you what I know of the gunsmith. Spit about to become a quest giver out here. See, that type of communication sounds so refreshing from an MMO standpoint, man. The simple aspect of, hey man, do you know somebody that can do this? Is amazing. It's amazing. I think that is a step above what so many games provide now. And WoW's current crafting system, even when you're trying to get a random to craft for you, right? It's just post in trade, wait for an add-on to message you, and then send it through the NPC crafting UI, and then it ends up in your mailbox after. Zero human interaction, zero anything. You don't have to go anywhere specific to interact with the crafter. It's all just through the NPC. It is actually so fucking tragic. Really, like, I look at what MMOs have provided to me from a community standpoint and a content standpoint, and then I look at what WoW provided, and I'm just like, damn, I have no idea how people have played WoW for so long. I just think getting rid of global chat, getting rid of LFG, and getting rid of trade chat in itself would be a huge step. So I feel it's so crazy how this feels more like an MMO than WoW. That actually sounds really fucking fun, dude. So, how many people play that? And is it like popular on Twitch for people to watch? Cause like that kind of sounds lit, and there's like PvP and shit. Do people have like control of towns, or like what's the deal with the PvP? Current server is 400 out of 520. Oh my god, wait. There's sheriffs and outlaws. So if I went in with a giant, you just can't kill. Wait, you can't just kill. You need a reason. What if I was an outlaw, though? There's some pretty popular Red Dead servers, kind of like GTA. Interesting. No RDM. Wait, what is RDM? Because, like, what if I wanted to come in with my entire community? Random deathmatch. Okay. What if I wanted to come in with my entire community, and I just wanted to be an outlaw band? That fucked up an entire town and then took control of the town. You'd kill it with a GTA or Red Dead 2 RP. Ay, ay, ay. Dude, I know nothing of the way. I know nothing of the way. Red Dead RP kind of sounds fun. I'm gonna be real. I've never played GTA in any, like, real capacity. I've also not really, like, played Red Dead that much, but I played more Red Dead than GTA. You can rob people, but there's no need to kill. If your intent is to rob, but there's gang wars for sure. Illegal drug deals. Right, but what if I wanted to control the town and the sheriff came over and he was being a bitch-ass motherfucker telling me that I couldn't control the town because it was like his town? Could I just kill him? Would probably have to clear it with server admins and would have to have backstory, etc. of why. That's cooked. I feel like that's not actual RP then. Something driving the RP. Well, because we're... No, you need a proper reason. He's trying to stop us from robbing people. And we're the new sheriff now. We have taken over this town and commandeered it for cats. I feel like that's bitch made if they say that we can't do that. If I pull up with a band of 100 hooligans and we come in and we hold down a town, anybody that doesn't comply with us should be killed because that's now Catstopia. And then we're in control of that. So then we would have to defend from other towns coming in to try to liberate the town. We'd have to defend against uprisings and quell the uprisings from the townsfolk by killing more of them if they tried to pull any bitch shit. I feel like that's RP in abundance. Could be pretty cool RP. It would be pretty cool RP. No, it could be at all. Anything I touch should be good RP. Boring IMO, no PvP. Lame. We need violent servers. Just be a cult that follows the whims of our leader, Dusty. and the whims tell me to kill. You definitely aren't gonna just jump on a random server and do that. So we'd have to start with like smaller hits first. We'd have to operate as normal people within the server for a while and then have the gang on the side. One of the main things that you have to value in life, so if you're threatening people, you're also putting risk on your life, which means you don't care. Or I'm just so confident that I'm not gonna die. So this is the thing, like, a foot soldier is out in the streets. A double OG commands the foot soldiers. I would be a double OG of that shit. I would have the fastest horse. I would have the tallest hat. I'd have a 6-shooter that I only need 1 shot in because I never missed in my fucking life. When you command the streets move for you. You don't move on the streets. So that's my goal if we ever go over there. I would have to have a band of cohorts that do all of my bidding for me. I would call my gang TFE. Yes. Yes, TFE, I think, would be a perfect name. Start a small band of outlaws and doing small things and slowly having your community come into the server. So your band of outlaws grow, leading into you taking over a town is how you need to build the RP. Right, so effectively it's like the flirting before the dick pic. I can't just lead in with the dick pic on the RP servers, even if I have a really big penis, because then it'll intimidate them. But they still want to see my dick. I just have to like, I just have to ease into it, right? Soft. You gotta send the floppy first. Oh god. Hold on, the ultimate dick pic POV. Legs spread, standing up, phone down, underneath balls, you looking up and smiling. Ultimate POV. Next time you get asked for a dick pic, my boys, that's what you're doing. It's full like balls, dick, and then smile like you're the Joker on top of it all. I know that's a quite like that's kind of a side tangent. But next time you send one, just throw that bitch out there and see what the reaction is, because let me tell you, never missed in my life. The boys love that shit. Wait. How many classes will we have on the upcoming playtest? 4. Paladin. Druid. I almost fucking forgot. Mage. Ranger. Also, hi, Pock. How are you, my go? What it do? You're his guide back into the world you died in. Of course, you have memories of your last life. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. In the RP servers, if you die, you're supposed to not remember anything from your last character or some shit. So you wouldn't be able to come back as a new character and immediately take over the gang without reasoning or some shit. Right, so I wouldn't even know that the gang existed. Is there any Druid gameplay footage? Not a ton. Hold on, sound warning, hold on. Okay, we're good. There's a little bit when we look at Pog's going to TwitchCon. I don't know, is Pog going to TwitchCon? It's a fucking Pog question. I think it might be in here. I want to say it's in here, in this little batch. I'll let this play real quick. I'm gonna smoke a bowl real quick while this plays. I will be right back. Un momento. 1 sec. Oh yeah. Chat, random question. Is anybody really familiar with surge protectors? I know that is like a way out of left field type shit. But like, I feel like if we get the house, I should get new surge protectors. And really make sure we got like the best shit. What you want to know? Basically just like good surge protectors that I can get for the cribbo itself. Yes, you should. Yeah, I mean, like, I have surge protectors right now, but I feel like if we're moving and we're gonna be redoing the setups anyways, then I should get a UPS, like the uninterruptible power supply, and then also I should get some really nice surge protectors. You want UPS for the PC? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is a UPS a surge protector at the same time too? Because I would be getting, I'd be getting 3 of them, I believe. Yeah? Okay, word. Yeah, so I'd be getting 3. It would be for the PCs, like, I have 2 PCs, and then I have Carlos' PC as well. And then if we wanted one for, like, the modem, like the router or whatever. Yo, Spit, I appreciate you, my dude. Much love. If you are coming through, by the way, make sure you hop into Guild Discord, !Guild, discord.gg/catswithapps. That is where everything's being hosted for like Scars updates, shit like that. As we continue to play, we're planning on being here in a whole lot of presence. So make sure you pop over there and get all set up. We'll have updates on everything as it comes out as well. So let's take some eco flows. Most of them have UPS function. Okay, word. Now, what you know about cars? Because if I remember correctly, you know about cars. Do you notice like surge protectors in cars, or like what's the combo here? I'm pretty sure you know cars. Somebody in chat knows cars, I guarantee that. Because I gotta bring mine into the shop on Monday. And I gotta have them look at some bullshit. Because I think they fucked up. Okay, wait, how much are eco flows? I need to check on this. I very much need to look. EcoFlow Portable Power Station Delta 2. Is that a paper shredder? Wait, what is that? Oh, shit! Wait, what the fuck? EcoFlow official, $449. What is this? Oh, that's a portable power station that has like solar panels and shit. Wait, what the fuck? Chat. I don't know who's rich as fuck right now, but EcoFlow portable power stations are on sale. The Delta 2 is $449. It's $600 off. And then the Delta 2 plus a 220 watt solar panel is $1,049 off at $600 USD. The Delta 2 plus Delta 2 Smart Extra Battery plus 2x 110 watt solar panels is $1,700 off. Why are they running so many sales right now? Wait, what the fuck? So that's like... That's the EcoFlow, us.ecoflow.com. That's like the official one? Wait, so what's up with the solar panels? Because the solar panels kind of seem cool. What is this? Home battery system. Home backup battery. I don't think I need a home backup battery, do I? Or is that what I'm looking for? Because they're $400 a piece right now. They're $600 off. Technically $449. EcoFlow Delta 2 portable power station. Because that shit seems... Bro, I know I said I was buying a house, but like, I only got a certain amount of money. So it charges fast. It has 15 ports. So this is literally just like a giant battery? Is what I'm gathering? Swing for like 14k and get Tesla Solar with a backup power wall and be self-sustained. Brother. You think I'm gonna have an extra 14k to just throw at fucking Tesla Solar? Listen, how about this? I will, if we close, I'll send you the place. You can come up and you can bring a housewarming present. I'll allow that. I will allow a humble housewarming present of like a few solar panels and maybe a power wall to get us started. I know, generous of me. Hoops, I got you. I know you're just scratching at the bit to get us all solar paneled up. How hard is it to actually get solar panels on a cribbo now? They're pricey. This one is 5k. Yeah, those shit's expensive as fuck. Grandpa Nabes, what up, brother? Just got here. What are you looking to do? How long are you trying to stay up without power? System APC, battery backups from Amazon if you're just looking for PC protection. Yeah, I mean, that's the largest thing. Like, I mostly just want to protect the PCs if things go out. And I want to be able to, say we lose power, just turn off the PCs without it shorting. The thing about the house is it's an older house, as so many in Maine are. So some of the outlets will need to be upgraded to like grounded wire. Some of them are still ungrounded wire from like, you know, later or like way earlier on. It's not knob and tube, but it's livable. It's perfectly fine. But we just want to make sure that everything is protected until we get the upgrade of the wiring done, because that'll be a few $1,000s. But we'll get that taken care of. So for just under the desk, those Delta 2s are primo. Brother, those are $400 a piece on sale. I would need like they're $449 on sale. That's like $1,300 in batteries. That's absolutely absurd. But yeah, I would just want something that like slaps enough for my PCs to get turned off. Instant crossover generators to play up here. Those are the gas powered ones that people have outside, right? Because a lot of places when you're more rural will have like gas powered generators that are just outside that run on K2 or some bullshit. I don't really know what they all run on. I think it's kerosene, but yeah, a lot of up in the woods places have those bad boys. When you're in towns, you tend not to lose power for like that long, all things considered. But it depends on the storm. I mean, I think this year, I don't really think Maine lost power much. Oh god. Okay, wait, what is it just like super cheap? All right, that's 84 bucks. That is a lot more reasonable. And what does this do? Like, how long will this keep shit up? Keep your computer, Wi-Fi, and router running through power outages. Supplies short-term battery power during outages to maintain internet connectivity and allow safe shutdown of computer. 23 minutes of runtime at 100 watts load. My PC is way more than that, right? Something like that will only keep your PC up for like 5 minutes since gaming setup. Right. So that'll be enough if power blips off, though, for me to turn everything off safely. Now, is that also a surge protector built in? Battery plus surge. I would do no less than 1,000 watt for PC. That's a lot, though, right? What is this one? There's one that's 105. That's APC backups, 650 VA, 390 watt, I think. Battery backup and surge protector, 8 outlets. So this delivers up to 29 minutes when powering a 100 watt load. Excuse me. So, I mean, that's definitely the cost-effective option. If I had big bands, then I would do the expensive boyos, but might be worth upgrading to a little larger one. Was just giving an example of a cheap one. Yeah. I gotta do some research on those because I'm definitely going to want 3 outlets protected with those. Because, or at least like, yeah, I would want to plug my PCs into different outlets as well. So I would most definitely want 3 outlets worth of those bad boys for my viewing pleasure. I do not want to overload anything. And then I'd still need other surge protectors as well. Granted, with the outlets on those, I could probably just plug monitors and shit into that so I could have a safe down boot. But either way, I most definitely will want to have something protecting the PCs just in case. I mean, I have surge protectors now and everything. But even then, they're like older surge protectors. So I don't necessarily know how much they're doing other than stopping the shit from getting absolutely fried. So when's the game out? Fully, not for a while. Playtest starts on the 30th of this month. Make sure that you request access on Steam. If you haven't requested access on Steam yet, then there is no chance that you get in. But that's why I said going to EcoFlow. I mean, the EcoFlow is nice, but it's also $1,200 for 3 fucking batteries. Which, like, I'm gonna be real, that's like 1/7 of a 401k, or not a 401k, a Roth IRA max investment. So, but yeah, if you haven't requested access, Warrior, search up Scars of Honor on Steam, and then there should be a request access button down here. Invites haven't gone out yet. When they do, I shall let everybody know. I'll keep everybody posted about everything. But as of right now, it's been quiet. It's been misery. We're all waiting with open arms, though. As soon as they put out invites, they're going to have a lot of very happy people. Now, we are also praying on the health of our God King Venny. He has come down with a slight fever and a stomach ache. So we're hoping that he feels well enough to give us a stream tomorrow. He would probably be covering a lot of the playtesting prep, things to expect, and potentially some new informational leaks along the way, which I myself would be incredibly excited to get my hands on, especially if it's something around skill trees, any form of content that's coming out. Oh, my lordy, lordy, dude, there's so much good that we could find out about the game. However, there's also so much bad. Like, what happens if they rework the trees again, but they just absolutely fucking cooked them and made them 10 times worse? Part of me worries. I get like a little bit of anxiety about it because right now I'm so excited. And the fact that I'm so excited means that there can be so many letdowns along the way. Like, I really want the combat to be good, but I also need to prepare myself for balance being really rough and a lot of things to be barely functional, if not functional at all, clunky. You know, I gotta set myself up properly. So, like, I'm trying to, on my end, prepare properly. I'm also trying to stay very balanced in my expectations, because this is early and this is just a technical test. So we're getting 3 different launches throughout the playtesting itself. First one's going to be real basic. We're not going to get PvP till the end, so it'll all just be kumbaya and holding hands and shit for the first 2/3 of it at least. Fucking up the trees, not the worst scenario at all. We may discover one day they're spending all their money on DoorDash. I still, to this day, defend the fact that 220k over 10 years is not a lot for a company on DoorDash. I'm just putting that out there. That's $22,000 a year, $400 less than a week, which means per working day, it's less than $100 on DoorDash, which means that they are realistically getting like 4 plates a day for employees on DoorDash, which is saying like, hey, you want to get food because I see that you're working through lunch. I feel like that is not that bad. Now, should it be that consistent? Probably not. Devs shouldn't eat until the game is published. But I don't think it's that bad. I think 900 watt would be enough. I mean, probably anything would be enough if I just, like, you know, turn off my PCs after. They can just cook some rice and eat it. Okay, hear me out. I think a studio rotisserie where they just got 99 cent a pound whole chicken like I get and rotisserie it up and then just feed the developers clean protein would also lead to much more holistic output than DoorDash. Listen, I'm on board. Rice and rotisserie chicken, an entire rotisserie chicken, 5 pounds for $5 or less. Little bit of rice, factor in 40 cents worth of rice. $5.40 per developer to have 5 pounds of chicken and some rice at their disposal. Tell me where we're going wrong there. But for whatever reason, motherfuckers want to eat out. Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't get it either. But also, we could have one day the worst unveil of a pay for convenience aspect of the game that we have ever imagined. That's the important thing that I try to keep in mind. I, at this point in time, am not confident that the gameplay will be bad. I'm actually quite confident the gameplay will be quite fun. I think these studios... God damn it. I was reading Fubo's message. I think the systems and the scope will also be fun, providing they have some open world incentivization with it. But everything hangs in the balance of the pay for convenience, in my opinion. That pay for convenience is such a slippery slope. And it's this delicate little tightrope that you have to walk so carefully. And the second you slip, it's hard to recover. Real hard to recover. Riot Games' major LA studio lists benefits like free lunch, $2,600 a year, free dinner, $2,600, free breakfast, snacks, and drinks, totaling $8,000 plus per employee annually in food-related perks. You get 3 free meals a day at Riot? What are their bare minimum qualifications? Like, if you're there crunching for 18 hours, what are you going to do? Are they hiring streamers? Because I would do 18-hour streams if I just, like, didn't have shit to worry about. Like, I'd vibe out. If I didn't have shit else to do, well, hell yeah, if I had a fun game to play, I could cook. I'd cook for 18 hours. If drinks are included in that and I get throat coat tea as a benefit, oh my goodness gracious. That's fucking phenomenal. That's a different level of shit. That's crazy. W Riot. Indeed, W Riot. Did they not pay that when League was not even out? I have no idea. I probably did. From what I've gathered, Riot's always been like very, very, very employee forward. But again, I also don't necessarily think that the spending on DoorDash was the issue. Because keep in mind, just for perspective, I'm a big percentage guy, right? So when we are $173 million in alleged negative equity, what percentage of 173 million is 220,000? Because I feel like there are many other things that probably led to the fallout than a little bit of DoorDash. I don't think the DoorDash helped, but I also think that having employees who have eaten and making sure that people have like working lunches if they are choosing to work through the lunch, probably a really important thing, if I'm being honest. If I was running a startup, I would want to make sure that my employees are happy and eating instead of like starving themselves to get through the day type shit. And when we look at like the percentage spending, we would have, oh, I say we like I'm part of the team. They would have, thank God I'm not part of the team. They would have effectively saved more money firing one employee than they would have cutting the entirety of their DoorDash spending on a yearly basis. Like 6 times over, 7 times over. Average employee is $150K in California. DoorDash spending was 220K, sorry, 22K a year. So 7x that, just getting rid of one employee on a yearly basis. That's symbolically problematic in the context of everything else. I don't think feeding your employees is problematic. It's like telling someone their house got repoed because they buy a coffee every day. I mean, hear me out. I don't think you should buy a coffee every day. But it'd be like telling someone their house got repoed because they make coffee at home every day and they buy those beans at the store instead of growing them themselves. Yes. Yeah. Now, again, if I was running a startup, I would want my employees eating. I didn't run a startup, but again, I was a Starbucks store manager for a while. I know I can tell you a lot of shit that you want to know. But I would make sure that my employees were always like really well fed. And if they came in, I wanted them to make sure they had a drink before they got on the floor. And if they needed food, that they got food before they got on the floor. Because I wanted them to be able to lock in for their shift. Even if that made our food cost a little bit higher, that made us way more money because they were in a good spot to work and put out a good quality product. Whether that's game development or baristas making coffee, I feel like the core of it is making sure that your employees are in a capacity to provide the work in the first place. And if that breaks down to, excuse me, if that breaks down to 0.1% of total allocated spending, I don't really see much of a business issue there. Should have hired a catering business or something. Probably would have been cheaper than constant DoorDash. Now, on the other side, though, how do we know they didn't have like business-oriented Dash Pass with direct partnerships where they weren't paying fees or something? But, yeah, they probably paid like crazy in DoorDash fees. Now, it's also San Diego. I don't know how driving in San Diego is, but you could also potentially be looking at 30 minutes plus of commute, depending on where they're ordering from. So I don't necessarily know all of that, but feeding one of the employers is the opposite of ordering DoorDash trash. I mean, I don't necessarily think that ordering a few employees to go through DoorDash is a bad thing. I just kind of stand on that business, I won't lie. I don't think Steven's gonna cook stuff himself for the employees because he's got his own shit going on. Like, DoorDash is the most autonomous way for them to get money out. And the amount of money that a developer is theoretically making in the, you know, the time that DoorDash is coming out should hopefully outweigh the cost of the Dash. But we also don't know what they had for Dash Pass. I'm pretty sure Dash Pass provides incentives for them to not pay fees on their delivery, but I'm not much of a DoorDasher. Gonna cost a Sam's Club membership and get food in bulk to keep in office. Run a Sam's Club and grab those Sam's Club pizzas. But then how are you going to prepare the food in bulk in office? Like, we can min-max the spending as much as possible, but it's also such a small issue, right? That is not even a full rounding error worth of percentage. Limmer, thank you for the hydrate. And I think when you're looking at it from a very objective standpoint, if you have somebody cooking for the office for an hour, paying them hourly when they make 150K a year is a handsome amount of money per hour, where you're probably better just, again, DoorDashing for the people that would eat. But I think you can min-max the spending of Intrepid and look at it from a microscopic standpoint as much as you want. But when you look at it from a realistic standpoint, businesses have expenses. Employee morale is one of those expenses. Whether it's 220K on DoorDash or 220K on team building, keeping the employees happy is a very large core of it. And looking at that over the course of 10 years at a company that's negative $173 million, I think is looking at an entire tower collapsing and blaming somebody that kicked a pebble at the side of the tower. Like, that's not going to be what does it. Realistically, they fucked up in other stuff, but I'm still mad. See, this is the thing, though. I don't think if this shit came out that anybody would be mad about them coming out and being like, yeah, we DoorDash for the office every Friday so we can do a game night and we get Magic the Gathering cards and do drafts. I feel like if the business was still floating and they came out and Steven was like, yeah, Friday nights we've been hosting game nights for everybody through the grind, trying to keep morale up, we DoorDash some food and we have some fun with it. Everybody would be like, oh my god, Steven, our virtuistic king. But because everything's tits up right now, everything's being looked at on like a hyper analyzed level, and I feel like that's very unfortunate. I think it's very unfortunate. Yo, Toto, what up, my friend? New site for news. Scars of Honor news. Oh, really? That's interesting. Are they just keeping up with all of the information from developer streams? I'm doing good, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Merc, what up, my boy? Coco, what up, dude? Is Druid a Necro comp? I mean, Druid is going to exist on the 30th. Necro is not going to exist on the 30th. In terms of Druid, you have some very distinct build options from what we've gathered. Again, we don't have the tree yet. We're hoping that Venny streams tomorrow so he can show us some of the tree stuff. But as of right now, we do not have access to the tree. So hopefully, Oracle, Beastmaster, and Shapeshifter are all fun. Shapeshifter is seemingly tank and damage shapeshifting. So if we go on their full guide here, Shapeshifter, melee and form-based combat. Shift between offensive and defensive forms for burst damage or tanking. Shapeshifter talents reward form mastery with high mobility and raw power. So that kind of sounds fun. Oracle is healer focused. Healing over time, emergency heals, and nature-based buffs. Oracle talents emphasize team sustain, making this the flexible healer for any content. And then Beastmaster is a pet and summit build. Command animal companions for tanking or extra damage. Beastmaster talents boost companion power, great for solo play and small groups. So, we're going to get a look from the Druid side at multiple shapeshifts, pet AI, and a healer. And keep in mind, you can combine any of these. So if you're looking at a Druid standpoint from hybridization, Beastmaster Shapeshifter would be a full zoo build. So you would just shapeshift and then also bring in more summons. So it's just full zoo. Oracle Beastmaster is effectively going to be like the self-sustain, heal your own pets type shit. So, like, I would say Shapeshifter Beastmaster is Zoo, and then Oracle Beastmaster is Zoo Master. Or, like, Pokemon or some shit, where you're just trying to keep all your summons alive. Oracle Shapeshifter is a mistake of a self-healing buff. That's already a fucking mistake. I hate the prospect of that. I think Shapeshifter Beastmaster Hybrid would be crazy. I think Shapeshifter Oracle would probably be absolutely nuts from like an arena and small scale PvP standpoint. But you could also just go straight one of these and specialize. So Beastmaster looks cool, same with Shape. This would be the full zoo build, dog. You could have like pets out all the time doing a lot of poke damage and shit. And then you could shapeshift and then play around the burst of the shapeshift, whether it's a lot of tankiness or it's just a lot of raw pew pew. That shit does sound nice. Druid is looking intriguing. Now, I'm not much of a Druid player myself. I'm going to go into the Paladin side. And Paladin has Templar, which is tank and support. It's got Inquisitor, which is fire and holy. It's all about the damage side of things. And it's got Crusader. I'm thinking about going a hybrid of Crusader and Inquisitor, but a lot of my investment is going to be on the Crusader side. Dusty, I didn't know you tanked. I'm not tanking, bitch. Zombie's tanking. I'll make zombie tank. I'm blasting. Now, I might tank in PvE oriented stuff because that's going to be a lot more fun. But for PvP, I'm looking at a big ol' AoE pump build. I want to have big engage. I want to have a lot of shit that I can do to impact the fight. And I want to be able to absolutely put numbers on screen. Belt to ass, numbers on screen, bodies on floor. Grav? You want to see the grav? What if I told you? What if I told you? Ready? Hold on. Hold on. Bam. Oh, bam. Cavalcade of Light. Call upon the cavalry to the battlefield. Trampling enemies for 5 seconds. Dealing damage.
And pushing them towards the center.
We've activated the grav mode. Ragnar, they don't know what they've done. They don't know what they're activating. This is like my Winter Soldier comeback moment. We're so fucking back, baby. We're so ungodly back. I genuinely cannot wait to absolutely pee-pee poo-poo on people with fat grav combo. So the build that I have on screen right now is the tankiest build that I can think of. It's like an Omega tank support build. My build is going to be all crit and all built around empowering my grav ability, which is Cavalcade. And then within that grav, I'm going to do a huge cleave that puts a dot up on everybody that I hit. And then I'm going to use Sunbreaker to consume that dot and do big bursts to kill everybody. So my ideal combo is have my buffs up, pop wings, get more damage and crit with wings, pop a Cavalcade, and then when the Cavalcade's going, they get sucked for 5 seconds. And then I go in, I AoE wombo combo, and they're all dead. That's the ideal scenario. Realistic scenario... I build buffs, I pop wings, I miss Cavalcade, I go in anyways, hit a couple of people with my AoE combo, die, and then question where the fuck my healers are. But I'm still going to send this shit and nothing's going to stop me. And eventually I will hit a fat grav. So Zombie, on the other hand, he's going to be playing something stupid like the full tank build. So that way he'll be able to stay alive, he'll be able to calm, he'll be able to get us in the right place. And honestly, he's not very good at video games, so it'll be really important for him to be able to survive and play his own life with the least amount of babysitting needed, which, honestly, we just give him some heals and some bubbles and tell him to, you know, tell him to keep an eye on things. So, I've heard that, yeah, it's just a collar thing. I feel like those who do always will. Those who can't always call. And those who cannot do or call always watch. Dusticus 3413. Thank you. Thank you. It's important to keep in mind that there are levels to this shit. And when your fingers stop working, you can just get yourself a nice cozy retirement position as a macro caller. And you ain't got to worry about jack shit. If I'm being completely honest. Not a singular goddamn thing. Bro, I have no idea what the open world incentivization is even going to be. I am going to shit my pants laughing if it's a full opt-in PvP open world with no incentivization. I'm probably going to be crying, honestly. I pray to whatever god Bulgaria worships that Venelin will have a thirst for blood and will want to see all of that blood spilled in the beautiful fields that him and his team have built over faction-driven conflict. And I pray that they... Chat, how do we want to see the open world PvP? Do we want it to be on-site between the two factions? Because I personally want on-site between the two factions within a certain level threshold. So I feel like there should be a 5-level threshold where if I am, say, level 20 and you're level 15, I can hit you. If you're level 14, I cannot hit you without you hitting me first. So that way you don't have this immense amount of like drop down levels to grief new players. Granted, at any point we could just make like, you know, we could make an alt account and then just gear it out with level appropriate gear and go shit on new players anyways. But that would at least limit the fully leveled and geared players from going and griefing players right off rip. Open world on-site faction versus faction. What about the young? What about the low levels? What about the innocents? The ones that are just getting their legs underneath them. Shall we sweep the legs? Because honestly, I don't know how I feel about this, bro. Murdering innocents has never really been fun to me. Things that it's okay to say on Twitch, but really not many other places when you're discussing your job with your friends. I always like it when they fight a little bit. The Anakin Skywalker approach. Bro, I need to have some form of competition around it. Like, if I just go up and I shit on a new player, I feel so bad. Even in PvP, like open world PvP in Ashes, when I would come across a player that clearly was just not ready for that level of PvP, kind of got sad. I'm like empathetic. Good points of interest for PvP will keep the strong players from wasting time on ganking noobs. I do agree. A PvP zone that actually has implications and rewards for going out there from gatherables that are much higher rarity, higher quantity, elite mobs, and area bosses that present a form of opportunity for people. Big loot for big boys. Oh, I'm a big boy. Does that mean I get big loot? I'm willing to conquer some other big boys for it. See, I agree. They have talked about world bosses, which I hope those are only in PvP areas. Won't stop the griefers. So what are the thoughts on this? Opt-in PvP for bonus experience, bonus luck, basically. So increase like gathering shit, increase drop rate. Opt-in PvP. And then PvP exclusive areas where you can go to hold down the PvP areas for the most exclusive rewards. And there are objectives within the opt-in PvP area that you can hold down with your guild. So different forts for bonuses for your guild. When you hold it down and cap it, it locks it for a certain amount of time. And then after that lock expires, other guilds will have X amount of time to capture it before you retain it. I feel like that would go so hard. So say we're looking at the map, right? And we look at Greyfall. Let's see, Greyfall may not be the best. Let's say it's like Lost Refuge, right? And at Lost Refuge. Oh wait, you guys can't see my screen. Hiya. So this is a world map. This is Lost Refuge. So look at Lost Refuge and say that this in the middle is a capturable guild hall on X timer, right? When that timer expires, you have to defend that guild hall for X amount of time, and other people try to capture it in this force flag PvP area. Whichever guild holds it at the end of the timer or captures it during that timer gets the buffs and gets to control it until the next siege. So during that time, the PvP island becomes controlled by that guild. However, other people can still come out. They can kill the bosses out here. They can kill mobs out here, dungeons, POIs, whatever it is. They can gather for increased benefit, but you have to worry about that guild that's probably going to be primarily populating that island. So you have the incentivization of controlling the island while also having the PvP in the open world, something to fight over. And during that time that it's controlled by the guild, you may still think you can bring a group over and hit that guild and gank that guild and take the island from them and control the resources on it in the meantime. That, to me, sounds fun. But I hope they have some form of open world competition around it. What we know so far is Undal's Fall is likely going to be where we start out. We don't have much definition of anything here, if I'm being completely honest. But Whitesong is the human capital. And then Astra Lumina is the elf capital. And then Velthros is the undead capital. So that's what we've got so far for the 3 here. And I believe that the world boss is meant to be like right in the middle of Undal's Fall type shit. Confirm that's where we start. The only active zone at the moment. Right. And I wonder if we're going to be able to venture out of this at all. And then in terms of like world structure, which one wins word? Bro, I don't know if it's like... I don't know if it's a dynamic world. I think it might be a static world where there's not really like territory ownership or anything. That stuff hasn't been advertised. I think it might just be a static world, kind of like a WoW-based world. There might not be a wins word. I don't know. Whitesong seems kind of racist. So it might be Astra Lumina that we go to as the main. It just depends on which one looks cooler and is more convenient. But like, I feel like why has it gotta be a Whitesong for the human city? I feel like it could just be like Songland or something. But anyways, aside from that, maybe a flag and unflag thing. One flag and increase XP and other stuff. Yeah, like an opt-in PvP. And then having, like, I would love to have a PvP area where people really want to go to fight over shit. And having that in a more neutral spot, in my opinion, would be a huge W. Primrose Fields looks like it's going to be fucking lit, by the way. I have no idea why I think this. But something tells me this entire area is going to be a bunch of, like, old undead farmers and shit. And there are going to be some fire objectives to compete over for Sacred Order and Domination over here. I have no clue why, but it's a massive open area with rolling hills by the look of it. I really hope that we get an abundance of PvP out here, because this looks like it could have some like Spartan level interactions. This shit looks fun. The Undead are the perfect labor force. They don't feel, and they don't have a union to complain to because most of them can't talk anymore. I see absolutely no problem with it. I already feel like the Undead. Part of me almost wonders, would an Infernal Demon Paladin be lit? Because I feel like an Infernal Demon Paladin might go fucking hard. What if we shock the world and go Domination? I do kind of want to be Sacred Order, though. Maybe for next playtest if the racials look good. I just don't know if racials are going to be here. I don't know if there's going to be any difference other than cosmetic. And I'm also not 100% convinced that all of these race class combos are going to stick and be a thing in the future. I feel like we may definitely see some redistribution based on demand, because there are a couple that are relatively exclusive. We went through it at one point in time, and I want to say each faction has something that can only be 1x'd. I think for Sacred Order, mages can only be human, if I remember correctly. And then for Domination, everything can be Ranger, everything can be Pirate, Necro 3x, Druids 2. Something is a 1x on Domination as well, I'm pretty sure. 3 Mystics, maybe not. I thought there was something on Domination that was also just a one-off, but maybe I'm tripping. Priest? Is it Priest? Yeah, it's Priest, you're right. Only Orc Priest. Yup, You are 100% correct. So something tells me there might be some redistributions coming at some point in time where we look at things like pirate. Everything can be a pirate. So, like, pig pirate sounds awesome. But what if we take out pig ranger and make it pig priest? Or, like, honestly, out of those, I feel like pig mystic doesn't really make sense on the Gronthar side. Because realistically, why would a pig know astral magic? I feel like a pig priest would be way more reasonable. But that's just my take. That's just my take. Pig pirate kind of goes hard, though. I'm not going to lie. Am I wrong to think that Gronthar and Infernal Demon are kind of W's? Because I feel like I picture kobolds as pigs. What are kobolds supposed to be? Are they like rats or some bullshit? I don't even know what kobolds technically are. Just as like a lore-based thing. Change the Necro on Sacred Order to Elf. Oh wait, we only have one Necro as well, huh? Oh shit. So Sacred Order only has Mage on Human. And only has Necro on Dwarf. That's an intriguing one. Do you think they just add a 9th option for every race? Would that solve it? But honestly, at that point... Oh, sorry, an 8th option. My bad, I can't count. I'm dumb as fuck. At this point, why not just have it unlocked? Genuine opinion. Why not just unlock the race class? And have any race able to be any class? You've already got 70% of all options unlocked. Oh, so, chat, let's do a poll. You guys want to do a poll? Chat, you guys want to do a poll? You guys want to go for a walk? You guys want to go outside? Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on, sit. Everybody be good. Everybody good. Should race class be locked or unlocked? Lock them specific combos. Unlock them. Okay, chat. Chat, 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 chat. 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 There's a poll at the top of chat. Where, if you look at the top of chat. Up there. Should race class be locked to certain combinations? Or do you think it should just be unlocked in its entirety? I will not say which way that I am leaning. Lesh says I think locked, but there should be at least 2 options. Well, vote in the poll up at the top chat. Make sure you guys vote or your voice isn't heard whatsoever. Also, while you're voting, check your Twitch primes. Make sure that those bad boys are on its 30-day cooldown. They have a large refractory period, and I will happily take that nut. What? Do we know if there are racial advantages like Trollzerg? There are supposed to be at some point, as far as I am aware. Now, if those things will be active for playtesting. Find out. So, we shall see. We shall very, very, very much see. I'm not 1,000% sure which way it leans for playtesting. I'm leaning towards no racials for testing. But from what I've gathered, there are going to be racials, which is another point of like... Another point of interest in terms of balance. Unconfirmed. Of what as we know, which is no impact, only aesthetic. For playtesting, I would bank on no racials. And probably a future add-on. Since we've heard so little about formalities of it, yes. I agree there. I agree there. Change a lot of opinion when people choose. That is fair. That is fair. If there are no racials, would that make you more likely to say that it shouldn't be locked? Absolutely should be locked. Adds another flavor to the world. Another layer of flavor. Do you feel as though the current locks might be a little restrictive? And just needing some more balance along the way? Please vote in the poll. What class do you think you'll end up playing on launch? Are we talking like the 30th, or are we talking like full launch when everything's out? Because I think the question may, or the answer may be the same, but I have some side interests along the way, personally. Full launch is hard to tell. I agree. I agree. It's so hard saying in terms of class changes, design changes, everything along the way. It's so difficult to tell. For the 30th, I'm going to be checking out Paladin first. I really do enjoy Paladin. I typically tank a lot in PvE stuff just because I find tanking to be more enjoyable. But in PvP stuff, I really like something that's a little bit dynamic, has a lot of ways to impact fights, has some big AoE team fight potential, a little bit of that wombo combo potential type shit. And I see a lot of that in Paladin early on. I also only play melee. So I could play range, I could play caster and have like the black hole mage build. But man, oh man, I really like the concept of a good Paladin build, if I do say so myself. So I will be starting on Paladin. I am trying to stay up to date with any changes to the tree. But websites aren't even up to date because there is just so much constantly rolling. So, who knows, man? Until we actually get our hands on everything, it's going to be so hard to predict what the actual playability of everything is looking like. I mean, for all we know, I hate playing Paladin because it's got some cast times on it. Maybe that makes it feel so incredibly clunky. Maybe the cast times are cooking us, so we provide feedback on that, and they end up taking out the cast times. So, a little tight, like having, like someone else said, having at least 2 race options per class would be good. Yeah, looking at it where Sacred Order has 1 Necro and has 1 Mage, Domination has 1 Priest. I think they have 2 of everything else though, right? 2 Pally, 2 Druid, Ranger 2, 3 Ranger, multiple Warrior, 3 Warrior, 1 Priest, 3 Assassin, 3 Necro, 4 Mystic, and 4 Pirate. So the spread on Domination is just better right now. As of this point in time, the only thing that's a singular, actually, honestly, because Priest is said to be the main healer in the long term, maybe Domination's kind of down bad because of a lack of healers. Because they've got Orc and Gronthar Druid, and then they've got Orc Priest exclusively. Granted, I guess we have Human Sun Elf and Dwarf and Bear Priest. Damn. Yeah, honestly, Sacred Order advantage in my opinion. Because you've got 4 Priests and 2 Druids on Sacred Order. I think we stick Sacred Order for that reason. We're going to have so many more Priest players as pubs on Sacred Order than Domination is. And my early prediction is that communities that try to organize on Domination side are going to struggle to find healers early on. Because you're only going to be looking at Priest players that want to play an Orc in terms of randoms that are coming in. And then you're going to be looking at Druids that want to play Orc and Pig. I think it might be good. Make it an ascendant to the faction. The progressive story and unlock additional races and classics. Be interesting. Thoughts on Assassin and Ranger? Ranger sounds like it's going to be very fun. Looks good anyways. That'll be available for testing on the 30th. Ranger, so far from what we know, they have charge shots that are like big snipes. They have an ability that can call in little like ghosty rangers that pew in a frontal cone in front for a lot of damage. They have a smoke bomb that silences. They have caltrips that they throw on the ground that does something. So, gonna play assassins? Nope. No assassins on the 30th. Ranger, mage, druid, paladin. We play Aeon 2. Maybe, but like probably not. Like maybe though. I never want to say never, but I didn't have immediate plans to play Aeon 2. If I'm being absolutely honest. I don't want to get your hopes up, but so yeah, anyways. I think Ranger can be really good. Assassin actually has a little interest from me. Now, I have my Paladin planned out to be my big team fight. That likely is going to be my main. Just straight up. That's probably where I'm going to go. Assassin has Blade Dancer, Spellbane, and Bounty Hunter. Blade Dancer is a whirlwind of flashing steel, weaving between blows with lethal grace, too fast to hit, too deadly to ignore. Let's see if they have a more advanced description. Blade Dancer is melee combo focus. Rapid strikes, evasion chains, and finishers. Blade Dancer talents reward perfect timing, dance through enemies, and end them. Seems very high skill. Spellbane, anti-magic assassin. Silence, interrupt, and reflect spells. Spellbane talents punish casters. Excellent for PvP and raid disruption. That, my friends, is also right up my alley. Then you have Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter, poison and damage over time. Bleed stacks, traps, and sustain pressure. Bounty Hunter talents excel at prolonged fights, wearing down targets over time. So, I'm immediately like, Spellbane for a shitload of silences. And I almost think of this as like an anti-mage from Dota 2 type beat. Because you also have like, you got silence, interrupts, and spell reflex. This to me in PvP sounds like an absolute fucking menace. Absolute menace, especially since you're looking at very large wombo combos that are going to bring in an absolute nut worth of damage. Reflected spells will probably kill some people. So Spellbane seems really intriguing to me. And then when I look down at Pirate eventually, Swashbuckler is a melee pirate. Rapid blade combos, parries, and finishers. Swashbuckler talents reward aggressive close range play. Oh, damn, it was 50-50. Perfect for boarding actions and duels. Curse Paladin. Curse Pirate is a debuff specialist. Poison clouds, hexes, and curse shots. Curse talents spread chaos. Excellent for PvP and group disruption. And then a Buccaneer is a pistol and trap focus. Long range shots, snares, and explosive barrels. Buccaneer talents excel at kiting and control. Great for open world and sieges. This seems to me like a fucking slapperoo, if I'm being honest. How does one get to the playtest? Request access through Steam. And then prage to the RNG lords that you are accepted. If you manage to pull that off, my friend, then you are good to go. Also pray that they give me lots and lots of keys to give away, so that way I can hook people up that do not get in. So if everything goes well, we'll hear about keys being distributed tomorrow if they end up doing a developer stream, which is the hope. If Venny isn't feeling sick, he said that he was a little bit sick. So if he doesn't get worse, then we should be in a good spot to get a dev stream. Thoughts and prayers. And if he hits us with a dev stream, we should hear a little bit more about the playtest, hopefully. just in terms of like expectations for the playtest, when to expect keys going out. That, in my opinion, is going to be very pertinent information. So if he does end up streaming tomorrow, he usually throws those up around 1 p.m. EST. So I will try to be live for the start of that. I know that's a little bit early for me, but by the power of Grayskull, I think I can. I think I can. So I'm going to try to be live for that tomorrow. We can get reacts and yaps into that as we go. And if he's not live, then I guess I'll just fucking improv it from scratch for another 4 days. And then we'll hop into the playtest and you're completely blind. Thoughts and prayers. A lot of figuring out to do. So I don't know how many people are going to get in. I don't know what their total number is. They haven't said that at all. That's partly why I'm hoping they stream tomorrow and give us a little bit of information along the way. Alas, we got no clue. As far as we know, multiple days ago, there were over 100,000 players that had signed up for the playtest and requested access. And they have room for about 12K. So that's clearly, well, 12K concurrent. So not total players 12K. But they have room for 12K concurrent. So as far as we know, there is destined to be a relatively large gap in between the amount of players that are able to get in versus the amount of players that want to get in. So I'm hoping all our boys are able to get in. Having the unlocked race and class combos isn't all that important so long as the racial abilities line up decently for the classes. See, I think that's the hard part as well, is figuring out racials, like you said, Prinny, that are extremely important in lineup for the classes. Because when you're looking at the variety of classes that they have here, if you look at Sun Elf, you've got Ranger, Priest, Paladin, Assassin, Druid, Mystic, and Warrior. What do those classes all share that a racial from a Sun Elf could possibly complement? Could it be like a self-heal over time, or maybe a heal to all allies around you? Because that wouldn't exactly be canon with like a ranger or an assassin. Maybe it would from a patch your wounds standpoint. But I'm also then wondering, maybe it's an offensive, maybe it's like a sun type damage, like a radiant burn type shit. But I'm not really certain. I'm glad that I'm not the one that's set to design it, especially when you look at things like human. Brother, humans could go any fucking route at any point in time in terms of all of their passives and all of their racials. And again, I would not want to be the one designing those things. That's got to be an absolutely impossible task when you're looking at all of the racials that are possible. I'm not looking forward to the element of surprise that we have. Because again, I have no fucking idea what to even expect out here. Chat, what races are you guys looking at? And why? Is everyone just looking from an aesthetic standpoint and like what class is available type beat? Because if you're a mage, you're playing a fucking human as of right now. Which I personally think is a little cooked that there's only one option, if I'm being real. I feel like Sun Elf should almost switch out the assassin for mage on the Sacred Order side. And then you should have pig priests on the domination side. Undead or infernal necro and dope looking. Alright, yeah, but what about the dwarf necro? Fair, because we're going order. I don't know what I want to be on a paladin side, because I'm gonna have the world as my oyster as a paladin. Honestly. Part of me's thinking dwarf pally. Part of me's thinking sun elf. But also part of me is thinking bear. Dwarf necro is the worst possible combo. Yeah, I don't know why we don't have human necro. I won't lie. Human necro sounds like a layup. But also human anything sounds like a layup. Pig. Why does it? Is that Is that what you look for? Is that what you try to find? Human anything makes sense. Yeah, that's the issue. Human anything lines up, and also any racials for a human also line up. You could slap any racial ability whatsoever. Have the human do a cartwheel 3 times to move, and it makes sense. It's fucked up. I do not envy class designers. I'd rather get stabbed in the neck than play dwarf anything. Okay, so what would your Sacred Order choice be for a Necro? Is my question to you. Because honestly, Infernal Demon Paladin sounds kind of lit. It really do. Human? I do feel like... I feel like a human Necro is very low-hanging fruit. I feel like that should definitely be a thing. Human should have Necro. In place of what, though? Can't get rid of Mage. Could get rid of Paladin, I guess, but also that doesn't really make sense. Get rid of Pirate? But then there's only two Pirates. Take Druid away from Sun Elf and put Necro there. But would it make sense for a Sun Elf to be a Necro? Get rid of Assassin? Yeah, but I feel like Assassins are like human rogues type shit. Elf Druid makes the most sense. I mean, yeah, Elf Druid is there. That makes sense. I feel like with Sun Elf, you could almost get rid of... You couldn't get rid of Mystic because then you're dropping it down to 1 Mystic. I feel like with Sun Elf, you almost drop Assassin. And then you move something else to Sun Elf, like a Sun Elf Mage, maybe, as a second Mage. And then on the Necro standpoint, why not a Bear Necro? The pig shouldn't be Assassin. Yeah, a pig Assassin is going to be fucking hilarious. Warrior kind of weird on Elf. I think Paladin, I mean, it's a Sun Elf, so Paladin makes sense because praise the sun. What if you got rid of, like, Warrior and Assassin? Sun Elf, no Mage? I know, and only 1 Mage on the Sacred Order side. What if you got rid of Warrior and Assassin and put Mage and Necro on Sun Elf? Because then you could have Sun Elf Necros who have, like, gone against the way of the Sun Elves. And then you could also have Sun Elf Mages. It'd be against the lore they're building. The fuck is the lore they're building? How do we know that that would be against the lore that they're building? They probably just slapped all this shit together, honestly. Sun Elf Necro is good with me. I just feel like class distribution standpoint, it's looking rough right now. From the very beginning, the Sun Elves have shared a deep bond with nature. Proud, ambitious, and fearsome, they command both forests and battlefields. From a young age, they train in a wide array of elegant weapons, honing skills that blend precision, stealth, and deadly grace. Okay, so why do we have a Mystic? I feel like a Mage would make more sense than a Mystic would then. I'm just saying. Now, from that standpoint, they train a wide variety of elegant weapons. I don't know if Paladin makes sense. Because Paladin's not like a bond with nature. That shit's a bond with God. So, I mean, I guess if, like, the sun is, like, you know, the big sun, what if you remove Sun Elf Warrior for Mage? I mean, according to the Sun Elf lore, proud, ambitious, and fearsome, they command both force and battlefields. From a young age, they train in a wide array of elegant weapons, honing skills that blend precision, stealth, and deadly grace. I think Mystic is just a different discipline of magic wielding, though. Right, but they don't even have the first discipline of magic wielding. So, like, how are they going to have a different discipline of magic wielding if they don't have the first one? I feel like that's Kamaz. And a dwarf can't really do magic in the first place. So having a dwarf necro is the best option, I guess. But, like, mage and mystic are no-goes there. What else does dwarf not have? Paladin warrior. Oh, dwarves can't be druids. That also makes sense. So dwarves can't be druids, they can't be mages, and they can't be mystics. But they can be necros. That seems fine. Bears can be mystics, not mages. So no bear mages. They have 6 mystic options and only 4 necro. They only have 5 priests. They only have, what, 4 mages? A lot of mystic options. A lot of mystics. A lot of warriors. 7 warriors. Ranger is 7. Pirate is 3, 4. Pirate 7. Holy shit. There are 7 pirate options. Oh my god. Assassin is 6. Put a spreadsheet in Discord that shows all this by faction and race. Yeah, but does it have all the pretty colors? I'll stand for this anti-caster class combos. It is slightly discriminatory against you, I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of cooked. Now, it's encouraging for the melee boys, but I'm gonna rule this with my band of pirate pigs. Bro, I hope they give us boats and shit. No colors, I'm old. Gravon, it's 2026. Be better, brother. Be better. It's been a long time here, man. Like, I know you're old, but you don't have to be old-minded as well. It can be the modern day and age. We can remember that humans are humans and that we together are stronger. Find God, brother. Find God. Jesus Christ, Gravon. Jesus Christ. We got exclamation Gravon. So anyways, ChatGPT is a verbal Google search. Dog, my parents use ChatGPT for everything now. I hate it. I hate it. Like, no part of me has ever felt more cringe than when my mom was like, oh, I ChatGPT'd it and it said this. Use Claude. You trying to fucking topple a world government? What are you trying to do? Every domination race can be a pirate. Sacred Order has Universal Ranger and Warrior. And they're damn near universal on the other side of things, too. Pirate also, or not Pirate, Paladin has 6 options. So it's really just some of the caster options that are down bad. Really, if you think about it. Most of the balance is not awful. It's just like a couple of the casters. So it's not terrible. I mean, how would we ideally switch this over? Do you guys think? Also, I gotta piss. I will be right back. Because I'm not getting off stream for a little bit. So, I gotta piss. 1 second. Where the fuck's my letter? Oh, hold on, be right back. Good day. I went pee and then I went to smoke and then I realized that I left my lighter in here. And I had to sprint to go hit my smoke. I see just flying Sun Elf losing Paladin for Mage. Hey, stop! Just as an Atrotizing Mage, they seem to line up better than the theme than the little blurb the Sun Elf has. Listen. If you're dropping Paladin, then you have to drop Priest. Is my counter. Because if we're worshipping the light on one, we have to worship the light on both, and you must allow the light to be worshipped equally. Otherwise, you are discriminatory towards the light. Therefore, you are a bitch. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Paladins must live. Melee classes are the only classes that get to choose race. Cats are stuck with whatever the developers choose are okay for the class. From what I've heard from Venelin, melees are going to have it tough as hell. We have heard directly from him, and he said that effectively the big point of balance that they're trying to figure out right now is melee. They're kind of down bad. Range is doing a lot of damage. Range has a lot of potential to kite. Range has a lot of advantage right now, just in general. So he has said that melee balance is a little bit in the shitter, which is part of what I am looking to embrace and provide feedback on. Granted, melee is effectively Paladin, and then maybe like Shapeshifter Druid, and maybe the summons from a Beastmaster Druid. So we'll have to see what's going on with those bad boys as it evolves. But realistically, I can't see it being that bad. Like, our abilities look solid. We might just have to alter the build a little bit, get a little bit of ranged initiate type shit, a little bit of space play in there, but really, I don't see it being that rough. How many illustrations to worry about? Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. I think it'll be fun. Chat, what are we thinking? Are you guys optimistic about the playtest? Or is it kind of like, I'm just playing because there's nothing else? About what? Personally, my biggest thing that I'm worried about is the combat as a specificity. Like, how are we feeling about the class interaction in combat from what we know? We effectively know nothing. But I mean, even from the few abilities that we know, I'm already seeing some wombo combos. I just wish we knew more. Like, I really wish we knew more. Can't wait till I have turrets to deal percentage of max HP damage that I can cut around enough perm slows on my basic abilities. Are you going Artificer? So what I'm gathering is instead of you getting too close and getting pulled in, you're gonna get too close and then your turret's gonna die and then you're gonna get mad that your turret died and then you're gonna die. I'm excited. I'm excited, Busty. Wait, what are you gonna play? Who's playing a druid that's not healing? Is my question. I feel like I haven't seen many druids not healing paladin, I guess, waiting for warrior. I figured as much. My largest concern, since WoW inspired and WoW community shit on it, then the sentiment is just, why not just play WoW? I think inspired by WoW doesn't necessarily mean that symptomatically the same as WoW. You know what I mean? In terms of the comps to WoW, I think there's some inspos, but from what we've heard from Venelin, there is a chance that there is open world incentivization that really brings it all together. And I'm hoping that that's a big differentiator. That's one thing that WoW, I think in its age, has lost, and through its optimization, has definitely lost. What was that Wish.com Chinese WoW game? Terrasland? Are you talking Terrasland? Because Terrasland was fucking fire. But I think you might be talking... Yeah, Terrasland was Tencent. So, my personal thought is that Terrasland was a very early test for cross-compatibility features that could have been used on the Riot MMO. That's my theory. I think they were slow-rolling some tests related to Riot MMO potential in certain markets and with certain features. And the Terrasland deployment was an early test for Riot MMO, and after Terrasland bombed, they scrapped the Riot MMO and then went back to the drawing board on it entirely. Because I think they realized that a competitor wasn't going to actually, like a competitor WoW wasn't going to do it. And they decided that they had to target a different market. It's a conspiracy theory, but I choose to stand on that business. I really think that Tencent used Terrasland for market research for the Riot MMO and then restructured the Riot MMO of it. I respect that tinfoil hat. Just crazy enough it could work, right? It's like, I've started to notice I have kind of a death note for the gaming world, where instead of killing stuff, well, actually, other than MMOs, I shot call things in really weird ways. So when we were streaming Ashes, right, I would always say, where is GM John? I feel like I haven't seen GM John in so long. And it turns out, according to allegations, GM John was effectively forced out of the company by the board. And by the time I was streaming Ashes, GM John was no longer, like, you know, present at the company shortly after I was a streamer. So I would always say, like, where's GM John? I haven't seen GM John anywhere. Turns out he's involved in this. I always made the joke of, we've been the Riot MMO the entire time. We're early testing for the Riot MMO. Turns out, and then I also had the joke that one day Steven would walk in and say, fuck it, you're all fired, I'm retiring. Turns out, in regard to Ashes, I always had a weird feeling since Extra Life stopped. Yeah, they didn't do any Extra Life stuff when I was there, huh? When are we playing Maple Story? The hell is Maple Story? I've heard it mentioned before, but AOC had way more long-term hopes that have since been dashed. Yeah, looking at this as a playtest, not something I'm plan on playing for years and years. With that in mind, should be 7 to 8 out of 10. Level 1 for 2 weeks if I get in. Yeah, like, I personally think the best way to approach it, like you said, Emu, is not thinking of this as, you know, this is the next home that I will never ever leave. Because it's not going to be in that spot quite yet. It's very likely that we will check out everything that Scars has to offer during the playtest. We'll compile some data and some information on the back end. And after that's done, we'll provide that. And we'll see what the next steps are. Maybe Scars is fire. Maybe it is. I'm really excited. I hope that it is. Honestly, we've been doing a lot of research to prepare as much as we can. And I hope that it is fire. I hope that it's really good and we finish this playtest extremely excited for the next one. But I'm also definitely aware of the fact that it could easily go to the other side of things where we are finding ourselves in a spot of more, this could be something good instead of this is something very good right now. But I'm also kind of intrigued. They have gone very quiet with their playtesting for the last year and a half. Oh, playtest, like a shitty version of Polar with bigger dicks. I would say we're a better version of Polar, if I'm being completely honest. I would much rather be us than be Polar. Like, I'm gonna be real. I think we have something that no other community can replicate. And it's such an instilled sense of playing games the right way to where we don't have to deal with the bullshit of ban allegations, controversy, all around, all that stuff, you know? Think if you want to be in Polar here in Polar? Yeah. If you wanna play the game that way, you can play the game that way, in my opinion. For people that want to do it. It's a certain type of gameplay over there. And I think that, you know, teach their own type shit. We just hold ourselves to a very specific standard where we do not want to find ourselves caught up in all the controversy of like, this guild's only good because of exploits and the fact that they're breaking everything. And we try our best to not necessarily get too caught up in that side of things and stay clean. So, Henry, good day, my friend. How are you? Speaking of which, you know which guilds from Ashes coming to try and play test this? I believe a lot of the guilds from Hard will be. I believe that... Or Hard, from SCH, Jesus Christ. Or the Cash Alliance. All the different alliances. So, I think all of our, like, old alliance people are planning on coming from what I've heard. Or at least a good amount of them for what I've seen kicking around. I've heard Esomite, Fungi Fellowship. I've seen Polar, obviously. Some of the smaller communities as well along the way. Let's see. Highwaymen, was that one of them? I saw Addiction. I saw Highwaymen. No, Vice. Brother, Vice's guild lead got fucking banned for, like, RMTing. And then a lot of them, like, disbanded. Dissentient, Polar, Cats, Amnesty, Purple, Axiom, Black Flag, Comfy Casuals, Fungi Fellowship, Aura, Pirates, Brazil. Pirates? What do you mean pirates? What the fuck do you mean pirates? I personally, I do worry that the open world structure is going to be far different than Ashes was. There be pirates. Like, software? I haven't heard anything about Pirate other than his whole mod team quit. What happened with that? I haven't been following the drama. Some pirates may be looking, but Jason has not expressed any interest, if that's who you're referring to. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was gonna say, I haven't heard any ramblings of that before now, but would be interesting. Dissentient, Polar Cats, Amnesty, Purple, Axiom, Black Flag, Comfy Casuals. I'm pretty sure most of that is honestly filler. Which is great to see people coming over. But in an open world aspect, I think we're in a good spot there. I think we're in a very good spot there. Turns out it was a mix of layoffs and then 2 mods quit after that. Oh, wait. Wait. We're not friends? No, we're not friends. Hope you're having a good day, Henrikins. How was your man's? Turns out it was a mix of layoffs and then 2 quit. So he had to lay off mods? What's the actual story with that? Because he was paying like full-time salaries to mods when he exploded, right? Puka, what up, dude? What are your thoughts about this game? Has a really solid core potential to it. I think that it, you know, it's going into an early playtest on the 30th. So the bones of it look good. The actual combat movement look good. The class design and skill choices look great. We don't know a ton because there's not a ton like available to know at this point. But we gotta figure out more. Henry, you know, if you get banned, I get another VIP to give out, right? You have to have a tier 3 sub if you're gonna thirst post in chat, or Nin has to take you out back and beat the shit out of you. So, but I think the playtest could be very fun. Will it be open beta or closed? It's from the 11th to the 30th to the 11th. So starts in 5 days and then goes until the 11th. And then they're planning to have monthly tests after most months. So hopefully as close to monthly as they can. So this is only going to be a limited duration test, but it's request access on Steam type shit. So search up Scars of Honor on Steam in the store. And then, yeah, Scars of Honor. And then request access. And when you request access, you are good to go. Well, not necessarily good to go, but that's all you can do. You're good to go other than praying to whichever deities you prefer, because they have well over 100,000 requests for access at this point. And they have capacity for 12,000 concurrent players. So he had like 12 full times with benefits. Jesus. Oh my God. He had like 12 full times with benefits. Brother, how much was he making at peak? What the fuck do you mean 12 full times with benefits? And he wasn't even posting long form YouTube content. It was literally just short form, right? That's actually insane. Tectone lost a bet because he bet he wasn't paying them and Pyro showed the receipts. Did Tectone give subs off of that? What did the full-time mod even make? I don't know. Did it show how much he was paying? Because plus benefits is also a substantial bump depending on what the benefits were. Like, if it's high-level bennies, then that could be upwards of like 20, 30k worth. I'm gonna guess like 50k. Honestly, modding for 50k would be so fucking lit. That would be so free. I wonder if it says anywhere, but I don't know, I'm not sure. Regardless, I think paying your mods in general is an absolute W, but it's also very expensive. Now, 12 full-time mods is also fucking crazy. Like, if you just have your mods salaried, that is a lot. Because then you have to ensure that every mod is actively doing, like, what they say they're going to do and shit. That's like a business to maintain at that point, which is hard. But that's also the level that his Twitch was. He was, unironically, one of the largest streamers on Twitch. He was, like, top 10 on Twitch. Like, unequivocally one of the largest. It was fucking insane. And it all went to shit. He was probably making, God, with the amount of donations and bits that he had as well. Julia, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. God, he had to have been clearing 3 to 4 million, like maybe even more with the hype train record and everything, just off of the Twitch side. But bro, it's crazy to think about. Now, naturally, yeah, when you go from 15,000 average viewers to 2,000 average viewers, you're gonna have a little bit of a fall off in terms of the money income side, or in terms of the income side, which does make sense in terms of having 12 full-time mods. But holy fuck, 12 is a lot, bro. That's an entire staff. Co did the whole paying mods thing for many years before Pirate. Yeah, Co and OG. Co, I may have ended up in a Co video with the whole, like, with the whole Ashes stuff. I might have ended up asking one of the single greatest or worst questions in human history. And I regret everything. Wait. You Twitter, Julia? With like the every time the game comes out, the shit posts with the That, Julia? Celebrity, if so. Honored if so. I see all of your shit posts. It was 54,000-ish subs-ish for his wait, for his hype train? It was 54,000 for just for the hype train? No, in what world? In what world? Hold on. Do we have the stats on his hype train record? Games are bugged nowadays. Crazy that keeps making its way through. You would think that developers would eventually learn, but every title we all end up in the same place. It's just back to square one. It's just back to repressed memories and terror. Well, I'm honored. Thank you for your dedicated shit work. That is amazing. We need ongoing shit posters in the world. And without people like you, I wouldn't be able to sit here and stream and just make generic references to shit 8+ hours a day. Your train is coming. Just wait, brother. If I hit 54,000 subs in a month ever, I will. I don't want to like say anything crazy because never say never. But if I have 54,000 subs in a month ever, I will realistically. Janji, couple more of those, baby, and we're up. Couple more of those. I swear to God, I would like bungee jump off of the Empire State Building type shit. Actually, I wouldn't. I feel like I'd splat on the window. Because I feel like when you bungee jump off of something that has like a flat wall, then you get the snapback and like the, and that's probably not good. Bohanglaze. All right, boys, couple more of those. Let's keep it going. Everybody in chat, wallets out, credit cards out. Start verifying the payment information right now. This is where we take down the 54, what was it? 54,900, 54,000-ish, something like that. So, as of right now, we're effectively like a couple of mortgages away from breaking the hype train record that Pirate Software broke that one time and then was broken by an AI. So that was an entire situation in and of itself. Giving away my password last week and he's been gifting people off my Twitch since. Yo, W friend, give Henry your login and then just tell him to go crazy. Because apparently he's fighting the internal urge to give money. So listen, Henry, I'm not going to stop you, by the way. I do not want to stop you. Also, Bohanglaze, you asked if there was a shit poster in chat. Yes, hold on. Enjoy the artistic stylings of Scars of Honor while I find aforementioned qualified shit posts. It will not take long. I immediately had a moment of like, oh shit, realization. Hold on. I have doesn't what Henrykins, why what do you what is the why can I ask why are you so worked up this evening? Brother, you're causing a ruckus. I don't get it. It's a rare art form these days. Love you. Is everything okay with you and your man? I'm gonna ask this from just a nice standpoint. Is everything okay with you and your man? Henry, I care about you. I don't care about Henry. Not you, Bohanglaze. I'll ask about Henry. I'm concerned about Henry. I worry about his existence. Also, Bohanglaze. This is your shitpost. Here's your intro. It's never different. It never changes. It is formulaic, but it bangs every single time. Ready? Every single time. It never fucking misses. Every game, all the time, no matter what, without fucking fail.
You finally awake.
I fucking hate it.
Right?
Every fucking game without fail. Brother. It is everywhere. There's literally no stopping it. I don't like... Listen, when I look, it's like I'm scrolling through, right? And I see a post and I don't even know if it's going to be a shit post. I played Palia. It was fucking relaxing. I took the no combat system and I made my own combat system where I was like trick shotting and the hunting off of rocks. Here, for you Windrose enjoyers, here's your latest Windrose shit post. Brother, it's unstoppable. It's literally the same algorithm. It's the same thing. It's formulaic. It's like peak Nickelback.
You
Fucking hell.
awake.
It doesn't miss.
Trying to cross the border.
It doesn't miss. Like, it is literally peak Nickelback, where every time you see it come across the timeline, you're angry that you see it, but you watch it every time and you are always smiling at the end of it. It's like a Nickelback song comes on the radio and you're at a stoplight and you kind of like look around to make sure nobody's looking at you funny, and then you turn that shit up just a little bit and rock out. I hate it, but it's so fucking good. It's so flawless. So flawless. I have so much respect for the quality shitposting. All roads lead to Skyrim. We're never free. We're never free. Even the Demon E-Boys can't free us. I appreciate the appreciation of my shitposts. You are always welcome here, Soldier07. So, are you planning on checking out Scars? Because it's a little early for people to even be coming through here. I just figured most of the people that came through would just be like people already in my community. I'm like, where the fuck are new people coming from? Do you like ESO? I have not really given ESO a very large shake, if I'm being honest. I very temporarily tried it long ago before many updates had come in, and it never really held me. But it was also a different time when I was playing a lot of different shit. You dislike it, but it does have good systems. Yeah, I've watched my friends that stream ESO play ESO. I played it temporarily way back, but been waiting ages for Scars. I hope it's good. Wait, okay, hold on. How long have you followed Scars? Because my introduction to Scars was with the death of Ashes of Creation. So I was a New World streamer and then an Ashes streamer. So if that's any like indication, I may be one of the horsemen of the MMO apocalypse. I'm not quite sure. I think I might be cursed though. So just be aware, if you like Scars and it dies, I'm so fucking sorry. It was probably me. So just establishing that ahead of time. I also hope it's good. I have been... God, what is this now, chat? Like... I want to say probably 10 days-ish of deep diving every bit of information that Scars has at this point in time. Every single dev stream, everything that they have. Don't worry, they're all dying anyways. Okay, that's fair. I didn't go over to Quinfall. I didn't cause that one. You're playing the game, GG, it's chalked. Yeah, I'm fucked. 9 days. 9 days of deep dive. Okay, yeah, so in that time, we've effectively watched every modern dev stream and any old ones that we could find. We saw the early arena footage where it was effectively like pixel type art, but inadvertently pixel type art. The evolutions have been very intriguing to see. I'll be real, I like the business side of it. The fact that they have a reasonable business underneath it, where they're looking at way lower costs to maintain. Their labor is about 20% of the cost of NA labor, which is way more sustainable for development. And they're also looking at way cheaper server infrastructure because they don't have to rent anything on the back end of their servers. They have created all of that in-house. They just have to rent the actual server racks. So Venelin had said that they're paying about $1,000 USD for their servers, the 6 servers that they're going to have up for playtesting, which to me, Fucking huge. Always be a new bad MMO on the horizon. Listen, while Quinfall's still up, we always have that as a fallback. I, however, would rather get a 9 to 5 than resort to Quinfall. Thus, he's out for 52 hours in the last 3 days with 0 gameplay. That is cap. That is cap. I have yapped for approximately 24 hours in the last 3 days. I stream 8 hours a day for the yaps, and I don't go over that because I have to save myself for like the 16-hour grind days when the game drops. Don't go Quinfall. I will not go Quinfall. Don't you worry. You do not have to convince me to not go Quinfall, brother. I will be okay holding out on that side of things. I promise you. I looked at Quinfall when everybody started to go over, and I was like, fuck that shit. I will not hit that. Yo, Vehemence, what up, dude? What class race combo are you going first? Ooh! I think I'm playing Sun Elf Paladin, personally. I think it's going to be a Sun Elf Paladin. Unless something comes in and throws a wrench in the plans and we end up going Domination, I'm probably going Sun Elf Paladin. If we go Domination for whatever reason, then I'd likely go Infernal Demon. But I am a melee enjoyer through and through. In PvE-oriented affairs, I really like having Initiate and Engage potential. When I played Dota, I really liked Initiate heroes. And in all of the PvP MMOs, I really like the ability to go in and start a fight and finish a fight with properly timed coordination and abilities, right? So in the Paladin tree that we've seen, granted, that is just a very small version of the tree, and it has so few things actually put out in it. But overall, already from what I've seen, I'm seeing a large amount of teamfight potential. So I've not heard of this game at all. Well, now you have, brother. Playtesting coming on the 30th. So this is their first playtest since November of 2024. And a lot of their playtests before were much more small scale, and they were not on Steam. So this is their first Steam playtest. It is going to be free to play even when it launches. Launch is probably looking at like 2028-ish. Early access launch is now targeted for Q1 of 2027. So you can search up Scars of Honor on Steam. Jonji. Oh my god, my goat. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. You can search up Scars of Honor on Steam. Request access for the playtest. It is free. I do not know when codes are going out, but codes will be going out at some point in time, hopefully soon. So with that in mind, request access, Vehemence. Thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. Much love. They went out Friday. Your mom went out Friday. So anyways, speaking of shitposts that never fail. So when codes go out, I will let you guys know. I am also hoping to, with me, fucking banger the alley and the oop Mr. Alwyn like a 41-year-old LeBron James. Jesus Christ, in his prime. Bro, did you guys see fucking LeBron last night? Oh my god, slight sidetrack. Holy shit, did you guys see LeBron James last night? Dude, he looked like a fucking unicorn out there. Jonji. Wait. Juice. Is that 2? Wait a minute. Jonji. Oh my god. Goodness gracious. Jonji's going fucking crazy. Holy. Nah, bro. LeBron was going fucking crazy last night. Anyways, we're not gonna glaze LeBron right now. If I glaze LeBron too much, Buddha's gonna show up. Invite me to GTA RP or something. So anyways, I was thinking Undead, but I'm gonna go Red Paladin, and maybe I'm going Sun Elf. Brother, I'm telling you, just embrace the Sun Elf. So Hatchets, I have prepared a presentation to help explain, very simply put, what is Scars of Honor. Also, I have so much other referential information in my paint diagram. So if you have any questions, please, for the love of God, let me know. So, Scars of Honor is an MMO in development. They've been running tests since June of 2021. Hatchets, thank you for the follow, dog. Much love. Free to play, no pay to win. There will be pay for convenience. What is the pay for convenience going to be? We don't fucking know because it's still early in development. But the developers are very open. Venelin is the creative director. They are Bulgarian. So, basically, Venelin was a software developer at a company. His boss came to him and was like, hey, you have dream of MMO? And Venelin said, yes. And boss said, you make MMO. And then gave him money to make MMO. So now Venelin's making MMO. So basically, their first Steam test is on the 30th, and it goes until the 11th. It's a 2-faction MMO. Sacred Order is the Alliance equivalent. Domination is the Horde equivalent. From there is a full triangle of progression, as pictured here, where basically you are looking at crafting and PvE, generating the best gear in the game. Crafting being some of it, the hardest PvE in the game, including world bosses, raids, and very hard scaling dungeon content as the other generator of BIS. PvP, you will have honor as a currency from PvP. Honor will be generated from debauchery. So that could be usable for a baseline set of gear, but it will it's unlikely to be BIS in terms of PvP gear. Here's a proposed UI that I made one time. Anyways, back down to the presentation, not getting distracted. They will have world bosses, like I mentioned, that also generate best in slot gear. There's going to be 1 world bosses present for the playtest. Quote from Venelin: there is a reason why we have the world boss halfway in between the Sacred Order and the Domination starting points. I don't like your paint skills. I don't like your face. So there is supposed to be open world friction in some way, shape, or form over this world boss. To what extent? Who the fuck knows? I hope there is a lot, though. I really, really yearn for open world PvP and decimation. So, with that being said, another big selling point of this for people that don't... Twitch can't hear you here. They don't care about these trenches. They're too busy glazing Kai Cenat to try to get him back. You're alone here. The only thing that could save you is like a fucking, I don't know, random like Co-Carnage. Everyone knows that he's the shadow CEO of Twitch at this point. Probably should be CEO of Twitch. Sorry, Dan Clancy, if you're out there. Just in the event, if you're out there, Dan Clancy. That's my bad. That's my bad. But, Co for CEO. Anyways, Dusty, if Scars is bad, what'll be the next move? ASMR. Honestly, if Scars sucks, you're realistically, I'm gonna get on stream one day and like the starting soon screen is gonna transition and you're just gonna see like, and I'm gonna keep this up for 8 hours and just try to entertain you guys. So I don't really have like a post Scars plan right now. I figure I'll just kind of fucking shoot at the hip and see what sticks. In the event that it all breaks down, I'm talented at flossing. I kind of got like a mean robot that I've been working on in the kitchen while I'm doing dishes. So I feel like I can make a few things work overall. The MMO world is looking a little bleak though. I don't really know how much dancing I could do because we're like today's 1,030 days in a row. And that's because of the MMO world scene, the MMO like scene as a whole. How's Schedule 1? I could always go back to selling drugs. Or I could play Schedule 1. But also I could just sell drugs. It would be like when Swifty did DoorDash. Except drugs. I feel like we should not go to selling drugs. We'll try to avoid that. DoorDash? Need that Limbo game. I mean, I might become a fucking home renovation stream for a few weeks. Fucking tool time with DustyWhy. Get Tim Allen out here with drugs. God damn it. Not a worst idea. It's a write-off. What do you mean? No? Wait, no drugs? Oh, no Guild Wars 3 announced. I feel like Guild Wars 3 is relatively, like, announced, though. So to say. Why do you like MMOs? Me, personally, I fuck with the MMOs because there are so many different roles that can be played. And there are so many different types of players that can contribute to a cumulative community. And Gravon gives me money. Gravon, thank you for the gifty, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. Wait, what are we at? What are we at? Because you guys are creeping close. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wait, boys. We're almost at 1,000. Chat, if you guys check your primes, we might hit 1,000 today. I'm just saying, I didn't expect to hit 1,000 before the playtest. But we're like 18 away. We're very close. 9 Subarus away. Carly, you're blind as shit. We have 982. You just got those fucking glasses and they already don't work. You just paid like $200 fucking dollars for those glasses. I really am blind. Do you not have your glasses on? Bro, we just paid good money for those. Take them back in a refund. She didn't even get them, like, fucking fitted to her head. So she's like, I get headaches from my glasses. I get really dizzy. I was in bed. Were your glasses off? No glasses on. Oh, yeah, she can't see shit without her glasses. I'm shocked that she even located her phone. My glasses cost $500. The fuck? Why? Are your glasses invading people's privacy? What do you mean your glasses cost $500? Glasses were 2 for $250? Yeah, and you complain about them both. Anyways!
Blind asshole.
What's Chrono Odyssey? Chrono Odyssey is Eastern MMO, action combat-y. A lot of people hailed it as New World 2.0, and it disappointed a lot of people regarding the combat, you know, relative to New World. It's probably those glasses that go tinted in the sun. Is the 5004 a fucking, like, product number for the glasses? Brother, are you a glasses salesperson? Oh, money. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was gonna say, the craziest shit. I have always said I'd rather know the guy than be the guy, and one thing that streaming has done is introduce me to a lot of people that I never thought I would interact with or meet. And one day in chat, I was talking about how, like, if we get the house, we're gonna want to replace countertops in the house. And I was like, yo, chat, what are the odds we have, like, a countertop expert in here? And someone was like, yo, I sold them for 18 years. What you need, dog? Fucking remarkable. Genuinely, I feel like I have resources in abundance. My cup runneth over. And I don't even have the biblical levels of greed to go with it. It's so fortunate. Chat, do we have any glasses salespeople here that are willing to cite some prices? Okay, back to the presentation. Fuck, I said we weren't going to get distracted, and we got distracted. Man, I was really rolling there for a second. Okay, Guild Systems. Early access launch. We are planned to have... Sorry, no, it wasn't you. It was me. It was the people gifting me money. I blame Gravon. Gravon, how fucking dare you? How dare you give me money? Fucking audacity here. He knew I was rolling, and he had to try to derail me. Fucking took advantage of my kindness. Can't go without thanking a goddamn sub. I will say. It's my weakness. So, where were we? Get a little... Oh, yeah. Oh, that was a good crack. You started talking about LeBron. Bro, LeBron and Bronny were going fucking crazy last night, though. The thing about it is I feel like when you look at fathers protecting their children, fathers have shown superhuman strength when their children are in danger because of the adrenaline rush. I'm picturing LeBron sealing off Bronny's defender with the strength of 17 men to set Bronny up for that first three. And it was all just uphill from there. I feel like when Bronny is on the court, LeBron effectively gets a father buff that sets him back in time 18 years to his prime, where he gets a stat boost to everything. It is remarkable. I don't have a kid or anything, but I played one basketball tournament with my older brother, and we're 10 years apart, right? He was a post player, and I was a three-point shooter. I never played... Are you screaming? What? What? Sorry. Carla saw... My bad. Carla saw a mouse. She's like freaking out still. I win. I think it's her first mouse that she's ever seen. She was in the bathroom and she was screaming like crazy. And I thought that we were getting like robbed or something. Bro, I grabbed the fucking knife and I'm like, I hear her yelling and I'm like, where the fuck are you? What's going on? And she's like, I think there's a mouse or a rat in the bathroom. And I'm like, all right, well, we don't have a rat in here. And she's like, I'm pretty sure there's a mouse in here. And I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Love, you're fine. It's a little baby mouse. You're fine. Rotisserie mouse. She came from USA's Australia and she's worried about a mouse. She lived in Mexico her entire childhood until she was 16. She lived in Arizona with her family and her first apartment was like fucking cockroach ridden. And she's worried about a little adorable mouse. It's a one mouse. That's the first mouse that I've ever even heard about seeing here. I'll keep my eyes peeled.
But I don't want to be over there.
Well, you can hang out in the stream room if you want to. If you'd like to. Lived with scorpions on a... Oh, wait. Scared of a mouse? Yeah. Put some traps out. Catch pretty easy. Yeah. We might try to sneak over to Walmart before they close and see if they have, like, humane traps that aren't gonna, like, kill it, but it'll maybe, like, catch it. I don't know if there's, like, a cage for like a mini cage for mice type shit. Arizona has rattlesnakes, hawks that eat dogs, scorpions, Gila monsters, brown recluse. Yeah, mice don't really bother anything. She was standing on top of the toilet with the door locked, so I couldn't even get into the bathroom to see what was going on in there. And by the time she unlocked the door, the mouse was probably gone somewhere. Gone somewhere. I'm not judging, I'm dying, by the way. No, don't worry, don't worry. I'm judging. My other half does the same shit. She's like, I don't want to be here right now.
I really don't. Like, I want to go to, like, the car and just sleep in the car.
You want to sleep in the car? It's a warm night. It's 40 degrees. You could sleep in the car if you really wanted to. But keep in mind, there are also mice that are outside, too. That's where they come from, so. I love you, by the way. How are you scared of one little mouse? If you have 2 or 3 tarantulas, they catch mice well. I don't think we have any tarantulas kicking around, but that's good tech. Should we ever run into a situation? Although I kind of don't fuck with spiders that heavy. They kind of scare me.
If you want to go to Walmart.
Okay.
I'm not putting you off, but.
Okay, yeah, we might have to sneak over to Walmart to grab a couple of traps for her confidence. I might have to throw them in like the basement or something. I don't think it was a large boy glue traps. Aren't those like super inhumane? Yeah, we'll try to find something humane. Either way. All right, so if you guys are new here, I'm gonna wrap up for the night because apparently I have to play Exterminator. Getting an old house, by the way. This is gonna be fun. Don't do glue traps. Yeah, those things suck. Okay, so either way, we'll figure it out, boys. If you guys are new here, I appreciate y'all coming through. If it is your first day, I stream every single day. I've streamed over 1,000 days in a row, so make sure you drop the follow if you're not already, so you know when I go live on the daily. I will be covering Scars each and every day up until the launch of the playtest. I'll be playing each day through the playtest, and then we will also be submitting some feedback directly to the developers who we've been talking to a little bit post-playtest and then following through with future playtests. So if you're interested in Scars, probably one of the places to be for it of all time. I am going to sneak over to Walmart and have a little late night 1v1 with a mouse. And then probably some dinner. Not necessarily in that order. I have things to eat other than the mouse. So, with that being said, hold on, let me point y'all somewhere real quick. That's a nice little mouse pop. I feel like I gotta finish the turkey first.
I feel like if I don't finish the turkey, then everything is going to be down bad. All right, let's see. Hold on. I can't type. TGF Tavern. All right, boys, I'm sending y'all over to TGFT because they were the first people that I saw when I pulled up my Twitch. So, I hope you guys enjoy whatever the fuck it is they're doing. I have no idea what they're doing over on their end, but I got to make it over to Walmart before they close. I will be back tomorrow. I'm going to try to sneak on a little bit early. We know how that usually goes, but there's a dev stream tomorrow, supposedly at 1 p.m. EST. So, I will be around. I'll be balling, flossing, sauce, and vibing. I appreciate y'all coming through, spreading love as always. Couldn't do it without you guys. Wish me luck. Boys, I will catch you tomorrow. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.